Shadow of the Hegemon by Orson Scott Card. Volunteers. Chapter 1. Petra. 2. Shamrajnagar, key sacred driver at ifcom.gov. From Lock Key Espinosa at polnet.gov. Re. What are you doing to protect the children? Dear Admiral Shamrajnagar, I was given your ID name by a mutual friend who once worked for you but now is a glorified dispatcher. I'm sure you know whom I mean. I realize that your primary responsibility now is not so much military as logistical, and your thoughts are turned to space rather than the political situation on Earth. After all, you decisively defeated the nationalist forces led by your predecessor in the League War, and that issue seems settled. The IF remains independent, and for that we are all grateful. What no one seems to understand is that peace on Earth is merely a temporary illusion. Not only is Russia's long-pent expansionism still a driving force, but also many other nations have aggressive designs on their neighbors. The forces of the strategos are being disbanded. The hegemony is rapidly losing all authority, and Earth is poised on the edge of cataclysm. The most powerful resource of any nation in the wars to come will be the children trained in battle, tactical, and command school. While it is perfectly appropriate for these children to serve their native countries in future wars, it is inevitable that at least some nations that lack such IF-certified geniuses, or who believe that rivals have more gifted commanders, will inevitably take preemptive action, either to secure that enemy resource for their own use or, in any event, to deny the enemy the use of that resource. In short, these children are in grave danger of being kidnapped or killed. I recognize that you have a hands-off policy toward events on Earth, but it was the IF that identified these children and trained them, thus making them targets. Whatever happens to these children, the IF has ultimate responsibility. It would go a long way toward protecting them if you were to issue an order placing these children under fleet protection, warning any nation or group attempting to harm or interfere with them that they would face swift and harsh military retribution. Far from regarding this as interference in Earthside affairs, most nations would welcome this action, and for whatever it is worth, you would have my complete support in all public forums. I hope you will act immediately. There is no time to waste. Respectfully, Locke.
Nothing looked right in Armenia when Petra Arkanian returned home. The mountains were dramatic, of course, but they had not really been part of her childhood experience. It was not until she got to Marilik that she began to see things that should mean something to her. Her father had met her in Yerevan while her mother remained at home with her 11-year-old brother and the new baby, obviously conceived even before the population restrictions were relaxed when the war ended. They had no doubt watched Petra on television. Now, as the flivver took Petra and her father along the narrow streets, he began apologizing. "It won't seem much to you, Pet, after seeing the world." "They didn't show us the world much, Papa. There were no windows in Battle School." "I mean, the spaceport and the capital, all the important people and wonderful buildings." "I'm not disappointed, Papa." She had to lie in order to reassure him. It was as if he had given her Marilik as a gift and now was unsure whether she liked it. She didn't know yet whether she would like it or not. She hadn't liked Battle School, but she got used to it. There was no getting used to Eros, but she had endured it. How could she dislike a place like this, with open sky and people wandering wherever they wanted? Yet she was disappointed. For all her memories of Marilik were the memories of a 5-year-old, looking up at tall buildings, across wide streets where large vehicles loomed and fled at alarming speeds. Now she was much older, beginning to come into her womanly height, and the cars were smaller, the streets downright narrow, and the buildings, designed to survive the next earthquake as the old buildings had not, were squat. Not ugly. There was grace in them, Given the eclectic styles that were somehow blended here, Turkish and Russian, Spanish and Riviera, and most incredibly, Japanese, it was a marvel to see how they were still unified by the choice of colors, the closeness to the street, the almost uniform height as all strained against the legal maximums. She knew of all of this because she had read about it on Eros as she and the other children sat out the League War. She had seen pictures on the nets, but nothing had prepared her for the fact that she had left here as a 5-year-old and now was returning at 14. "What?" she said. For father had spoken and she hadn't understood him. "I asked you if you wanted to stop for a candy before we went home, the way we used to." Candy. How could she have forgotten the word for candy? Easily, that's how. The only other Armenian in battle school had been 3 years ahead of her and graduated to tactical school, so they overlapped only for a few months. She had been 7 when she had got from ground school to battle school, and he was 10, leaving without ever having commanded an army. Was it any wonder that he didn't want to jabber in Armenian to a little kid from home? So in effect she had gone without speaking Armenian for 9 years. And the Armenian she had spoken then was a 5-year-old's language. It was so hard to speak it now, and harder still to understand it. How could she tell father that it would help greatly if he would speak to her in Fleet Common, English in effect? He spoke it, of course, and he and mother had made a point of speaking English at home when she was little, so she would not be handicapped linguistically if she was taken into battle school. In fact, as she thought about it, that was part of her problem. How often had father actually called candy by the Armenian word? Whenever he let her walk with him through town and they stopped for candy, he would make her ask for it in English and call each piece by its English name. It was absurd, really. Why would she need to know, in battle school, the English names of Armenian candies? "What are you laughing for?" "I seem to have lost my taste for candy while I was in space, Father. Though for old time's sake, I hope you'll have time to walk through town with me again. You won't be as tall as you were the last time." "No, nor will your hand be as small in mine." He laughed too. "We've been robbed of years that would be precious now, to have in memory." "Yes," said Petra, "but I was where I needed to be." Or was I? I'm the one who broke first. I passed all the tests until the test that mattered, and there I broke first. Ender comforted me by telling me he relied on me most and pushed me hardest, but he pushed us all and relied upon us all, and I'm the one who broke. No one ever spoke of it. Perhaps here on Earth not one living soul knew of it, but the others who had fought with her knew it. Until that moment when she fell asleep in the midst of combat, she had been one of the best. After that, though she never broke again, Ender also never trusted her again. The others watched over her, so that if she suddenly stopped commanding her ships, they could step in. She was sure that one of them had been designated, but never asked who. Dink? Bean? Bean, yes. Whether Ender assigned him to do it or not, she knew Bean would be watching, ready to take over. She was not reliable. They did not trust her. She did not trust herself. Yet she would keep that secret from her family, as she kept it in talking to the Prime Minister and the press, to the Armenian military and the school children who had been assembled to meet the great Armenian hero of the Formic War. Armenia needed a hero. She was the only candidate out of this war. They had shown her how the online textbooks already listed her among the 10 greatest Armenians of all time. Her picture, her biography, and quotations from Colonel Graf, from Major Anderson, from Mazer Rackham. and from Ender Wiggin. It was Petra who first stood up for me at risk to herself. It was Petra who trained me when no one else would. I owe everything I accomplished to her, and in the final campaign, in battle after battle, she was the commander I relied upon. Ender could not have known how those words would hurt. No doubt he meant to reassure her that he did rely upon her, but because she knew the truth, his words sounded like pity to her. They sounded like a kindly lie. And now she was home. Nowhere on earth was she so much a stranger as here, because she ought to feel at home here, but she could not, for no one knew her here. They knew a bright little girl who was sent off amid tearful goodbyes and brave words of love. They knew a hero who returned with the halo of victory around her every word and gesture. But they did not know, and would never know, the girl who broke under the strain and in the midst of battle simply fell asleep. While her ships were lost, while real men died, she slept because her body could stay awake no more. That girl would remain hidden from all eyes. And from all eyes would be hidden also the girl who watched every move of the boys around her, evaluating their abilities, guessing at their intentions, determined to take any advantage she could get, refusing to bow to any of them. Here she was supposed to become a child again, an older one, but a child nonetheless, a dependent. After 9 years of fierce watchfulness, it would be restful to turn over her life to others, wouldn't it? Your mother wanted to come, but she was afraid to come. He chuckled as if this were amusing. Do you understand? No, said Petra. Not afraid of you, said Father. Of her firstborn daughter she could never be afraid, but the cameras, the politicians, the crowds. She is a woman of the kitchen, not a woman of the market. Do you understand? She understood the Armenian easily enough, if that's what he was asking, because he had caught on. He was speaking in simple language and separating his words a little so she would not get lost in the stream of conversation. She was grateful for this, but also embarrassed that it was so obvious she needed such help. What she did not understand was a fear of crowds that could keep a mother from coming to meet her daughter after 9 years. Petra knew that it was not the crowds or the cameras that Mother was afraid of. It was Petra herself, the lost 5-year-old who would never be 5 again, who had had her first period with the help of a fleet nurse, whose mother had never bent over her homework with her or taught her how to cook. No, wait. She had baked pies with her mother. She had helped roll out the dough. Thinking back, she could see that her mother had not actually let her do anything that mattered, but to Petra it had seemed that she was the one baking, that her mother trusted her. That turned her thoughts to the way Ender had coddled her at the end, pretending to trust her as before, but actually keeping control. And because that was an unbearable thought, Petra looked out the window of the flivver. Are we in the part of town where I used to play? Not yet, said Father, but nearly. Maralik is still not such a large town. It all seems new to me, said Petra. Oh, but it isn't. It never changes. Only the architecture. There are Armenians all over the world, but only because they were forced to leave to save their lives. By nature, Armenians stay at home. The hills are the womb, and we have no desire to be born. He chuckled at his joke. Had he always chuckled like that? It sounded to Petra less like amusement than like nervousness. Mother was not the only one afraid of her. At last the flivver reached home. and here at last she recognized where she was. It was small and shabby compared to what she had remembered, but in truth she had not even thought of the place in many years. It stopped haunting her dreams by the time she was 10. But now, coming home again, it all returned to her. The tears she had shed in those first weeks and months in ground school, and again when she left Earth and went up to battle school. This was what she had yearned for, and at last she was here again. She had it back. And she knew that she no longer needed it, no longer really wanted it. The nervous man in the car beside her was not the tall god who had led her through the streets of Maralik so proudly, and the woman waiting inside the house would not be the goddess from whom came warm food and a cool hand on her forehead when she was sick. But she had nowhere else to go. Her mother was standing at the window as Petra emerged from the flivver. Father palmed the scanner to accept the charges. Petra raised a hand and gave a small wave to her mother, a shy smile that quickly grew into a grin. Her mother smiled back and gave her own small wave in reply. Petra took her father's hand and walked with him to the house. The door opened as they approached. It was Stefan, her brother. She would not have known him from her memories of a 2-year-old, still creased with baby fat, and he, of course, did not know her at all. He beamed the way the children from the school group had beamed at her, thrilled to meet a celebrity, but not really aware of her as a person. He was her brother, though, and so she hugged him, and he hugged her back. "You're really Petra," he said. "You're really Stefan," she answered. Then she turned to her mother. She was still standing at the window looking out. "Mother?" The woman turned, tears streaking her cheeks. "I'm so glad to see you, Petra," she said. But she made no move to come to Petra, or even to reach out to her. "But you're still looking for the little girl who left 9 years ago," said Petra. Mother burst into tears, and now she reached out her arms, and Petra strode to her, to be enfolded in her embrace. "You're a woman now," said Mother. "I don't know you, but I love you." "I love you too, Mother," said Petra, and was pleased to realize that it was true. They had about an hour, the 4 of them, 5 once the baby woke up. Petra shunted aside their questions. "Oh, everything about me has already been published or broadcast. It's you that I want to hear about." And learned that her father was still editing textbooks and supervising translations, and her mother was still the shepherd of the neighborhood, watching out for everyone, bringing food when someone was sick, taking care of children while parents ran errands, and providing lunch for any child who showed up. "I remember once that Mother and I had lunch alone, just the 2 of us," Stefan joked. "We didn't know what to say, and there was so much food left over." "It was already that way when I was little," Petra said. "I remember being so proud of how the other kids loved my mother, and so jealous of the way she loved them." "Ah, never as much as I loved my own girl and boy," said Mother. "But I do love children," I admitted. "Every one of them is precious in the sight of God. Every one of them is welcome in my house." "Oh, I've known a few you wouldn't love," said Petra. "Well, maybe," said Mother, not wishing to argue, but plainly not believing that there could be such a child. The baby gurgled, and Mother lifted her shirt to tuck the baby to her breast. "Did I slurp so noisily?" asked Petra. "Not really," said Mother. "Oh, tell the truth," said Father. "She woke the neighbors." "So I was a glutton." "No, merely a barbarian," said Father. "No table manners." Petra decided to ask the delicate question boldly and have done with it. The baby was born only a month after the population restrictions were lifted. Father and Mother looked at each other, Mother with a beatific expression, Father with a wince. "Yes, well, we missed you. We wanted another little girl." "You would have lost your job," said Petra. "Not right away," said Father. "Armenian officials have always been a little slow about enforcing those laws," said Mother. "But eventually you could have lost everything." "No," said Mother. "When you left, we lost half of everything. Children are everything. The rest is nothing." Stefan laughed. "Except when I'm hungry. Food is something." "You're always hungry," said Father. "Food is always something," said Stefan. They laughed, but Petra could see that Stefan had had no illusions about what the birth of this child would have meant. "It's a good thing we won the war." "Better than losing it," said Stefan. "It's nice to have the baby and obey the law too," said Mother. "But you didn't get your little girl." "No," said Father. "We got our David." "We didn't need a little girl after all," said Mother. "We got you back." "Not really," thought Petra. "And not for long. 4 years, maybe fewer, and I'll be off to university. And you won't miss me by then because you'll know that I'm not the little girl you love. Just this bloody-handed veteran of a nasty military school that turned out to have real battles to fight." After the first hour, neighbors and cousins and friends from Father's work began dropping by, and it was not until after midnight that Father had to announce that tomorrow was not a national holiday and he needed to have some sleep before work. It took yet another hour to shoo everyone out of the house, and by then all Petra wanted was to curl up in bed and hide from the world for at least a week. But by the end of the next day, she knew she had to get out of the house. She didn't fit into the routines. Mother loved her, yes, but her life centered around the baby and the neighborhood, and while she kept trying to engage Petra in conversation, Petra could see that she was a distraction, that it would be a relief for Mother when Petra went to school during the day as Stefan did, returning only at the scheduled time. Petra understood, and that night announced that she wanted to register for school and begin class the next day. "Actually," said Father, "the people from the IF said that you could probably go right on to university." "I'm 14, said Petra, "and there are serious gaps in my education." "She never even heard of dog," said Stefan. "What?" said Father. "What dog?" "Dog," said Stefan. "The Zip Orchestra. You know." "Very famous group," said Mother. "If you heard them, you'd take the car in for major repairs." "Oh, that dog," said Father. "I hardly think that's the education Petra was talking about." "Actually, it is," said Petra. "It's like she's from another planet," said Stefan. "Last night I realized she never heard of anybody. I am from another planet, or, properly speaking, asteroid." "Of course," said Mother. "You need to join your generation." Petra smiled, but inwardly she winced. Her generation? Well, she had no generation, except the few thousand kids who had once been in battle school and now were scattered over the surface of the earth, trying to find out where they belonged in a world at peace. School would not be easy, Petra soon discovered. There were no courses in military history and military strategy. The mathematics was pathetic compared to what she had mastered in battle school, but with literature and grammar she was downright backward. Her knowledge of Armenian was indeed childish, and while she was fluent in the version of English spoken in battle school, including the slang that the kids used there, She had little knowledge of the rules of grammar and no understanding at all of the mixed Armenian and English slang that the kids used with each other at school. Everyone was very nice to her, of course. The most popular girls immediately took possession of her, and the teachers treated her like a celebrity. Petra allowed herself to be led around and shown everything, and studied the chatter of her new friends very carefully so she could learn the slang and hear how school English and Armenian were nuanced. She knew that soon enough the popular girls would tire of her, especially when they realized how bluntly outspoken Petra was, a trait that she had no intention of changing. Petra was quite used to the fact that people who cared about the social hierarchy usually ended up hating her, and, if they were wise, fearing her, since pretensions didn't last long in her presence. She would find her real friends over the next few weeks, if, in fact, there were any here who would value her for what she was. It didn't matter. All the friendships here, all the social concerns seemed so trivial to her. There was nothing at stake here, except each student's own social life and academic future, and what did that matter? Petra's previous schooling had all been conducted in the shadow of war, with the fate of humanity riding on the outcome of her studies and the quality of her skills. Now, what did it matter? She would read Armenian literature because she wanted to learn Armenian, not because she thought it actually mattered what some expatriate like Soroyan thought about the lives of children in a long-lost era of a far-off country. The only part of school that she truly loved was physical education. To have the sky over her head as she ran, to have the track lie flat before her, to be able to run and run for the sheer joy of it, and without a clock ticking out her allotted time for aerobic exercise. Such a luxury. She could not compete physically with most of the other girls. It would take time for her body to reconstruct itself for high gravity, for despite the great pains that the IF went to make sure that soldiers' bodies did not deteriorate too much during long months and years in space, nothing trained you for living on a planet's surface except living there. But Petra didn't care that she was one of the last to complete every race, that she couldn't leap even the lowest hurdle. It felt good simply to run freely, and her weakness gave her goals to meet. She would be competitive soon enough. That was one of the aspects of her innate personality that had taken her to battle school in the first place, that she had no particular interest in competition because she always started from the assumption that, if it mattered, she would find a way to win. And so she settled into her new life. Within weeks she was fluent in Armenian and had mastered the local slang. As she had expected, the popular girls dropped her in about the same amount of time, and a few weeks later, the brainy girls had cooled toward her as well. It was among the rebels and misfits that she found her friends, and soon she had a circle of confidants and co-conspirators that she called her Jish, battle school slang for close friends, a private army. Not that she was the commander or anything, but they were all loyal to each other and amused at the antics of the teachers and the other students. And when a school counselor called her in to tell her that the administration was growing concerned about the fact that Petra seemed to be associating with an antisocial element in the school, she knew that she was truly at home in Marlik. Then one day she came home from school to find the front door locked. She carried no house key. No one did in their neighborhood because no one locked up, or even in good weather closed their doors. She could hear the baby crying inside the house, so instead of making her mother come to the front door to let her in, she walked around back and came into the kitchen to find that her mother was tied to a chair, gagged, her eyes wide and frantic with fear. Before Petra had time to react, a hypo stick was slapped against her arm, and without ever seeing who had done it, she slipped into darkness.
Chapter 2. Bean. 2. Locke, Key Espinoza at polnet.gov. From Shamraj Nagar, Key at ifcom.gov. Re. Do not write to me again. Mr. Peter Wiggin, did you really think I would not have the resources to know who you are? You may be the author of the Locke proposal, giving you a reputation as a peacemaker, but you are also partly responsible for the world's present instability by your jingoist use of your sister's identity as Demosthenes. I have no illusions about your motives. It is outrageous of you to suggest that I jeopardize the neutrality of the international fleet in order to take control of children who have completed their military service with the IF. If you attempt to manipulate public opinion to force me to do so, I will expose your identity as both Locke and Demosthenes. I have changed my ID name and have informed our mutual friend that he is not to attempt to relay communication between you and me again. The only comfort you are entitled to take from my letter is this. The IF will not interfere with those trying to assert hegemony over other nations and peoples, not even you. Shamraj Nagar.
The disappearance of Petra Arkanian from her home in Armenia was worldwide news. The headlines were full of accusations hurled by Armenia against Turkey, Azerbaijan, and every other Turkish-speaking nation, and the stiff or fiery denials and counter-accusations that came in reply. There were the tearful interviews with her mother, the only witness, who was sure the kidnappers were Azerbaijani. "I know the language, I know the accent, and that's who took my little girl." Bean was with his family on the second day of their vacation at the beach on the island of Ithaca. But this was Petra, and he read the nets and watched the vids avidly, along with his brother Nikolai. They both reached the same conclusion right away. It wasn't any of the Turkish nations, Nikolai announced to their parents. That's obvious. Father, who had been working in government for many years, agreed. Real Turks would have made sure to speak only Russian. Or Armenian, said Nikolai. No Turk speaks Armenian, said Mother. She was right, of course, since real Turks would never deign to learn it, and those in Turkish countries who did speak Armenian were, by definition, not really Turks, and would never be trusted with a delicate assignment like kidnapping a military genius. So who was it? Said Father. Agents provocateurs trying to start a war? My bet is on the Armenian government, said Nikolai. Put her in charge of their military. Why kidnap her when they could employ her openly, asked Father. Taking her out of school openly, said Nikolai, would be an announcement of Armenia's military intentions. It might provoke preemptive actions by surrounding Turkey or Azerbaijan. There was superficial plausibility in what Nikolai was saying, but Bean knew better. He had already foreseen this possibility back when all the militarily gifted children were still in space. At that time, the main danger had come from the Polemarch, and Bean wrote an anonymous letter to a couple of opinion leaders on Earth, Locke and Demosthenes, urging them to get all the battle-schooled children back to Earth so they couldn't be seized or killed by the Polemarch's forces in the League War. The warning had worked, but now that the League War was over, too many governments had begun to think and act complacently, as if the world now had peace instead of a fragile ceasefire. Bean's original analysis still held. It was Russia that was behind the Polemarch's coup attempt in the League War, and it was likely to be Russia that was behind the kidnapping of Petra Arkanian. Still, he didn't have any hard evidence of this and knew of no way to get it. Now that he wasn't inside a fleet installation, he had no access to military computer systems. So he kept his skepticism to himself and made a joke out of it. I don't know, Nikolai, he said. Since staging this kidnapping is having an even more destabilizing effect, I'd have to say that if she was taken by our own government, it proves they really, really need her because it was a deeply dumb thing to do. If they're not dumb, said Father, who did it? Somebody who's ambitious to fight and win wars and smart enough to know they need a brilliant commander, said Bean. And either big enough or invisible enough or far enough away from Armenia not to care about the consequences of kidnapping her. In fact, I'll bet that whoever took her would be perfectly delighted if war broke out in the Caucasus. So you think it's some large and powerful nation close by? Asked Father. Of course, there was only one large and powerful nation close to Armenia. Could be, but there's no telling, said Bean. Anybody who needs a commander like Petra wants a world in turmoil. Enough turmoil, and anybody might emerge on top. Plenty of sides to play off against each other. And now that Bean had said it, he began to believe it. Just because Russia was the most aggressive nation before the League War didn't mean that other nations weren't going to get into the game. In a world in chaos, said Nikolai, the army with the best commander wins. If you want to find the kidnapper, look for the country that talks most about peace and conciliation, said Bean, playing with the idea and saying whatever came to mind. You're too cynical, said Nikolai. Some who talk about peace and conciliation merely want peace and conciliation. You watch. The nations that offer to arbitrate are the ones that think they should rule the world, and this is just one more move in the game. Father laughed. Don't read too much into that, he said. Most of the nations that are always offering to arbitrate are trying to recover lost status, not gain new power. France, America, Japan. They're always meddling just because they used to have the power to back it up, and they haven't caught on yet that they don't anymore. Bean smiled. You never know, do you, Papa? The very fact that you dismiss the possibility that they could be the kidnappers makes me regard them as all the more likely candidates. Nikolai laughed and agreed. That's the problem with having two battle school graduates in the house, said Father. You think because you understand military thinking that you understand political thinking, too. It's all maneuver and avoiding battle until you have overwhelming superiority, said Bean. But it's also about the will to power, said Father. And even if individuals in America and France and Japan have the will to power, the people don't. Their leaders will never get them moving. You have to look at nations on the make. Aggressive peoples who think they have a grievance, who think they're undervalued, belligerent, snappish. Whole nation of belligerent, snappish people? Asked Nikolai. Sounds like Athens, said Bean. A nation that takes that attitude toward other nations, said Father. Several self-consciously Islamic nations have the character to make such a play, but they'd never kidnap a Christian girl to lead their armies. They might kidnap her to prevent her own nation from using her, said Nikolai. Which brings us back to Armenia's neighbors. It's an interesting puzzle, said Bean, which we can figure out later after we get to wherever we're going. Father and Nikolai looked at him as if he were crazy. Going? Asked Father. It was Mother who understood. They're kidnapping battle school graduates. Not just that, but a member of Ender's team from the actual battles. And one of the best, said Bean. Father was skeptical. One incident doesn't make a pattern. Let's not wait to see who's next, said Mother. I'd rather feel silly later for overreacting than grieve because we dismissed the possibility. Give it a few days, said Father. It will all blow over. We've already given it 6 hours, said Bean. If the kidnappers are patient, they won't strike again for months. But if they're impatient, they're already in motion against all their other targets. For all we know, the only reason Nikolai and I aren't in the bag already is because we threw off their plans by going on vacation. Or else, said Nikolai, our being here on this island gives them the perfect opportunity. Father, said Mother, why don't you call for some protection? Father hesitated. Bean understood why. The political game was a delicate one, and anything Father did right now could have repercussions throughout his career. You won't be perceived as asking for special privileges for yourself, said Bean. Nikolai and I are a precious national resource. I believe the Prime Minister is on record as saying that several times. Letting Athens know where we are and suggesting they protect us and get us out of here is a good idea. Father got on the cell phone. He got only a system-busy response. That's it, said Bean. There's no way the phone system can be too busy here on Ithaca. We need a boat. An airplane, said Mother. A boat, said Nikolai. And not a rental. They're probably waiting for us to put ourselves in their hands so there won't be a struggle. Several of the nearby houses have boats, said Father. But we don't know these people. They know us, said Nikolai. Especially Bean. We are war heroes, you know. But any house around here could be the very one from which they're watching us, said Father. If they're watching us. We can't trust anybody. Let's get in our bathing suits, said Bean, and walk to the beach and then wander as far as we can before we cut inland and find somebody with a boat. Since no one had a better plan, they put it into action at once. Within 2 minutes, they were out the door, carrying no wallets or purses, though Father and Mother slipped a few identification papers and credit cards into their suits. Bean and Nikolai laughed and teased each other as usual, and Mother and Father held hands and talked quietly, smiling at their sons. As usual, no sign of alarm, nothing to cause anyone watching to spring into action. They were only about a quarter mile up the beach when they heard an explosion. Loud, as if it were close, and the shockwave made them stumble. Mother fell. Father helped her up as Bean and Nikolai looked back. Maybe it's not our house, said Nikolai. Let's not go back and check, said Bean. They began to jog up the beach, matching their speed to Mother, who was limping a little from having skinned one knee and twisted the other when she fell. Go on ahead, she said. Mother, said Nikolai, taking you is the same as taking us because we do whatever they wanted to get you back. They don't want to take us, said Bean. Petra they wanted to use. Me they want dead. No, said Mother. He's right, said Father. You don't blow up a house in order to kidnap the occupants. But we don't know it was our house, Mother insisted. Mother, said Bean, it's basic strategy. Any resource you can't get control of, you destroy so your enemy can't have it. What enemy? Mother said. Greece has no enemies. When somebody wants to rule the world, said Nikolai, eventually everyone is his enemy. I think we should run faster, said Mother. They did. As they ran, Bean thought through what Mother had said. Nikolai's answer was right, of course, but Bean couldn't help but wonder. Greece might have no enemies, but I have. Somewhere in this world, Achille is alive. Supposedly he's in custody, a prisoner because he is mentally ill, because he has murdered again and again. Graf promised that he would never be set free. But Graf was court-martialed. Exonerated, yes, but retired from the military. He's now Minister of Colonization, no longer in a position to keep his promise about Achille. And if there's one thing Achille wants, it's me, dead. Kidnapping Petra, that's something Achille would think of. And if he was in a position to cause that to happen, if some government or group was listening to him, then it would have been a simple enough matter for him to get the same people to kill Bean. Or would Achille insist on being there in person? Probably not. Achille was not a sadist. He killed with his own hands when he needed to, but would never put himself at risk. Killing from a distance would actually be preferable, using other hands to do his work. Who else would want Bean dead? Any other enemy would seek to capture him. His test scores from battle school were a matter of public record since Graf's trial. The military in every nation knew that he was the kid who in many ways had topped Ender himself. He would be the one most desired. He would also be the one most feared if he were on the other side in a war. Any of them might kill him if they knew they couldn't take him. But they would try to take him first. Only Achille would prefer his death. But he said nothing of this to his family. His fears about Achille would sound too paranoid. He wasn't sure whether he believed them himself. And yet, as he ran along the beach with his family, he grew more certain with every step that whoever had kidnapped Petra was in some way under Achille's influence. They heard the rotors of helicopters before they saw them, and Nikolai's reaction was instantaneous. "Inland, now!" he shouted. They scrambled for the nearest wooden stairway leading up the cliff from the beach. They were only halfway up before the choppers came into view. There was no point in trying to hide. One of the choppers set down on the beach below them, the other on the bluff above. "Down is easier than up," said Father. "And the choppers do have Greek military insignia." What Bean didn't point out, because everyone knew it, was that Greece was part of the new Warsaw Pact, and it was quite possible that Greek military craft might be acting under Russian command. In silence, they walked back down the stairs. Hope and despair and fear tugged at them by turns. The soldiers who spilled out of the chopper were wearing Greek army uniforms. "At least they're not trying to pretend they're Turks," said Nikolai. "But how would the Greek army know to come rescue us?" said Mother. "The explosion was only a few minutes ago." The answer came quickly enough once they got to the beach. A colonel that Father knew slightly came to meet them, saluting them. No, saluting Bean, with the respect due to a veteran of the Formic War. "I bring you greetings from General Thrakos," said the colonel. "He would have come himself, but there was no time to waste when the warning came." "Colonel Dekanos, we think our sons might be in danger," said Father. "We realized that the moment word came of the kidnapping of Petra Arkanian," said Dekanos. "But you weren't at home, and it took a few hours to find out where you were." "We heard an explosion," said Mother. "If you had been inside the house," said Dekanos, "you'd be as dead as the people in the surrounding houses. The army is securing the area. 15 choppers were sent up to search for you. We hoped. Or, if you were dead, the perpetrators. I have already reported to Athens that you are alive and well." "They were jamming the telephone," said Father. "Whoever did this has a very effective organization," said Dekanos. 9 other children, it turns out, were taken within hours of Petra Arkanian. "Who?" demanded Bean. "I don't know the names yet," said Dekanos. "Only the count." "Were any of the others simply killed?" asked Bean. "No," said Dekanos. "Not that I've heard, anyway." "Then why did they blow up our house?" Mother demanded. "If we knew why," said Dekanos, "we'd know who, and vice versa." They were belted into their seats. The chopper rose from the beach, but not very high. By now the other choppers were ranged around them and above them. Flying escort. "Ground troops are continuing the search for the perpetrators," said Dekanos. "But your survival is our highest priority." "We appreciate that," said Mother. But Bean was not all that appreciative. The Greek military would, of course, put them in hiding and protect them carefully. But no matter what they did, the one thing they could not do was conceal the knowledge of his location from the Greek government itself. And the Greek government had been part of the Russia-dominated Warsaw Pact for generations now, since before the Formic War. Therefore, Achille, if it was Russia he worked for, would be able to find out where they were. Bean knew that it was not enough for him to be in protection. He had to be in true concealment, where no government could find him, where no one but himself would know who he was. The trouble was, he was not only still a child, he was a famous child. Between his youth and his celebrity, it would be almost impossible for him to move unnoticed through the world. He would have to have help. So for the time being, he had to remain in military custody and simply hope that it would take him less time to get away than it would take Achille to get to him. If it was Achille.
Chapter 3, Message in a Bottle. 2. Carlotta, he, Agape, at Vatican.net/orders/sisters/IND. From Graf, he, pilgrimage at colmin.gov. Danger. I have no idea where you are, and that's good, because I believe you are in grave danger, and the harder it is to find you, the better. Since I'm no longer with the IF, I'm not kept abreast of things there, but the news is full of the kidnapping of most of the children who served with Ender in command school. That could have been done by anybody. There is no shortage of nations or groups that might conceive or carry out such a project. What you may not know is that there was no attempt to kidnap one of them. From a friend of mine, I have learned that the beach house in Ithaca, where Bean and his family were vacationing, was simply blown up, with so much force that the neighboring houses were also flattened and everybody in them killed. Bean and his family had already escaped and are under the protection of the Greek military. Supposedly this is a secret in hopes that the assassins will think they succeeded, but in fact, like most governments, Greece leaks like a colander, and the assassins probably already know more than I do about where Bean is. There is only one person on Earth who would prefer Bean dead. That means that the people who got Achille out of that mental hospital are not just using him. He is making, or at least influencing, their decisions to fit his private agenda. The danger to you is grave. The danger to Bean, more so. He must go into deep hiding, and he cannot go alone. To save his life and yours, the only thing I can think of is to get both of you off planet. We are within months of launching our first colony ships. If I am the only one to know your real identities, we can keep you safe until launch. But we must get Bean out of Greece as quickly as possible. Are you with me? Do not tell me where you are. We will work out how to meet.
How stupid did they think she was? It took Petra only about a half an hour to realize that these people weren't Turkish. Not that she was some kind of expert on language, but they'd been babbling along, and every now and then out would pop a word in Russian. She didn't understand Russian either, except for a few loan words in Armenian, and Azerbaijani had loan words like that too. But the thing is, when you say a Russian loan word in Armenian, you give it an Armenian pronunciation. These clowns would switch to an easy, native-sounding Russian accent when they hit those words. She would have to have been a gibbon in the slow learner class not to realize that the Turkish pose was just that, a pose. So when she decided she'd learned all she could with her eyes closed, listening, she spoke up in Fleet Common. "Aren't we across the Caucasus yet? When do I get to pee?" Someone said an expletive. "No, pee," she answered. She opened her eyes and blinked. She was on the floor of some ground vehicle. She started to sit up. A man pushed her back down with his foot. "Oh, that's clever. Keep me out of sight as we coast along the tarmac. But how will you get me into the airplane without anyone seeing? You want me to come out walking and acting normal so nobody gets all excited, right?" "You'll act that way when we tell you to, or we'll kill you," said the man with the heavy foot. "If you had the authority to kill me, I'd be dead back in Maralik." She started to rise again. Again, the foot pushed her back down. "Listen carefully," she said. "I've been kidnapped because somebody wants me to plan a war for them. That means I'm going to be meeting with the top brass. They're not stupid enough to think they'll get anything decent from me without my willing cooperation. That's why they wouldn't let you kill my mother. So, when I tell them that I won't do anything for them until I have your balls in a paper bag, how long do you think it will take them to decide what's more important to them? My brain or your balls?" "We do have the authority to kill you." It took her only moments to decide why such authority might have been given to morons like these. "Only if I'm in imminent danger of being rescued. Then they'd rather have me dead than let somebody else get the use of me. Let's see you make a case for that here on the runway at the Guniri airport." A different rude word this time. Somebody spurted out a sentence of Russian. She caught the gist of it from the intonation and the bitter laughter afterward. "They warned you she was a genius." Genius, hell. If she was so smart, why hadn't she anticipated the possibility that somebody would make a grab for the kids who won the war? And it had to be the kids, not just her, because she was too far down the list for somebody outside Armenia to make her their only choice. When the front door was locked, she should have run for the cops instead of puttering around to the back door. And that was another stupid thing they did, locking the front door. In Russia, you had to lock your doors. They probably thought that was normal. They should have done better research. Not that it helped her now, of course. Except that she knew they weren't all that careful, and they weren't all that bright. Anybody can kidnap someone who's taking no precaution. So Russia makes her play for world domination. Is that it? She asked. Shut up, said the man in the seat in front of her. I don't speak Russian, you know, and I won't learn. You don't have to, said a woman. Isn't that ironic? Said Petra. Russia plans to take over the world, but they have to speak English to do it. The foot on her belly pressed down harder. Remember your balls in a bag, she said. A moment, and then the foot let up. She sat up, and this time no one pushed her down. Untape me so I can get myself up on the seat. Come on, my arms hurt in this position. Haven't you learned anything since the days of the KGB? Unconscious people don't have to have their circulation cut off. 14-year-old Armenian girls can probably be overpowered quite easily by big, strong Russian goons. By now, the tape was off, and she was sitting beside Heavyfoot and a guy who never looked at her, just kept watching out the left window, then the right, then the left again. So this is Generi Airport? What? You don't recognize it? I've never been here before. When would I? I've only taken 2 airplane trips in my life, one out of Yerevan when I was 5, and the other coming back 9 years later. She knew it was Generi because it's the closest airport that doesn't fly commercial jets, said the woman. She spoke without any tone in her voice. Not contempt, not deference, just flat. Whose bright idea was this? Because captive generals don't strategize all that well. First, why in the world do you think anyone would tell us? Said the woman. Second, why don't you shut up and find things out when they matter? Because I'm a cheerful, talkative extrovert who likes to make friends, said Petra. You're a bossy, nosy introvert who likes to piss people off, said the woman. Oh, you actually did some research. No, just observation. So she did have a sense of humor. Maybe. You'd better just pray you can get over the Caucasus before you have to answer to the Armenian Air Force. Heavyfoot made a derisory noise, proving that he didn't recognize irony when he heard it. Of course, you'll probably have only a small plane and will probably fly out over the Black Sea, which means that IF satellites will know exactly where I am. You're not IF personnel anymore, said the woman. Meaning they don't care what happens to you, said Heavyfoot. By now they had pulled to a stop beside a small plane. A jet? I'm impressed, said Petra. Does it have any weaponry? Or is it just wired with explosives so that if the Armenian Air Force does start to force you down, you can blow me up and the whole plane with me? Do we have to tie you again? Asked the woman. That would look really good to the people in the control tower. Get her out, said the woman. Stupidly, the men on both sides of her opened their doors and got out, leaving her a choice of exits. So she chose Heavyfoot because she knew he was stupid, whereas the other man was anyone's guess. And yes, he truly was stupid, because he held her by only one arm as he used the other hand to close the door. So she lurched to one side as if she had stumbled, drawing him off balance, and then, still using his grip to support her weight, she did a double kick, one in the groin and one in the knee. She landed solidly both times, and he let go of her very nicely before falling to the ground, riding, one hand clutching his crotch and the other trying to slide his kneecap back around to the front of his knee. Did they think she'd forgotten all her hand-to-hand unarmed combat training? Hadn't she warned him that she'd have his balls in a bag? She made a good run for it, and she was feeling pretty good about how much speed she had picked up during her months of running at school, until she realized that they weren't following her, and that meant they knew they didn't have to. No sooner had she noticed this than she felt something sharp pierce the skin over her right shoulder blade. She had time to slow down, but not to stop, before she collapsed into unconsciousness again. This time they kept her drugged until they reached their destination, and since she never saw any scenery except the walls of what seemed to be an underground bunker, she had no guesses about where they might have taken her. Somewhere in Russia, that's all. And from the soreness of the bruises on her arms and legs and neck, and the scrapes on her knees and palms and nose, she guessed that they hadn't been too careful with her. The price she paid for being a bossy, nosy introvert. Or maybe it was the part about pissing people off. She lay on her bunk until the doctor came in and treated her scrapes with a special no-anesthetic blend of alcohol and acid, or so it seemed. Was that just in case it didn't hurt enough? She asked. The doctor didn't answer. Apparently they had warned the woman what happened to those who spoke to her. The guy I kicked in the balls, did they have to amputate them? Still no answer. Not even a trace of amusement. Could this possibly be the one educated person in Russia who didn't speak common? Meals were brought to her, lights went on and off, but no one came to speak to her, and she was not allowed out of her room. She heard nothing through the heavy doors, and it became clear that her punishment for her misbehavior on the trip was going to be solitary confinement for a while. She resolved not to beg for mercy. Indeed, once it became clear to her that she was in isolation, she accepted it and isolated herself still further, neither speaking nor responding to the people who came and went. They never tried to speak to her either, so the silence of her world was complete. They did not understand how self-contained she was, how her mind could show her more than mere reality ever could. She could recall memories by the sheath, by the bale, whole conversations, and then new versions of those conversations in which she was actually able to say the clever things that she only really thought of later. She could even relive every moment of the battles on Eros, especially the battle where she fell asleep in the middle. How tired she was, how she struggled frantically to stay awake, how she could feel her mind being so sluggish that she began to forget where she was and why, and even who she was. To escape from this endlessly repeating scene, she tried to think of other things. Her parents, her little brother. She could remember everything they had said and done since she returned, but after a while, the only memories that mattered to her were the early ones from before battle school. Memories she had suppressed for 9 years, as best she could. All the promises of the family life that was lost to her. The goodbye when her mother wept and let her go. Her father's hand as he led her to the car. That hand had always meant that she was safe before. But this time, that hand led her to a place where she never felt safe again. She knew she had chosen to go, but she was only a child, and she knew that this was what was expected of her. That she should not succumb to the temptation to run to her weeping mother and cling to her and say, "No, I won't do it. Let someone else become a soldier. I want to stay here and bake with Mama and play mother to my own little dolls. Not go off into space where I can learn how to kill strange and terrible creatures. Oh, and by the way, humans as well, who trusted me." And then I fell asleep. Being alone with her memories was not all that happy for her. She tried fasting, simply ignoring the food they brought her, the liquids too, nothing by mouth. She expected someone to speak to her then, to cajole. know. The doctor came in, slapped an injection into her arm, and when she woke up, her hand was sore where the IV had been, and she realized that there was no point in refusing to eat. She hadn't thought to keep a calendar at first, but after the IV, she did keep a calendar on her own body, pressing a fingernail into her wrist until it bled. 7 days on the left wrist, then switched to the right, and all she had to remember in her head was the number of weeks. Except she didn't bother going for 3. She realized that they were going to outweight her because, after all, they had the others they had kidnapped, and no doubt some of them were cooperating. So it was perfectly all right with them if she stayed in her cell and got farther and farther behind, so that when she finally did emerge, she'd be the worst of them at whatever it was they were doing. Fine. What did she care? She was never going to help them anyway. But if she was to have any chance to get free of these people in this place, she had to be out of this room and into a place where she could earn enough trust to be able to get free. Trust. They'd expect her to lie. They'd expect her to plot. Therefore, she had to be as convincing as possible. Her long time in solitary was a help, of course. Everyone knew that isolation caused untold mental pressures. Another thing that helped was that it was undoubtedly known to them by now, from the other children, that she was the first one who broke under pressure during the battles on Eros. So they would be predisposed to believe a breakdown now. She began to cry. It wasn't hard. There were plenty of real tears pent up in her. But she shaped those emotions, making it into a whimpering cry that went on and on and on. Her nose filled with mucus, but she did not blow it. Her eyes streamed with tears, but she did not wipe them. Her pillow got soaked with tears and covered with snot, but she did not evade the wet place. Instead, she rolled her hair right through it as she turned over, did it again and again until her hair was matted with mucus and her face stiff with it. She made sure her crying did not get more desperate. Let no one think she was trying to get attention. She toyed with the idea of falling silent when anyone came into the room, but decided against it. She figured it would be more convincing to be oblivious to other people's coming and going. It worked. Someone came in after a day of this and slapped her with another injection. And this time, when she woke up, she was in a hospital bed with a window that showed a cloudless northern sky. And sitting by her bed was Dink Meeker. "Ho, Dink," she said. "Ho, Petra. You pasted these conchos over real good." "One does what one can for the cause," she said. "Who else?" "You're the last one to come out of solitary. They got the whole team from Eros, Petra. Except Ender, of course. And Bean." "He's not in solitary?" "No. They didn't keep it a secret who was still in the box. We thought you made a pretty fine showing." "Who was the second longest?" Nobody cares. We were all out in the first week. You lasted 5. So it had been 2.5 weeks before she started her calendar. "Because I'm the stupid one." "Stubborn is the right word." "Know where we are?" "Russia." "I meant where in Russia?" "Far from any borders, they assure us." "What are our resources?" "Very thick walls, no tools, constant observation. They weigh our bodily waste. I'm not kidding." "What have they got us doing?" Like a really dumbed-down battle school. We put up with it for a long time till Fly Molo finally gave up, and when one of the teachers was quoting one of von Clausewitz's stupider generalizations, Fly continued the quotation, sentence after sentence, paragraph after paragraph, and the rest of us joined in as best we could. I mean, nobody has a memory like Fly, but we do okay. And they finally got the idea that we could teach the stupid class to them. So now it's just war games. Again? You think they're going to spring it on us later that the games are real? No, this is just planning stuff. Strategy for a war between Russia and Turkmenistan. Russia and an alliance between Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, and Turkey. War with the United States and Canada. War with the old NATO alliance, except Germany. War with Germany, on and on. China, India. Really stupid stuff, too, like between Brazil and Peru, which makes no sense, but maybe they were testing our compliance or something. All this in 5 weeks? 3 weeks of Kuzo classes and then 2 weeks of war games. When we finish our plan, see, they run it on the computer to show us how it went. Someday they're going to catch on that the only way to do this that isn't a waste of time is to have one of us making the plan for the opponent as well. My guess is you just told them. I told them before, but they're hard to persuade. Typical military types. Makes you understand why the whole concept of battle school was developed in the first place. If the war had been up to adults, there'd be buggers at every breakfast table in the world by now. But they are listening? I think they record it all and play it back at slow speeds to see if we're passing messages subvocally. Petra smiled. So, why did you finally decide to cooperate? He asked. She shrugged. I don't think I decided. Hey, they don't pull you out of the room until you express real sincere interest in being a good, compliant little kid. She shook her head. I don't think I did that. Yeah, well, whatever you did. You were the last of Ender's Geesh to break, kid. A short buzzer sounded. Time's up, said Dink. He got up, leaned over, kissed her brow, and left the room. 6 weeks later, Petra was actually enjoying the life. By complying with the kids' demands, their captors had finally come up with some decent equipment. Software that allowed them very realistic head-to-head strategic and tactical wargaming. Access to the net so they could do decent research into terrains and capabilities, so their wargaming had some realism, though they knew every message they sent was censored because of the number of messages that were rejected for one obscure reason or another. They enjoyed each other's company, exercised together, and by all appearances seemed to be completely happy and compliant Russian commanders. Yet Petra knew, as they all knew, that every one of them was faking, holding back, making dumb mistakes which, if they were made in combat, would lead to gaps that a clever enemy could exploit. Maybe their captors realized this, and maybe they didn't. At least it made them feel better, though they never spoke of it. But since they were all doing it and cooperating by not exposing those weaknesses by exploiting them in the games, they could only assume that everyone felt the same about it. They chatted comfortably about a lot of things. Their disdain for their captors, memories of ground school, battle school, command school, and of course, Ender. He was out of the reach of these bastards, so they made sure to mention him a lot, to talk about how the IF was bound to use him to counter all these foolish plans the Russians were making. They knew they were blowing smoke, that the IF wouldn't do anything. They even said so. But still, Ender was there, the ultimate trump card. Till the day one of the erstwhile teachers told them that a colony ship had gone with Ender and his sister Valentine aboard. I didn't even know he had a sister, said Hot Soup. No one said anything, but they all knew that this was impossible. They had all known Ender had a sister, but whatever Hot Soup was doing, they'd play along and see what the game was. No matter what they tell us, one thing we know, said Hot Soup. Wiggin is still with us. Again, They weren't sure what he meant by this. After the briefest pause, though, Shen clapped his hand to his chest and cried out, "In our hearts forever." "Yes," said Hot Soup. "Ender is in our heart." Just the tiniest extra emphasis on the name Ender. But he had said Wigan before. And before that, he had called attention to the fact that they all knew Ender had a sister. Well, they also knew that Ender had a brother. Back on Eros, while Ender was in bed recovering from his breakdown after finding out the battles had been real, Mazer Rakan had told them some things about Ender, and Bean had told them more as they were trapped together while the League War played itself out. They had listened as Bean expounded on what Ender's brother and sister meant to him, that the reason Ender had been born at all during the days of the two-child law was because his brother and sister were so brilliant, but the brother was too dangerously aggressive and the sister too passively compliant. How Bean knew all this, he wouldn't tell, but the information was indelibly planted in their memories, tied as it was with those tense days after their victory over the Formics and before the defeat of the Polomark in his attempt to take over the IF. So when Hot Soup said, "Wigan is still with us," he had not been referring to Ender or Valentine, because they most assuredly were not with us. Peter, that was the brother's name, Peter Wigan. Hot Soup was telling them that he was one whose mind was perhaps as brilliant as Ender's, and he was still on Earth. Maybe, if they could somehow contact him on the outside, he would ally himself with his brother's battle companions. Maybe he could find a way to get them free. The game now was to find some way to communicate with him. Sending email would be pointless. The last thing they needed to do was have their captors see a bunch of email addressed to every possible variant of Peter Wigan's name at every single mail net that they could think of. And sure enough, by that evening, Eli was telling them some tall tale about a genie in a bottle that had washed up on the shore. Everyone listened with feigned interest, but they knew the real story had been stated right at the beginning when Eli said, "The fisherman thought maybe the bottle had a message from some castaway, but when he popped the cork, a cloud of smoke came out and they got it." What they had to do was send a message in a bottle, a message that would go indiscriminately to everyone, everywhere, but which could only be understood by Ender's brother, Peter. But as she thought about it, Petra realized that with all these other brilliant brains working to reach Peter Wigan, she might as well work on an alternative plan. Peter Wigan was not the only one outside who might help them. There was Bean. And while Bean was almost certainly in hiding, so that he would have far less freedom of action than Peter Wigan, that didn't mean they couldn't still find him. She thought about it for a week in every spare moment, rejecting idea after idea. Then she thought of one that might get past the censors. She worked out the text of her message very carefully in her head, making sure that it was phrased and worded exactly right. Then, with that memorized, she figured the binary code of each letter in standard 2-byte format and memorized that. Then she started the really hard stuff, all done in her head, so nothing was ever committed to paper or typed into the computer, where a keystroke monitor could report to their captors whatever she wrote. In the meantime, she found a complex black and white drawing of a dragon on a net site somewhere in Japan and saved it as a small file. When she finally had the message fully encoded in her mind, it took only a few minutes of fiddling with the drawing, and she was done. She added it as part of her signature on every letter she sent. She spent so little time on it that she did not think it would look to her captors like anything more than a harmless whim. If they asked, she could say she added the picture in memory of Ender's dragon army in battle school. Of course, it wasn't just a picture of a dragon anymore. Now there was a little poem under it. Share this dragon. If you do, lucky end for them and you. She would tell them if they asked that the words were just an ironic joke. If they didn't believe her, they would strip off the picture and she'd have to find another way. She sent it on every letter from then on, including to the other kids. She got it back from them on messages after that, so they had picked up on what she was doing and were helping. Whether their captors were actually letting it leave the building or not, she had no way of knowing, at first. Finally, though, she started getting it back on messages from outside. A single glance told her that she had succeeded. Her coded message was still embedded in the picture. It hadn't been stripped out. Now it was just a question of whether Bean would see it and look at it closely enough to realize that there was a mystery to solve.
Chapter 4. Custody. 2. Graph key pilgrimage at colmin.gov. From Chamrajnagar key Jawaharlal at ifcom.gov. Quandary. You know better than anyone how vital it is to maintain the independence of the fleet from the machinations of politicians. That was my reason for rejecting Locke's suggestion. But in the event I was wrong. Nothing jeopardizes fleet independence more than the prospect of one nation becoming dominant, especially if, as seems likely, the particular nation is one that has already shown a disposition to take over the IF and use it for nationalist purposes. I'm afraid I was rather harsh with Locke. I dare not write him directly because while Locke would be reliable, one can never know what Demosthenes would do with an official letter of apology from the Polemarch. Therefore, please arrange for him to be notified that my threat is rescinded, and I wish him well. I do learn from my mistakes. Since one of Wiggins' companions remains outside the control of the aggressor, prudence dictates that young Delphiki be protected. Since you are Earthside and I am not, I give you brevet command over an IFM contingent and any other resources you need. Orders forthcoming through level 6 back channels, of course. I give you specific instructions not to tell me or anyone else of the steps you have taken to protect Delphiki or his family. There is to be no record in the IF system or that of any government. By the way, trust no one in the Hegemony. I always knew they were a nest of careerists, but recent experience shows that the careerist is now being replaced by worse. The ideologue rampant. Act swiftly. It appears that we are either on the verge of a new war, or the League War never quite ended after all.
How many days can you stay closed in, surrounded by guards, before you start to feel like a prisoner? Bean never felt claustrophobic in battle school. Not even on Eros, where the low ceilings of the buggers' tunnels teetered over them like a car slipping off its jack. Not like this, closed up with his family, pacing the 4-room apartment. Well, not actually pacing it. He just felt like pacing it and instead sat still, controlling himself, trying to think of some way to get control of his own life. Being under someone else's protection was bad enough. He had never liked that, though it had happened before. When Poke protected him on the streets of Rotterdam, and then when Sister Carlotta saved him from certain death by taking him in and sending him to battle school. But both those times there were things he could do to make sure everything went right. This was different. He knew something was going to go wrong, and there was nothing he could do about it. The soldiers guarding this apartment surrounding the building, they were all good, loyal men. Bean had no reason to doubt that. They weren't going to betray him. Probably. And the bureaucracy that was keeping his location a secret? No doubt it would just be an honest oversight, not a conscious betrayal that would give his address to his enemies. And in the meantime, Bean could only wait, pinned down by his protectors. They were the web holding him in place for the spider. And there wasn't a thing he could say to change the situation. If Greece were fighting a war, they'd set Bean and Nikolai to work, making plans, charting strategies. But when it came to a matter of security, they were just children, to be protected and taken care of. It would do no good for Bean to explain that his best protection was to get out of here, get off completely on his own, make a life for himself on the streets of some city where he could be nameless and faceless and lost and safe. Because they looked at him and saw nothing but a little kid. And who listens to little kids? Little kids have to be taken care of by adults who don't have it in their power to keep those little kids safe. He wanted to throw something through the window and jump down after it. Instead, he sat still. He read books. He signed onto the nets using one of his many names and cruised around, looking for whatever dribbles of information oozed through the military security systems of every nation, hoping for something to tell him where Petra and Fly Molo and Vlad and Dumper were being held. Some country that was showing signs of a little more cockiness because they thought they had the winning hand now. Or a country that was acting more cautious and methodical because finally somebody with a brain was running their strategy. But it was pointless because he knew he wasn't going to find it this way. The real information never got onto the net until it was too late to do anything about it. Somebody knew. The facts he needed to find his way to his friends were available in a dozen sites. He knew that. Knew it. Because that's the way it always was. The historians would find it and wonder for 1,000 pages at a time. Why didn't anybody notice? Why didn't anybody put it together? Because the people who had the information were too dim to know what they had. And the people who could have understood it were locked in an apartment in an abandoned resort that even tourists didn't want to come to anymore. The worst thing was that even mother and father were getting on his nerves. After a childhood with no parents, the best thing that had ever happened to him was when Sister Carlotta's research found his biological parents. The war ended, and when all the other kids got to go home to their families, Bean wasn't left over. He got to go home to his family, too. He had no childhood memories of them, of course, but Nikolai had, and Nikolai let Bean borrow them, as if they were his own. They were good people, his mother and his father. They never made him feel as if he were an intruder, a stranger, even a visitor. It was as if he had always belonged with them. They liked him. They loved him. It was a strange, exhilarating feeling to be with people who didn't want anything from you, except your happiness, who were glad just to have you around. But when you're already going crazy from confinement, it doesn't matter how much you like somebody, how much you love them, how grateful you are for their kindness to you. They will make you nuts. Everything they do grates on you like a bad song that won't get out of your head. You just want to scream at them to shut up. But you don't because you love them and you know that you're probably driving them crazy too. And as long as there's no hope of release, you've got to keep things calm. And then finally, there comes a knock on the door, and you open it up, and you realize that something different is finally going to happen. It was Colonel Graff and Sister Carlotta at the door. Graff in a suit now, and Sister Carlotta in an extravagant auburn wig that made her look really stupid, but also kind of pretty. The whole family recognized them at once, except that Nikolai had never met Sister Carlotta. But when Bean and his family got up to greet them, Graff held up a hand to stop them, and Carlotta put her finger to her lips. They came inside and closed the door after them and beckoned the family to gather in the bathroom. It was a tight fit, 6 of them in there. Father and Mother ended up standing in the shower while Graf hung a tiny machine from the overhead light. Once it was in place and the red light began blinking, Graf spoke softly. "Hi," he said. "We came to get you out of this place." "Why all the precautions in here?" asked Father. "Because part of the security system here is to listen in on everything said in this apartment." "To protect us? They spy on us?" asked Mother. "Of course they do," said Father. "Since anything we say here might leak into the system," said Graf, "and would most certainly leak right back out of the system, I brought this little machine which hears every sound we make and produces counter sounds that nullify them, so we pretty much can't be heard." "Pretty much?" asked Bean. "That's why we won't go into any detail," said Graf. "I'll tell you only this much. I'm the Minister of Colonization, and we have a ship that leaves in a few months. Just time enough to get you off Earth, up to the ISL, and over to Eros for the launch." But even as he said it, he was shaking his head, and Sister Carlotta was grinning and shaking her head, too, so that they would know that this was all a lie. A cover story. "Bean and I have been in space before, Mother," said Nikolai, playing along. "It's not so bad." "It's what we fought the war for," Bean chimed in. "The Formics wanted Earth because it was just like the worlds they already lived on. Now that they're gone, we get their worlds, which should be good for us. It's only fair, don't you think?" Of course their parents both understood what was happening, but Bean knew Mother well enough by now that he wasn't surprised that she had to ask a completely useless and dangerous question just to be sure. "But we're not really," she began. Then Father's hand gently covered her mouth. "It's the only way to keep us safe," Father said. "Once we're going at light speed, it'll seem like a couple of years to us, while decades pass on Earth. By the time we reach the other planet, everybody who wants us dead will be dead themselves." "Like Joseph and Mary taking Jesus into Egypt," said Mother. "Exactly," said Father. "Except they got to go back to Nazareth." "If Earth destroys itself in some stupid war," said Father, "it won't matter to us anymore, because we'll be part of a new world. Be happy about this, Elena. It means we can stay together." Then he kissed her. "Time to go, Mr. and Mrs. Delphiki. Bring the boys, please." Graf reached up and yanked the damper from the ceiling light. The soldiers who waited for them in the hall wore the uniform of the IF. Not a Greek uniform was in sight, and these young men were armed to the teeth. As they walked briskly to the stairs, no elevators, no doors that might suddenly open to leave them trapped in a box for an enemy to toss in a grenade or a few thousand projectiles. Bean watched the way the soldier in the lead watched everything, checked every corner, the light under every door in the hall so that nothing could surprise him. Bean also saw how the man's body moved inside his clothes, with a kind of contained strength that made his clothes seem like Kleenex. He could rip through the fabric just by tugging at it a little, because nothing could hold him in except his own self-control. It was like his sweat was pure testosterone. This was what a man was supposed to be. This was a soldier. "I was never a soldier," thought Bean. He tried to imagine himself the way he had been in battle school, strapping on cut-down flash suit pieces that never fit him right. He always looked like somebody's pet monkey dressed up as a human for the joke of it, like a toddler who got clothes out of his big brother's dresser. The man in front of him, that's what Bean wanted to be when he grew up. But try as he might, he could never imagine himself actually being big. No, not even being full size. He would always be looking up at the world. He might be male, he might be human, or at least human-esque, but he would never be manly. No one would ever look at him and say, "Now that's a man." Then again, this soldier had never given orders that changed the course of history. Looking great in a uniform wasn't the only way to earn your place in the world. Down the stairs, 3 flights, and then a pause for just a moment well back from the emergency exit while 2 of the soldiers came out and watched for the signal from the men in the IF chopper waiting 30 meters away. The signal came. Graf and Sister Carlotta led the way, still at a brisk walk. They looked neither left nor right, just focused on the helicopter. They got in, sat down, buckled up, and the chopper tilted and rose from the grass and flew low out over the water. Mother was all for demanding to know the real plan, but again Graf cut off all discussion with a cheerful bellow of, "Let's wait to discuss this until we can do it without shouting." Mother didn't like it. None of them did. But there was Sister Carlotta smiling her best nun smile, like a sort of virgin in training. How could they help but trust her? 5 minutes in the air, and then they sat down on the deck of a submarine. It was a big one with the stars and stripes of the United States, and it occurred to Bean that since they didn't know what country had kidnapped the other kids, how could they be sure they weren't just walking into the hands of their enemies? But once they got down inside the ship, they could see that while the crew was in U.S. uniforms, the only people carrying weapons were the IF soldiers who had brought them and a half dozen more who had been waiting for them with the sub. Since power came from the barrel of a gun, and the only guns on the ship were under Graf's command, Bean's mind was eased a little. "If you try to tell us that we can't talk here," Mother began. But to her consternation, Graf again held up a hand, and Sister Carlotta again made a shushing gesture as Graf beckoned them to follow their lead soldier through the narrow corridors of the sub. Finally, the 6 of them were packed once more into a tiny space, this time the executive officer's cabin, and once again they waited while Graf hung his noise damper and turned it on. When the lights started blinking, Mother was the first to speak. "I'm trying to figure out how we can tell we aren't being kidnapped just like the others," she said dryly. "You got it," said Graf. "They were all taken by a group of terrorist nuns, aided by fat old bureaucrats." "He's joking," said Father, trying to soothe Mother's immediate wrath. "I know he's joking. I just don't think it's funny. After all we've been through, and then we're supposed to go along without a word, without a question, just trusting." "Sorry," said Graf, "but you were already trusting the Greek government back where you were. You've got to trust somebody, so why not us? At least the Greek army explained things to us and pretended we had a right to make some decisions," said Mother. "They didn't explain things to me and Nikolai," Bean wanted to say. "Come, children, no bickering," said Sister Carlotta. "The plan is very simple. The Greek army continues to guard that apartment building as if you were still inside it, taking meals in and doing laundry. This fools no one, probably, but it makes the Greek government feel like they're part of the program. In the meantime, 4 passengers answering your description but flying under assumed names are taken to Eros, where they embark on the first colony ship, and only then, when the ship is launched, is an announcement made that for their protection, the Delphiki family have opted for permanent immigration and a new life in a new world." "And where are we really?" asked Father. "I don't know," said Graf very simply. "And neither do I," said Sister Carlotta. Bean's family looked at them in disbelief. "I guess that means we won't be staying in the sub," said Nikolai, "because then you'd absolutely know where we are." "It's a double blind," said Bean. "They're splitting us up. I'll go one way, he'll go another." "Absolutely not," said Father. "We've had enough of a divided family," said Mother. "It's the only way," said Bean. "I knew it already. I want it that way." "You want to leave us?" said Mother. "It's me they want to kill," said Bean. "We don't know that," said Mother. "But we're pretty sure," said Bean. "If I'm not with you, then even if you're found, they'll probably leave you alone." "And if we're divided," said Nikolai, "it changes the profile of what they're looking for. Not a mother and father and 2 boys. Now it's a mother and father and 1 boy. And a grandma and her grandchild." Nikolai grinned at Sister Carlotta. "I was rather hoping to be taken for an aunt," she said. "You talk as if you already know the plan," said Mother. "It was obvious," said Nikolai, "from the moment they told us the cover story in the bathroom. Why else would Colonel Graf bring Sister Carlotta? It wasn't obvious to me, said Mother. Or to me, said Father. But that's what happens when your sons are both brilliant military minds. How long? Mother demanded. When will it end? When do we get to have Bean back with us? I don't know, said Graf. He can't know, Mother, said Bean. Not until we know who did the kidnappings and why. When we know what the threat actually is, then we can judge when we've taken sufficient countermeasures to make it safe for us to come partway out of hiding. Mother suddenly burst into tears. And you want this, Julian? Bean put his arms around her. Not because he felt any personal need to do it, but because he knew she needed that gesture from him. Living with a family for a year had not given him the full complement of normal human emotional responses, but at least it had made him more aware of what they ought to be. And he did have one normal reaction. He felt a little guilty that he could only fake what Mother needed instead of having it come from the heart. But such gestures never came from the heart for Bean. It was a language he had learned too late for it to come naturally to him. He would always speak the language of the heart with an awkward foreign accent. The truth was that even though he loved his family, he was eager to get to a place where he could get to work, making the contacts he needed to get the information that would let him find his friends. Except for Ender, he was the only one from Ender's Geesh that was outside and free. They needed him, and he'd wasted enough time already. So he held his mother, and she clung to him, and she shed many tears. He also embraced his father, but more briefly, and he and Nikolai only punched each other's arms. All foreign gestures to Bean, but they knew he meant to mean them, and took them as if they were real. The sub was fast. They weren't very long at sea before they reached a crowded port. Salonika, Bean assumed, though it could have been any other cargo port in the Aegean. The sub never actually entered the harbor. Instead, it surfaced between two ships moving in a parallel track toward the harbor. Mother, Father, Nikolai, and Graf were transferred to a freighter along with two of the soldiers, who were now in civilian clothes, as if that could conceal the soldierly way they acted. Bean and Carlotta stayed behind. Neither group would know where the other was. There would be no effort to contact each other. That had been another hard realization for Mother. Why can't we write? Nothing is easier to track than email, said Father. Even if we use disguised online identities, if someone finds us and we're writing regularly to Julian, then they'll see the pattern and track him down. Mother understood it then. With her head, if not her heart. Down inside the sub, Bean and Sister Carlotta sat down at a tiny table in the mess. Well, said Bean. Well, said Sister Carlotta. Where are we going? Asked Bean. I have no idea, said Sister Carlotta. They'll transfer us to another ship at another port, and we'll get off. And I have these false identities that we're supposed to use, but I really have no idea where we should go from there. We have to keep moving. No more than a few weeks in any one place, said Bean. And I have to get on the nets with new identities every time we move so no one can track the pattern. Do you seriously think someone will catalog all the email in the entire world and follow up on all the ones that move around? Asked Sister Carlotta. Yes, said Bean. They probably already do, so it's just a matter of running a search. But that's billions of emails a day. That's why it takes so many clerks to check all the email addresses on the file cards in the central switchboard, said Bean. He grinned at Sister Carlotta. She did not grin back. You really are a snotty and disrespectful little boy, she said. You're really leaving it up to me to decide where we go? Not at all. I'm merely waiting to make a decision until we both agree. Oh, now that's a cheap excuse to stay down here in this sub with all these great-looking men. Your level of banter has become even more crude than it was when you lived on the streets of Rotterdam, she said, coolly analytical. It's the war, said Bean. It changes a man. She couldn't keep a straight face any longer. Even though her laugh was only a single bark and her smile lasted only a moment longer, It was enough. She still liked him, and he, to his surprise, still liked her, even though it had been years since he lived with her while she educated him to a level where battle school would take him. He was surprised because at the time he lived with her, he had never let himself realize that he liked her. After Polk's death, he hadn't been willing to admit to himself that he liked anybody. But now he knew the truth. He liked Sister Carlotta just fine. Of course, she would probably get on his nerves after a while, too, just like his parents had. But at least when that happened, they could pick up and move. There wouldn't be soldiers keeping them indoors and away from the windows. And if it ever became truly annoying, Bean could leave and strike out on his own. He'd never say that to Sister Carlotta because it would only worry her. Besides, she was bound to know it already. She had all the test data, and those tests had been designed to tell everything about a person. Why, she probably knew him better than he knew himself. Of course, he knew that back when he took the tests, there was hardly an honest answer on any of the psychological tests. He had already read enough psychology by the time he took them that he knew exactly what answers were needed to show the profile that would probably get him into battle school. So, in fact, she didn't know him from those tests at all. But then he didn't have any idea what his real answers would have been then or now. So it isn't as if he knew himself any better. And because she had observed him, and she was wise in her own way, she probably did know him better than he knew himself. What a laugh, though, to think that one human being could ever really know another. You could get used to each other, get so habituated that you could speak their words right along with them, but you never knew why other people said what they said or did what they did, because they never even knew themselves. Nobody understands anybody. And yet, somehow we live together, mostly in peace, and get things done with a high enough success rate that people keep trying. Human beings get married, and a lot of the marriages work. And they have children, and most of them grow up to be decent people. And they have schools and businesses and factories and farms that have results at some level of acceptability, all without having a clue what's going on inside anybody's head. Muddling through. That's what human beings do. That was the part of being human that Bean hated the most.
Chapter 5. Ambition. 2. Lock key Espinoza at polnet.gov. From Graph key at colmin.gov. Correction. I have been asked to relay a message that a threat of exposure has been rescinded with apologies. Nor should you be alarmed that your identity is widely known. Your identity was penetrated at my direction several years ago, and while multiple persons then under my command were made aware of who you are, it is a group that has neither reason nor disposition to violate confidentiality. The only exception has now been chastened by circumstance. On a personal level, let me say that I have no doubt of your capacity to achieve your ambition. I can only hope that, in the event of success, you will choose to emulate Washington, MacArthur, or Augustus, rather than Napoleon, Alexander, or Hitler. Coleman.
Now and then, Peter was almost overwhelmed by a desire to tell somebody what was actually happening in his life. He never succumbed to the desire, of course, since to tell it would be to undo it, but especially now that Valentine had gone, it was almost unbearable to sit there reading a personal letter from the Minister of Colonization and not shout for the other students in the library to come and see. When he and Valentine had first broken through and placed essays or, in Valentine's case, diatribes on some of the major political nets, they'd done a little hugging and laughing and jumping around, but it never took long for Valentine to remember how much she loathed half the position she was forced to espouse in her Demosthenes persona, and her resulting gloom would calm him down as well. Peter missed her, of course, But he did not miss the arguments, the whining about having to be the bad guy. She could never see how the Demosthenes persona was the interesting one, the most fun to work with. Well, when he was done with it, he'd give it back to her, long before she got to whatever planet it was that she and Ender were heading for. She'd know by then that even at his most outrageous, Demosthenes was a catalyst, making things happen. Valentine. Stupid to choose Ender and exile over Peter and life. Stupid to get so angry over the obvious necessity of keeping Ender off planet. For his own protection, Peter told her. And hadn't events proven it? If he'd come home as Valentine originally wanted, he'd be a captive somewhere. Or dead, depending on whether his captors had been able to get him to cooperate. I was right, Valentine, as I've always been right about everything, but you'd rather be nice than right. You'd rather be liked than powerful, and you'd rather be in exile with a brother who worships you than share power with the brother who made you influential. Ender was already gone, Valentine. When they took him away to battle school, he was never coming home. Not the precious little Ender Pooh that you adored and petted and watched over like a little mommy playing with a doll. They were going to make a soldier out of him, a killer. Did you even look at the video they showed during Graf's court-martial? And if something named Andrew Wiggin came home, it would not be the Ender you sentimentalized to the point of nausea. It'd be a damaged, broken, useless soldier whose war was finished. Pushing to have him sent off to a colony was the kindest thing I could have done for our erstwhile brother. Nothing would have been sadder than having his biography include the ruin that his life would have become here on Earth, even if nobody bothered to kidnap him. Like Alexander, he'll go out with a flash of brilliant light and live forever in glory, instead of withering away and dying in miserable obscurity, getting trotted out for parades now and then. I was the kind one. Good riddance to both of you. You would have been drags on my boat, thorns in my side, pains in my ass. But it would have been fun to show Valentine the letter from Graf. Graf himself. Even though he'd hid his private access code, even though he was condescending in his urging Peter to emulate the nice guys of history, as if anybody ever planned to create an ephemeral empire like Napoleon's or Hitler's. The fact was that even knowing that Locke, far from being some elder statesman speaking anonymously from retirement, was just an underage college student, Graf still thought Peter was worth talking to, still worth giving advice to, because Graf knew that Peter Wiggin mattered now, and would matter in the future. Damn right, Graf. Damn right, everybody. Ender Wiggin may have saved your asses against the buggers, but I'm the one who's going to save humanity's collective rectum from its own colostomy, because human beings have always been more dangerous to the survival of the human race than anything else except the complete destruction of planet Earth. And now we're taking steps to evade even that by spreading our seed, including little Ender's seed himself, to other worlds. Does Graf have any idea how hard I worked to make his little ministry of colonization come into existence in the first place? Has anybody bothered to track the history of the good ideas that have actually become law, to see how many times the trail leads back to Locke? They actually consulted with me when they were deciding whether to offer you the title of Coleman, with which you so affectedly sign your emails. Bet you didn't know that, Mr. Minister. Without me, you might have been signing your letters with stupid good luck dragon pictures, like half the morons on the net these days. And for a few minutes, it just about killed him that nobody could know about this letter except himself and Graf. And then the moment passed. His breathing returned to normal. His wiser self prevailed. It's better not to be distracted by the interference of personal fame. In due course, his name would be revealed. He'd take his place in a position of authority instead of mere influence. For now, anonymity would do. He saved the message from Graf and then sat there staring at the display. His hand was trembling. He looked at it as if it was someone else's hand. What in the world is that about, he wondered. Am I such a celebrity hound that getting a letter from a top hegemony official makes me shake like a teenager at a pop concert? No. The cool realist took over. He was not trembling out of excitement. That, as always, was transitory, already gone. He was trembling out of fear, because somebody was assembling a team of strategists, the top kids from the battle school program, the ones they chose to fight the final battle to save humanity. Somebody had them and meant to use them, and sooner or later that somebody would be Peter's rival, head-to-head with him, and Peter would have to outthink not only that rival, but also the kids he had managed to bend to his will. Peter hadn't made it into battle school. He didn't have what it took. For one reason or another, he was cut from the program without ever leaving home. So every kid who went to battle school was more likely to make a good strategist and tactician than Peter Wiggin, and Peter's principal rival for hegemony had collected around himself the very best of them all. Except for Ender, of course. Ender, whom I could have brought home if I had pulled the right strings and manipulated public opinion the other way. Ender, who was the best of all and might have been standing by my side, but no, I sent him away. For his own damn good, for his own safety. And now, here I am, facing the struggle that my whole life has been devoted to, and all I've got to face the best of the battle school is me. His hand trembled. So what? He'd be crazy not to be just a little bit afraid. But when that moron, Chamrajnagar, threatened to expose him and bring the whole thing crashing down, just because he was too stupid to see how Demosthenes was necessary in order to bring about results that Locke's persona could never reach for. He had spent weeks in hell over that, watching as the battle school kids were kidnapped, unable to do anything, to say anything pertinent. Oh, he answered letters that some people sent. He did enough investigating to satisfy himself that only Russia had the resources to bring it off. But he dared not use Demosthenes to demand that the IF be investigated for its failure to protect these children. Demosthenes could only make some routine suppositions about how it was bound to be the Warsaw Pact that had taken the kids. But of course, everyone expected Demosthenes to say that. He was a well-known Russophobe. It meant nothing. All because some short-sighted, stupid, self-serving admiral had decided to interfere with the one person on Earth who seemed to care about trying to keep the world from another visit from Attila the Hun. He wanted to scream at Chamrajnagar, "I'm the one who writes essays, while the other guy kidnaps children. But because you know who I am and you have no clue who he is, you reach out to stop me?" That was about as bright as the pinheads who handed the government of Germany to Hitler because they thought he would be useful to them. Now Chamrajnagar had relented, sent a cowardly apology through someone else so he could avoid letting Peter have a letter with his signature on it. Too late anyway. The damage was done. Chamrajnagar had not only done nothing, he had kept Peter from doing anything, and now Peter faced a chess game where his side of the board had nothing but pawns, and the other player had a double complement of knights, rooks, and bishops. So Peter's hand trembled, and he sometimes caught himself wishing that he weren't in this thing so utterly, absolutely alone. Did Napoleon in his tent alone wonder what the hell he was doing, betting everything over and over again on the ability of his army to do the impossible? Didn't Alexander once in a while wish there was someone else he could trust to make a decision or two? Peter's lip curled in self-contempt. Napoleon? Alexander? It was the other guy who had a stable full of steeds like that to ride, while I have had it certified by the battle school testing program that I am about as militarily talented as, say, John F. Kennedy, that U.S. president who lost his PT boat through carelessness and got a medal for it because his father had money and political pull and then became president and made an unbroken string of stupid moves that never hurt him much politically because the press loved him so much. That's me. I can manipulate the press. I can paint public opinion, nudge and pull and poke and inject things into it. But when it comes to war, and it will come to war, I'm going to look about as clever as the French when the Blitzkrieg rolled through. Peter looked around the reading room. Not much of a library, not much of a school. But because he entered college early, being a certifiably gifted pupil and not caring a whit about his formal education, he'd gone to the hometown branch of the state university. For the first time, he found himself envying the other students who were studying there. All they had to worry about was the next test or keeping their scholarship or their dating life. I could have a life like theirs. Right. He'd have to kill himself if he ever came to care what some teacher thought of an essay he wrote, or what some girl thought about the clothes he wore, or whether one soccer team could beat another. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. All this self-doubt was pointless. He knew he would never stop until he was forced to stop. From childhood on, he knew that the world was his to change if he found the right levers to pull. Other children bought the stupid idea that they had to wait until they grew up to do anything important. Peter knew better from the start. He could never have been fooled the way Ender was into thinking he was playing a game. For Peter, the only game worth playing was the real world. The only reason Ender was fooled was because he let other people shape reality for him. That had never been Peter's problem. Except that all Peter's influence on the real world had been possible only because he could hide behind the anonymity of the net. He had created a persona, two personas, that could change the world because nobody knew they were children, and therefore ignorable. But when it came to armies and navies clashing in the real world, the influence of political thinkers receded, unless, like Winston Churchill, they were recognized as being so wise, so right that when the crisis came, the reins of real power were put in their hands. That was fine for Winston. Old, fat, and full of booze as he was, people still took him seriously. But as far as anyone who saw Peter Wiggin could know, he was still a kid. Still, Winston Churchill had been the inspiration for Peter's plan. Make Locke seem so prescient, so right about everything that when war began, public fear of the enemy and public trust in Locke would overwhelm their disdain for youth and allow Peter to reveal the face behind the mask and, like Winston, take his place as leader of the good guys. Well, he'd miscalculated. He had not guessed that Chamrajnagar already knew who he was. Peter wrote to him as the first step in a public campaign to get the battle school children under the protection of the fleet. Not so that they would actually be removed from their home countries. He never expected any government to allow that. But so that when someone moved against them, it would be widely known that Locke had sounded the warning. But Chamrajnagar had forced Peter to keep Locke silent. So no one knew that Locke had foreseen the kidnappings but Chamrajnagar and Graf. The opportunity had been missed. Peter wouldn't give up. There was some way to get back on track, and sitting there in the library in Greensboro, North Carolina, leaning back in a chair with his eyes closed like any other weary student, he'd think of it.
They rousted Ender's Geesh out of bed at 0400 and assembled them in the dining room. No one explained anything, and they were forbidden to talk, so they waited for 5 minutes, 10, 20. Petra knew that the others were bound to be thinking the same thing she was thinking. The Russians had caught on that they were sabotaging their own battle plans. Or maybe somebody had noticed the coded message in the dragon picture. Whatever it wasn't going to be nice. 30 minutes after they were rousted, the door opened. 2 soldiers came in and stood at attention. And then, to Petra's utter surprise, in walked a kid. No older than they were, 12, 13. Yet the soldiers were treating him with respect. And the kid himself moved with the easy confidence of authority. He was in charge here, and he loved it. Had Petra seen him before? She didn't think so. Yet he looked at them as if he knew them. Well, of course he did. If he had authority here, he had no doubt been observing them for the weeks they'd been in captivity. A child in charge. Had to be a battle school kid. Why else would a government give such power to somebody so young? From his age, they had to be contemporaries. But she couldn't place him. And her memory was very, very good. "Don't worry," said the boy. "The reason you don't know me is that I came to battle school late, and I was only there a little while before you all left for tactical. But I know you." He grinned. "Or is there someone here who did know me when I came in?" Don't worry. I'll be studying the vid later, looking for that little shock of recognition. Because if any of you did know me, well, then I'll know something more about you. I'll know that I saw you once before, silhouetted in the dark, walking away from me, leaving me for dead." With that, Petra knew who he was. Knew because Crazy Tom had told him about it. How Bean had set a trap for this boy that he knew in Rotterdam, and with the help of 4 other kids had hung him up in an air shaft until he confessed to a dozen murders or so. They left him there, gave the recording to the teachers, and told them where he was. Achilles. The only member of Ender's Geesh that had been with Bean that day was Crazy Tom. Bean had never talked about it, and no one asked. It made Bean a figure of mystery, that he had come from a life so dark and frightening that it was peopled with monsters like Achilles. What none of them had ever expected was to find Achilles, not in a mental institution or a prison, but here in Russia, with soldiers under his command, and themselves as his prisoners. When Achilles studied the vids, it was possible that Crazy Tom would show recognition, and when he told his story, he would no doubt see recognition on all their faces. She had no idea what this meant, but she knew it couldn't be good. One thing was certain. She wasn't going to let Crazy Tom face the consequences alone. "We all know who you are," said Petra. "You're Achilles. And nobody left you for dead, the way Bean told it. They left you for the teachers, to arrest and send you back to Earth. To a mental institution, no doubt. Bean even showed us your picture. If anybody recognized you, it was from that." Achilles turned to her and smiled. "Bean would never tell that story. He would never show my picture." "Then you don't know Bean," said Petra. She hoped the others would realize that admitting they heard it from Crazy Tom would be dangerous to him, probably fatal, with this Ume in charge of the triggers. Bean wasn't here, so naming him as the source made sense. "Oh, yes, you're quite the team," said Achilles. "Passing signals to each other, sabotaging the plans you submit, thinking we'll be too stupid to notice. Did you really think we'd set you to work on real plans before we turned you?" As usual, Petra couldn't shut up, but she didn't really want to either. "Trying to see which of us felt like outsiders so you could turn them," she said. "What a joke. There were no outsiders in Ender's Geesh. The only outsider here is you." In fact, though, she knew perfectly well that Karn Karbi, Shen, Vlad, and Fly Molo felt like outsiders for various reasons. She felt like one herself. Her words were designed only to urge them all to maintain solidarity. "So now you divide us up and start working on us," said Petra. "Achilles, we know your moves before you make them." "You really can't hurt my pride," said Achilles, "because I don't have any. All I care about is uniting humanity under one government. Russia is the only nation, the only people who have the will to greatness and the power to back it up. You're here because some of you might be useful in that effort. If we think you have what it takes, will invite you to join us. The rest of you will just keep on ice till the war is over. The real losers, well, we'll send you home and hope your home government uses you against us." He grinned. "Come on, don't look so grim. You know you were going crazy back home. You didn't even know those people. You left them when you were so little you still got shit on your fingers when you wiped your ass. What did they know about you? What did you know about them? That they let you go? Me? I didn't have any families. Battle school just meant 3 meals a day. But you? They took away everything from you. You don't owe them anything. What you've got is your mind, your talent. You've been tagged for greatness. You won their war with the buggers for them. And they sent you home so your parents could go back to raising you?" Nobody said anything. Petra was sure that they all had as much contempt for his spiel as she did. He knew nothing about them. He'd never be able to divide them. He'd never win their loyalty. They knew too much about him, and they didn't like being held against their will. He knew it too. Petra saw it in his eyes, the rage dancing there as he realized that they had nothing but contempt for him. At least he could see her contempt, because he zeroed in on her, took a few steps closer, smiling ever more kindly. "Petra, it's so nice to meet you," he said. "The girl who tested so aggressive they had to check your DNA to make sure you weren't really a boy." Petra felt the blood drain from her face. Nobody was supposed to know about that. It was a test the psychiatrist in ground school had ordered when they decided her contempt for them was a symptom of dysfunction instead of what they deserved for asking her such stupid questions. It wasn't even supposed to be in her file. But apparently a record existed somewhere, which was, of course, the message Achilles intended to get across to them. He knew everything. And, as a side benefit, it would start the others wondering just how piffed up she was. 10 of you. Only 2 missing from the glorious victory. Ender, the Great One, the genius, the keeper of the Holy Grail. He's off founding a colony somewhere. We'll all be in our 50s by the time he gets there, and he'll still be a little kid. We're going to make history. He is history. Achilles smirked at his pun. But Petra knew that mocking Ender wasn't going to play with this group. Achilles no doubt assumed that the 10 of them were also Rands, runners-up, the ones who wanted to have Ender's job and had to sit there and watch him do it. He assumed that they were all burning with envy, because he would have been eaten alive with it. But he was wrong. He didn't understand them at all. They missed Ender. They were Ender's Geesh. And this Yelda actually thought that he could forge them into a team, the way Ender had. "And then there's Bean," Achilles went on. "The youngest of you, the one whose test scores made you all look like half-wits. He could teach the rest of you classes in how to lead armies. Except you probably wouldn't understand him. He's such a genius. Where could he be? Anybody miss him?" Nobody answered. This time, though, Petra knew that the silence hid a different set of feelings. There had been some resentment of Bean, not because of his brilliance, or at least no one admitted resenting him for that. What annoyed them was the way he just assumed he knew better than anyone. And that awkward time before Ender arrived on Eros, when Bean was the acting commander of the Geesh, that was hard on some of them, taking orders from the youngest of them. So maybe Achilles had guessed right about that. except that nobody was proud of those feelings, and bringing them out in the open didn't exactly make them love Achilles. Of course, it might be shame he was trying to provoke. Achilles might be smarter than they thought. Probably not. He was so out of his league in trying to scope this group of military prodigies that he might as well be wearing a clown suit and throwing water balloons for all the respect he was going to get. "Ah, yes, Bean," said Achilles. "I'm sorry to inform you that he's dead." This was apparently too much for Crazy Tom, who yawned and said, "No, he's not." Achilles looked amused. "You think you know more about it than I do?" "We've been on the nets," said Shen. "We'd know. You've been away from your desk since 2200. How do you know what's been happening while you slept?" Achilles glanced at his watch. "Oops, you're right. Bean is still alive right now. And for another 15 minutes or so. Then, whoosh, a nice little rocket straight to his little bedroom to blow him up right on his little bed. We didn't even have to buy his location from the Greek military. Our friends there gave us the information for free." Petra's heart sank. If Achilles could arrange for them to be kidnapped, he could certainly arrange for Bean to be killed. Killing was always easier than taking someone alive. Did Bean already notice the message in the dragon, decode it, and pass along the information? Because if he's dead, there's no one else who'll be able to do it. Immediately she was ashamed that the news of Bean's death made her think first of herself. But it didn't mean she didn't care about the kid. It meant that she trusted him so much that she had pinned all her hopes on him. If he died, those hopes died with him. It was not indecent of her to think of that. To say it out loud, that would be indecent. But you can't help the thoughts that come to mind. Maybe Achilles was lying. Or maybe Bean would survive, or get away. And if he died, maybe he'd already decoded the message. Maybe he hadn't. There was nothing Petra could do to change the outcome. "What? No tears?" said Achilles. "And here I thought you were such close friends. I guess that was all hero hype." He chuckled. "Well, I'm done with you for now." He turned to a soldier by the door. "Travel time." The soldier left. They heard a few words in Russian, and at once 20 soldiers came in and divided up, one pair to each of the kids. "You're being separated now," said Achilles. "Wouldn't want anyone to start thinking of a rescue operation. You can still email each other. We want your creative synergy to continue. After all, you're the finest little military minds that humanity was able to squeeze out in its hour of need. We're all really proud of you, and we look forward to seeing your finest work in the near future." One of the kids farted loudly. Achilles only grinned, winked at Petra, and left. 10 minutes later, they were all in separate vehicles, being driven away to points unknown, somewhere in the vast reaches of the largest country on the face of the earth.
Part 2. Alliances. Chapter 6. Code. 2. Graph Key Pilgrimage at Coleman, From Constan he Perseus at hellstrat.gov. Leak. Your Excellency, I write to you myself because I was most vociferously opposing to your plan to take young Julian Delphiki from our protection. I was wrong, as we learned from the missile assault on former apartment today, leaving 2 soldiers dead. We are follow your previous advice by public release that Julian was killed in attack. His room was targeted in late night, and he would die instead of soldiers sleeping there. Penetration of our system is very deep, obviously. We trust no one now. You were just in time, and I regret my making of delay. My pride in Hellene military made me blind. You see, I speak common a little after all. No more bluffing between me and true friend to Greece. Because of you and not me, a great national resource is not destroyed.
If Bean had to be in hiding, there were worse places he could be than Araraquara. The town, named for a species of parrot, had been kept as something of a museum piece, with cobbled streets and old buildings. They weren't particularly beautiful old buildings or picturesque houses. Even the cathedral was rather dull and not particularly ancient, having been finished in the 20th century. Still, there was the sense of a quieter way of life that had once been common in Brazil. The growth that had turned nearby Ribeirão Preto into a sprawling metropolis had pretty much passed Araraquara by. And even though the people were modern enough, you heard as much common on the streets as Portuguese these days, Bean felt at home here in a way that he had never felt in Greece, where the desire to be fully European and fully Greek at the same time distorted public life and public spaces. "It won't do to feel too much at home," said Sister Carlotta. "We can't stay anywhere for long." "Achille is the devil," said Bean, "not God. He can't reach everywhere. He can't find us without some kind of evidence." "He doesn't have to reach everywhere," said Sister Carlotta. "Only where we are." "His hate for us makes him blind," said Bean. "His fear makes him unnaturally alert." Bean grinned. It was an old game between them. "It might not be Achille who took the other kids. It might not be gravity that holds us to Earth," said Sister Carlotta, "but rather an unknown force with identical properties." Then she grinned, too. Sister Carlotta was a good traveling companion. She had a sense of humor. She understood his jokes, and he enjoyed hers. But most of all, she liked to spend hours and hours without saying a thing, doing her work while he did his own. When they did talk, they were evolving a kind of oblique language where they both already knew everything that mattered, so they only had to refer to it and the other would understand. Not that this implied they were kindred spirits or deeply attuned. It's just that their lives only touched at a few key points. They were in hiding, they were cut off from friends and family, and the same enemy wanted them dead. There was no one to gossip about because they knew no one. There was no chat because they had no interests beyond the projects at hand. Trying to figure out where the other kids were being held, trying to determine what nation Achille was serving, which would no doubt soon be serving him, and trying to understand the shape the world was taking so they could interfere with it, perhaps bending the course of history to a better end. That was Sister Carlotta's goal, at least, and Bean was willing to take part in it, given that the same research required for the first 2 projects was identical to the research required for the last. He wasn't sure that he cared about the shape of history in the future. He said that to Sister Carlotta once, and she only smiled. "Is it the world outside yourself you don't care about, or the future as a whole, including your own?" "Why should I care about narrowing down which things in particular I don't care about?" "Because if you didn't care about your own future, you wouldn't care whether you were alive to see it, and you wouldn't be going through all this nonsense to stay alive." "I'm a mammal," said Bean. "I try to live forever whether I actually want to or not." "You're a child of God, so you care what happens to his children whether you admit it to yourself or not." It was not her glib response that bothered him, because he expected it. He had provoked it, really, no doubt, he told himself, because he liked the reassurance that if there was a God, then Bean mattered to him. No, what bothered him was the momentary darkness that passed across her face. A fleeting expression, barely revealed, which he would not have noticed had he not known her face so well, and had darkness so rarely been expressed on it. Something that I said made her feel sad, and yet it was a sadness that she wants to conceal from me. What did I say? That I'm a mammal? She's used to my jibes about her religion. That I might not want to live forever? Perhaps she worries that I'm depressed. That I try to live forever despite my desires? Perhaps she fears that I'll die young. Well, that was why they were in Araraquara, to prevent his early death, and hers too, for that matter. He had no doubt, though, that if a gun were pointed at him, she would leap in front of him to take the bullet. He did not understand why. He would not do the same for her or for anyone. He would try to warn her or pull her out of the way or interfere with the shooter, whatever he could do that left them both a reasonable chance of survival. But he would not deliberately die to save her. Maybe it was a thing that women did, or maybe that grown-ups did for children, to give your life to save someone else, to weigh your own survival and decide that it mattered less to you than the survival of another. Bean could not fathom how anyone could feel that way. Shouldn't the irrational mammal take over and force them to act for their own survival? Bean had never tried to suppress his own survival instinct, but he doubted that he could even if he tried. But then maybe older people were more willing to part with their lives, having already spent the bulk of their starting capital. Of course, it made sense for parents to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their children, particularly parents too old to make more babies. But Sister Carlotta had never had children, and Bean was not the only one that she would die for. She would leap out to take a bullet for a stranger. She valued her own life less than anyone's, and that made her utterly alien to him. Survival, not of the fittest, but of myself. That is the purpose at the core of my being. That is the reason ultimately that I do all the things that I've done. There have been moments when I felt compassion. When alone of Ender's Geesh I knowingly sent men to their certain deaths, I felt a deep sorrow for them. But I sent them, and they went. Would I, in their place, have gone as they did, obeying an order, dying to save unknown future generations who would never know their names? Bean doubted. He would gladly serve humanity if it happened also to serve himself. Fighting the Formics alongside Ender and the other kids, that made sense because saving humanity included saving Bean. And if by managing to stay alive somewhere in the world he was also a thorn in the side of Ashiel, making him less cautious, less wise, and therefore easier to defeat, well, it was a pleasant bonus that Bean's pursuit of his own survival happened also to give the human race a chance to defeat the monster. And since the best way to survive would be to find Ashiel and kill him first, he might turn out to be one of the great benefactors of human history. Though now that he thought about it, he couldn't remember a single assassin who was remembered as a hero. Brutus, perhaps. His reputation had had its ups and downs. Most assassins, though, were despised by history, probably because successful assassins tended to be those whose target was not particularly dangerous to anyone. By the time everyone agreed that a particular monster was well worth assassinating, the monster had far too much power and paranoia to leave any possibility of an assassination actually being carried out. He got nowhere when he tried to discuss it with Sister Carlotta. I can't argue with you, so I don't know why you bother. I only know that I won't help you plot his assassination. You don't consider it self-defense? Said Bean. What is this? One of those stupid vids where the hero can never actually kill a bad guy who isn't actually pointing a gun at him right that very moment? It's my faith in Christ, said Carlotta. Love your enemy. Do good to those who hate you. Well, where does that leave us? The nicest thing we could do for Ashiel would be to post our address on the net and wait for him to send someone to kill us. Don't be absurd, said Carlotta. Christ said be good to your enemies. It wouldn't be good for Ashiel to find us because then he'd kill us. and have even more murders to answer for before the judgment bar of God. The best thing we can do for Ashiel is to keep him from killing us. And if we love him, we'll stop him from ruling the world while we're at it, since power like that would only compound his opportunities to sin. Why don't we love the hundreds and thousands and millions of people who will die in the wars he's planning to launch? We do love them, said Carlotta. But you're confused the way so many people are who don't understand the perspective of God. You keep thinking that death is the most terrible thing that can happen to a person. But to God, death just means you're coming home a few moments ahead of schedule. To God, the dreadful outcome of a human life is when that person embraces sin and rejects the joy that God offers. So of all the millions who might die in a war, each individual life is tragic only if it ends in sin. So why are you going to such trouble to keep me alive? Asked Bean, thinking he knew the answer. You want me to say something that will weaken my case, said Carlotta. Like telling you that I'm human and so I want to prevent your death right now because I love you. And that's true. I have no children but yours, close as I come to having any, and I would be stricken to the soul if you died at the hands of that twisted boy. But in truth, Julian Delphiki, the reason I work so hard to prevent your death is because if you died today, you would probably go to hell. To his surprise, Bean was stung by this. He understood enough of what Carlotta believed that he could have predicted this attitude, but the fact that she put it into words still hurt. I'm not going to repent and get baptized, so I'm bound to go to hell. Therefore, no matter when I die, I'm doomed, he said. Nonsense. Our understanding of doctrine is not perfect, and no matter what the popes have said, I don't believe for a moment that God is going to damn for eternity the billions of children he allowed to be born and die without baptism. No, I think you're likely to go to hell because despite all your brilliance, you are still quite amoral. Sometime before you die, I pray most earnestly that you will learn that there are higher laws that transcend mere survival and higher causes to serve. When you give yourself to such a great cause, my dear boy, then I will not fear your death, because I know that a just God will forgive you for the oversight of not having recognized the truth of Christianity during your lifetime. You really are a heretic, said Bean. None of those doctrines would pass muster with any priest. They don't even pass muster with me, said Carlotta. But I don't know a soul who doesn't maintain two separate lists of doctrines. The ones that they believe, and the ones that they actually try to live by. I'm simply one of the rare ones who knows the difference. You, my boy, are not. Because I don't believe in any doctrine. That, said Carlotta with exaggerated smugness, is proof positive of my assertion. You are so convinced that you believe only what you believe that you remain utterly blind to what you really believe without believing you believe it. You were born in the wrong century, said Bean. You could make Thomas Aquinas tear out his hair. Nietzsche and Derrida would accuse you of obfuscation. Only the Inquisition would know what to do with you. Toast you nice and brown. Don't tell me you've actually read Nietzsche and Derrida, or Aquinas for that matter. You don't have to eat the entire turd to know that it's not a crab cake. You arrogant, impossible boy. But Geppetta, I'm not a real boy. You are certainly not a puppet, or not my puppet anyway. Go outside and play now, I'm busy. Sending him outside was not a punishment, however. Sister Carlotta knew that. From the moment they got their desks linked to the net, they had both spent most of every day indoors gathering information. Carlotta, whose identity was shielded by the firewalls in the Vatican computer system, was able to continue all her old relationships and thus had access to all her best sources, taking care only to avoid saying where she was or even what time zone she was in. Bean, however, had to create a new identity from scratch, hiding behind a double blind of mail servers specializing in anonymity, and even then he kept no identity for longer than a week. He formed no relationships and therefore could develop no sources. When he needed specific information, he had to ask Carlotta to help him find it, and then she had to determine whether it was something she might legitimately ask. or whether it was something that might be a clue that she had been with her. Most of the time, she decided she dared not ask. So Bean was crippled in his research. Still, they shared what information they could, and despite his disadvantages, there was one advantage that remained to him. The mind looking at his data was his own, the mind that had scored higher than anyone else on the battle school test. Unfortunately, Truth did not care much about such credentials. It refused to give up and reveal itself just because it realized you were bound to find it eventually. Bean could only take so many hours of frustration before he had to get up and go outside. It wasn't just to get away from his work, however. "The climate agrees with me," he told Sister Carlotta on their second day, when, dripping with sweat, he headed for his third shower since waking. "I was born to live with heat and humidity." At first, she had insisted on going everywhere with him. But after a few days, he was able to persuade her of several things. First, he looked old enough not to be accompanied by his grandmother everywhere he went. Avo Carlotta was what he called her here, their cover story. Second, she would be no protection for him anyway, since she had no weapons and no defensive skills. Third, he was the one who knew how to live on the streets, and even though Araraquara was hardly the kind of dangerous place that Rotterdam had been when he was younger, he had already mapped in his mind 100 different escape routes and hiding places just by reflex. When Carlotta realized that she would need his protection a lot more than he would need hers, she relented and allowed him to go out alone as long as he did his best to remain inconspicuous. "I can't stop people from noticing the foreign boy." "You don't look that foreign," she said. "Mediterranean body types are common here. Just try not to speak a lot. Always look like you have an errand, but never like you're in a hurry." But then it was you who taught me that was how to avoid attracting attention. And so here he was today, weeks after they arrived in Brazil, wandering the streets of Araraquara and wondering what great cause might make his life worthwhile in Carlotta's eyes. For despite all her faith, it was her approval, not God's, that seemed like it might be worth striving for, as long as it didn't interfere with his project of staying alive. Was it enough to be a thorn in a shield's side? Enough to look for ways to oppose him? Or was there something else he should be doing? At the crest of one of Araraquara's many hills, there was a sorvete shop run by a Japanese-Brazilian family. The family had been in business there for centuries, as their sign proclaimed, and Bean was both amused and moved by this, in light of what Carlotta had said. For this family, making flavored frozen desserts to eat from a cone or cup was the great cause that gave them continuity through the ages. What could be more trivial than that? And yet Bean came here again and again because their recipes were, in fact, delicious. And when he thought about how many other people for these past 200 or 300 years must have paused and taken a moment's pleasure in the sweet and delicate flavors, in the feel of the smooth sorvete in their mouths, he could not disdain that cause. They offered something that was genuinely good, and people's lives were better because they offered it. It was not a noble cause that would get written up in the histories, but it was not nothing either. A person could do worse than spend some large percentage of his life in a cause like that. Bean wasn't even sure what it meant to give himself to a cause. Did that mean turning over his decision-making to someone else? What an absurd idea. In all likelihood, there was no one smarter than him on Earth. And though that did not mean he was incapable of error, it certainly meant he'd have to be a fool to turn over his decisions to someone even more likely to be wrong. Why he was wasting time on Carlotta's sentiment-ridden philosophy of life he didn't know. Doubtless that was one of his mistakes, the emotional human aspect of his mentality overriding the inhumanly aloof brilliance that, to his chagrin, only sometimes controlled his thinking. The sorvete cup was empty. Apparently he had eaten it all without noticing. He hoped his mouth had enjoyed every taste of it because the eating was done by reflex while he thought his thoughts. Bean discarded the cup and went his way. A bicyclist passed him. Bean saw how the cyclist's whole body bounced and rattled and vibrated from the cobblestones. That is human life, thought Bean. So bounced around that we can never see anything straight. Supper was beans and rice and stringy beef in the Pensoun's public dining room. He and Carlotta ate together in near silence, listening to other people's conversations and the clanking and clinking of dishes and silverware. Any real conversation between them would doubtless leak some memorable bit of information that might raise questions and attract attention. Like, why did a woman who talked like a nun have a grandson? Why did this child, who looked to be 6, talk like a philosophy professor half the time? So they ate in silence, except for conversations about the weather. After supper, as always, they each signed on to the nets to check their mail. Carlotta's mail was interesting and real. All of Bean's correspondents, this week anyway, thought he was a woman named Letty who was working on her dissertation and needed information, but who had no time for a personal life and so rebuffed with alacrity any attempt at friendly and personal conversation. But so far there was no way to find a shield signature in any nation's behavior. While most countries simply did not have the resources to kidnap Ender's Geesh in such a short time, of those that did have the resources, there was not one that Bean could rule out because they lacked the arrogance or aggressiveness or contempt for law to do it. Why, it could even have been done by Brazil itself. For all he knew, his former companions from the Formic War might be imprisoned somewhere in Araraquara. They might hear in the early morning the rumble of the very garbage truck that picked up the Sorvete cup that he threw away today. I don't know why people spread these things, said Carlotta. What? Asked Bean, grateful for the break from the eye-blearing work he was doing. Oh, these stupid, superstitious good-luck dragons. There must be a dozen different dragon pictures now. Oh, said Bean. They're everywhere. I just don't notice them anymore. Why dragons, anyway? I think this is the oldest of them. At least it's the one I saw first, with the little poem, said Carlotta. If Dante were writing today, I'm sure there'd be a special place in his hell for people who start these things. What poem? Share this dragon, Carlotta recited. If you do, lucky end for them and you. Oh, yeah, dragons always bring a lucky end. I mean, what does that poem actually say? That you'll die lucky? That it'll be lucky for you to end? Carlotta chuckled. Bored with his correspondence, Bean kept the nonsense going. Dragons aren't always lucky. They had to discontinue Dragon Army in battle school. It was so unlucky. Till they revived it for Ender, and no doubt they gave it to him because people thought it was bad luck and they were trying to stack everything against him. Then a thought passed through his mind ever so briefly, but it woke him from his lethargy. Forward me that picture. I bet you already have it on a dozen letters. I don't want to search. Send me that one. You're still that Letty person? Haven't you been that one for 2 weeks now? 5 days. It took a few minutes for the message to be routed to him, but when it finally showed up in his mail, he looked closely at the image. Why in the world are you paying attention to this? Asked Carlotta. He looked up to see her watching him. I don't know. Why are you paying attention to the way I'm paying attention to it? He grinned at her. Because you think it matters? I may not be as smart as you are about most things, but I'm very much smarter than you are about you. I know when you're intrigued. Just the juxtaposition of the image of a dragon with the word end. Endings really aren't considered all that lucky. Why wouldn't the person write, luck will come, or lucky fate, or something else? Why lucky end? Why not? End. Ender. Ender's army was dragon. Now that's a little far-fetched. Look at the drawing, said Bean. Right in the middle, where the bitmap is so complicated. There's one line that's damaged. The dots don't line up at all. It's virtually random. It just looks like noise to me. If you were being held captive, but you had computer access, only every bit of mail you sent out was scrutinized, how would you send a message? Asked Bean. You don't think this could be a message from... Do you? I have no idea. But now that I've thought of it, it's worth looking at, don't you think? By now, Bean had pasted the dragon image into a graphics program and was studying that line of pixels. Yes, this is random, the whole line. Doesn't belong here, and it's not just noise because the rest of the image is still completely intact, except for this other line. It's partly broken. Noise would be randomly distributed. See what it is, then, said Carlotta. You're the genius. I'm the nun. Soon, Bean had the two lines isolated in a separate file and was studying the information as raw code. Viewed as 1 byte or 2 byte text code, there was nothing that remotely resembled language, but of course it couldn't, could it? Or it would never have got out. So if it was a message, then it had to be in some kind of code. For the next few hours, Bean wrote programs to help him manipulate the data contained in those lines. He tried mathematical schemes and graphic reinterpretations, but in truth he knew all along that it wouldn't be anything that complex, because whoever created it would have to do it without the aid of a computer. It had to be something relatively simple, designed only to keep a cursory examination from revealing what it was. And so he kept coming back to ways of reinterpreting the binary code as text. Soon enough, he came upon a scheme that seemed promising. 2-byte text code, but shifted right by 1 position for each character, except when the right shift would make it correspond with 2 actual bytes in memory, in which case, double shift. That way, a real character would never show up if someone looked at the file with an ordinary view program. When he used that method on the one line, it came up as text characters only, which was not likely to happen by chance. But the other line came up random-seeming garbage. So he left-shifted the other line, and it, too, became nothing but text characters. I'm in, he said, and it is a message. What does it say? I haven't the faintest idea. Carlotta got up and came to look over his shoulder. Not even language. It doesn't divide into words. That's deliberate, said Bean. If it divided into words, it would look like a message and invite decoding. The easy way that any amateur can decode language is by checking word length and the frequency of appearance of certain letter patterns. In common, you look for letter groupings that could be A and the and, that sort of thing. And you don't even know what language it's in. No, but it's bound to be common because they know they're sending it to somebody who doesn't have a key. So it has to be decodable, and that means common. So they're making it easy and hard at the same time? Yes. Easy for me, hard for everyone else. Oh, come now. You think this was written to you? Ender. Dragon. I was in Dragon Army, unlike most of them. And whom else would they be writing to? I'm outside, they're in. They know that everyone is there but me, and I'm the only person that they'd know they could reach without tipping their hand to everybody else. What, did you have some private code? Not really, but what we have is common experience, the slang of battle school, things like that. You'll see. When I crack it, it'll be because I recognize a word that nobody else would recognize. If it's from them. It is, said Bean. It's what I'd do. Get word out. This picture is like a virus. It goes everywhere and gets its code into a million places, but nobody knows it's a code because it looks like something that most people think they already understand. It's a fad, not a message. Except to me. Almost thou persuadest me, said Carlotta. I'll crack it before I go to bed. You're too little to drink that much coffee. It'll give you an aneurysm. She went back to her own mail. Since the words weren't separated, Bean had to look for other patterns that might give things away. There were no obvious repeated 2-letter or 3-letter patterns that didn't lead to obvious dead ends. That didn't surprise him. If he had been composing such a message, he would have dropped out all the articles and conjunctions and prepositions and pronouns that he possibly could. Not only that, but most of the words were probably deliberately misspelled to avoid repetitive patterns. But some words would be spelled correctly, and they would be designed to be unrecognizable to most people who weren't from the battle school culture. There were only 2 places where the same character was apparently doubled, one in each line. That might just be the result of one word ending with the same letter that began another, but Bean doubted it. Nothing would be left to chance in this message. So he wrote a little program that would take the doubled letters in one word and, beginning with AA, show him what the surrounding letters might be to see if anything looked plausible to him. And he started with the doubled letters in the shorter line because that pair was surrounded by another pair in a 1-2-2-1 pattern. The obvious failures like XDDX and PFFP took no time, but he had to investigate all the variants on ABBA and ADDA and DEED and EFFE to see what they did to the message. Some were promising, and he saved them for later exploration. "Why is it in Greek now?" asked Carlotta. She was looking over his shoulder again. He hadn't heard her get up and come over behind him. "I converted the original message to Greek characters so that I wouldn't get distracted by trying to read meanings into letters I hadn't decoded yet. The ones I'm actually working on are in Roman letters." At that moment, his program showed the letters IGGI. "Piggies," said Sister Carlotta. "Maybe, but it doesn't flag anything for me." He started cycling through the dictionary matches with IGGI, but none of them did any better than piggies had. "Does it have to be a word?" said Carlotta. "Well, if it's a number, then this is a dead end," said Bean. "No, I mean, why not a name?" Bean saw it at once. "How blind can I be?" He plugged the letters W and N to the positions before and after IGGI, and then spread the results through the whole message, making the program show hyphens for the undeciphered letters. The two lines now read hyphens N, hyphens G, hyphens M, hyphens N, hyphens N, hyphens I, hyphens N, hyphens G. Hyphen N, hyphen N, hyphen WIGGIN, hyphens. "That doesn't look right for common," said Carlotta. "There should be a lot more I's than that." "I'm assuming that the message deliberately leaves out letters as much as possible, especially vowels, so it won't look like common." "So how will you know when you've decoded it?" "When it makes sense." "It's bedtime. I know you're not sleeping till you've solved it." He barely noticed that she moved away from behind him. He was busy trying the other doubled letter. This time, he had a more complicated job because the letters before and after the double pair were different. It meant far more combinations to try, and being able to eliminate G, I, N, and W didn't speed up the process all that much. Again, there were quite a few readings that he saved, more than before, but nothing rang a bell until he got to JEES, the word the Ender's companions in the final battle used for themselves. Jeesh. Could it be? It was definitely a word that might be used as a flag. H hyphen hyphen N hyphen hyphen JEESH hyphen G hyphen hyphen EN hyphen hyphen S hyphen NS hyphen hyphen N hyphen 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 SI hyphen 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 N hyphen 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 S hyphen hyphen G hyphen N hyphen WIGGIN hyphen hyphen hyphen. If those 27 letters were right, then he had only 30 left to solve. He rubbed his eyes, sighed, and set to work. It was noon when the smell of oranges woke him. Sister Carlotta was peeling a Mesherica orange. People are eating these things on the street and spitting the pulp on the sidewalk. You can't chew it up enough to swallow it, but the juice is the best orange you'll ever taste in your life. Bean got out of bed and took the segment she offered him. She was right. She handed him a bowl to spit the pulp into. "Good breakfast," said Bean. "Lunch," she said. She held up a paper. "I take it you consider this to be a solution?" It was what he had printed out before going to bed. HLPNDRJEESH TGDRENRUSBN STUN 6 RMYSIZ 40 NTRYSBTG BNFNDWIGGINPTR. Oh, said Bean. I didn't print out the one with the word breaks. Putting another Mesherica segment in his mouth, Bean padded on bare feet to the computer, called up the right file, and printed it. He brought it back, handed it to Carlotta, spat out pulp, and took his own Mesherica from her shopping bag and began peeling. Bean, she said, I'm a normal mortal. Get help, and is this Ender? Bean took the paper from her. HLP, NDR, JEESH, TGDR, EN, RUS, BNS, TUN, 6, RMY, SIZ, 40, N, TRY, SBTG, BN, FND, WIGGIN, PTR. The vowels are left out as much as possible, and there are other misspellings. But what the first line says is, help, Ender's Geesh is together in Russia. TGDR is together? And in is spelled like French? Exactly, said Bean. I understood it, and it doesn't look like common. He went on interpreting. The next part was confusing for a long time until I realized that the 6 and the 40 were numbers. I got almost all the other letters before I realized that. The thing is, the numbers matter, but there's no way to guess them from context. So the next few words are designed to give a context to the numbers. It says, Bean's tune was 6. That's because Ender divided Dragon Army into 5 tunes instead of the normal 4. But then he gave me a sort of ad hoc tune, and if you added it to the count, it was number 6. Only who would know that except for somebody from battle school? So, only somebody like me would get the number. Same thing with the next one. Army size 40. Everyone in battle school knew that there were 40 soldiers in every army, unless you counted the commander, in which case it was 41. But see, it doesn't matter, because that digit is trivial. How do you know that? Because the next letter is N, for north. The message is telling their location. They know they're in Russia. And because they can apparently see the sun, or at least shadows on the wall, and they know the date, they can calculate their latitude more or less. 640 north. 64 north. Unless it means something else. No, the message is meant to be obvious. To you. Yes, to me. The rest of that line is try sabotage. I think that means that they're trying to screw up whatever the Russians are trying to make them do. They're pretending to go along but really gumming up the works. Very smart to get that on record. The fact that Graf was court-martialed after winning the Formic War suggests that they'd better get it on record that they were not collaborating with the enemy, in case the other side wins. But Russia isn't at war with anybody. The Polomark was Russian, and Warsaw Pact troops were at the heart of his side in the League War. You've got to remember, Russia was the country that was most on the make before the Formics came and started tearing up real estate and forced humanity to unite under the Hegemon and create the international fleet. They have always felt cheated out of their destiny. And now that the Formics are gone, it makes sense that they'd be eager to get back on the fast track. They don't think of themselves as bad guys. They think of themselves as the only people with the will and the resources to unite the world for real, permanently. They think they're doing a good thing. People always do. Not always. But yes, to wage war, you have to be able to sell your own people on the idea that either you're fighting in self-defense, or you're fighting because you deserve to win, or you're fighting in order to save other people. Russian people respond to an altruistic sales pitch as easily as anybody else. So what about the second line? Bean, find, Wigan, Peter. They're suggesting that I look for Ender's older brother. He didn't go off on the colony ship with Ender and Valentine. And he's been a player under the net identity of Locke. And I suppose he's running Demosthenes too, now that Valentine is gone. You knew about that. I knew a lot of things, said Bean. But the main thing is that they're right. Shield is hunting for me, and he's hunting for you. and he's got all the rest of Ender's Geesh, but he doesn't even know Ender's brother exists, and he wouldn't care if he did. But you know, and I know, that Peter Wiggin would have been in battle school except for a little character flaw, and for all we know, that character flaw may be exactly what he needs to be a good match against Ashiel. Or it may be exactly the flaw that makes it so a victory for Peter is no better than a victory for Ashiel, in terms of the amount of suffering in the world. Well, we won't know until we find him, will we? Said Bean. To find him, Bean, you'd have to reveal who you are. Yes, said Bean. Isn't this exciting? He did an exaggerated wriggle, like a little kid being taken to the zoo. This is your life you're playing with. You're the one who wanted me to find a cause. Peter Wiggin isn't a cause. He's dangerous. You haven't heard what Graf had to say about him. On the contrary, said Bean. How do you think I learned about him? But he might be no better than Ashiel. I know of several ways already that he's better than Ashiel. First, he's not trying to kill us. Second, he's already got a huge network of contacts with people all over the world, some of whom know he's as young as he is, but most of whom have no idea. Third, he's ambitious, just like Ashiel is, only Ashiel has already assembled almost all of the children who were tagged as the most brilliant military commanders in the world, while Peter Wiggin will have only one. Me. Do you think he's dumb enough not to use me? Use you. That's the operative word here, Bean. Well, aren't you being used in your cause? By God, not by Peter Wiggin. I'll bet Peter Wiggin sends a lot clearer messages than God does, said Bean. And if I don't like what he's doing, I can always quit. With someone like Peter, you can't always quit. He can't make me think of what I don't want to think about. Unless he's a remarkably stupid genius, he'll know that. I wonder if Ashiel knows that as he's trying to squeeze brilliance out of the other children. Exactly. Between Peter Wiggin and Ashiel, what are the odds that Wiggin could be worse? Oh, it's hard to imagine how that could be. So let's start thinking of a way to contact Locke without giving away our identity and our location. I'm going to need more Mesherica oranges before we leave Brazil, said Carlotta. Only then did he notice that the two of them had already blown through the whole bagful. Me too, he said. As she left, the empty bag in hand, she paused at the door. You did very well with that message, Julian Delfici. Thanks, Grandma Carlotta. She left smiling. Bean held up the message and scanned it again. The only part of the message that he hadn't fully interpreted for her was the last word. He didn't think PTR meant Peter. That would have been redundant. Wiggin was enough to identify him. No, the PTR at the end was a signature. This message was from Petra. She could have tried to write directly to Peter Wiggin, but she had written to Bean, coding it in a way that Peter would never have understood. She's relying on me. Bean knew how the others in Ender's Geesh had resented him. Not a lot, but a little. When they were all in command school on Eros before Ender arrived, the military had made Bean the acting commander in all their test battles, even though he was the youngest of them all, even younger than Ender. He knew he'd done a good job and won their respect, but they never liked taking orders from him and were undisguisedly happy when Ender arrived and Bean was dropped back to be one of them. Nobody ever said, "Good job, Bean," or, "Hey, you did okay," except Petra. She had done for him on Eros the same thing that Nikolai had done for him in battle school, provided him with a kind word now and then. He was sure that neither Nikolai nor Petra ever realized how important their casual generosity had been to him. But he remembered that when he needed a friend, the two of them had been there for him. Nikolai had turned out, by the workings of not entirely coincidental fate, to be his brother. Did that make Petra his sister? It was Petra who reached out to him now. She trusted him to recognize the message, decode it, and act on it. There were files in the battle school record system that said that Bean was not human, and he knew that Graf at least sometimes felt that way because he had overheard those words from his own lips. He knew that Carlotta loved him, but she loved Jesus more, and anyway, she was old and thought of him as a child. He could rely on her, but she did not rely on him. In his Earthside life before Battle School, the only friend Bean had ever had was a girl named Poke, and Ashiel had murdered her long before. Murdered her only moments after Bean left her, and moments before he realized his mistake and rushed back to warn her, and instead found her body floating in the Rhine. She died trying to save Bean, and she died because Bean couldn't be relied upon to take as much care to save her. Petra's message meant that maybe he had another friend who needed him after all, and this time he would not turn his back. This time it was his turn to save his friend or die trying. How's that for a cause, Sister Carlotta?
Chapter 7. Going Public. 2. Demosthenes, Key to Tecumseh, at freeamerica.org. And Locke, Key Erasmus, at polnet.gov. From Don't Bother, at firewall.set. Re Achilles' Heel. Dear Peter Wiggin, a message smuggled to me from the kidnapped children confirms they are, or were at the time of sending, together, in Russia, near the 64th parallel, doing their best to sabotage those trying to exploit their military talents. Since they will doubtless be separated and moved frequently, the exact location is unimportant, and I am quite sure you already knew Russia was the only country with both the ambition and the means to acquire all the members of Ender's Jish. I'm sure you recognize the impossibility of releasing these children through military intervention. At the slightest sign of a plausible effort to extract them, they will be killed in order to deprive an enemy of such assets. But it might be possible to persuade either the Russian government or some, if not all, of those holding the individual children that releasing them is in Russia's best interest. This might be accomplished by exposing the individual who is almost certainly behind this audacious action, and your two identities are uniquely situated to accuse him in a way that will be taken seriously. Therefore, I suggest that you do a bit of research into a break-in at a high-security institution for the criminally insane in Belgium during the League War. 3 guards were killed and the inmates were released. All but one were recaptured quickly. The one who got away was once a student at Battle School. He is behind the kidnapping. When it is revealed that this psychopath has control of these children, it will cause grave misgivings inside the Russian command system. It will also give them a scapegoat if they decide to return the children. Don't bother trying to trace this email identity. It already never existed. If you can't figure out who I am and how to contact me from the research you're about to do, then we don't have much to talk about anyway.
Peter's heart sank when he opened the letter to Demosthenes and saw that it had also been sent to Locke. The salutation, Dear Peter Wiggin, only confirmed that someone besides the office of the Polemarch had broken his identities. He expected the worst, some kind of blackmail or a demand that he support this or that cause. To his surprise, the message was nothing of the kind. It came from someone who claimed to have received a message from the kidnapped kids and gave him a tantalizing path to follow. Of course, he immediately searched the news archives and found the break-in at a high-security mental hospital near Genk. Finding the name of the inmate who got away was much harder, requiring that, as Demosthenes, he asked for help from a law enforcement contact in Germany, and then, as Locke, for additional help from a friend in the Anti-Sabotage Committee in the office of the Hegemon. It yielded a name that made Peter laugh, since it was in the subject line of the email that prompted this search. Achilles, pronounced Achille in the French manner. An orphan rescued from the streets of Rotterdam by, of all things, a Catholic nun working for the procurement section of the Battle School. He was given surgery to correct a crippled leg, then taken up to Battle School, where he lasted only a few days before being exposed as a serial killer by some of the other students, though in fact he had not killed anyone in the battle school. The list of his victims was interesting. He had a pattern of killing anyone who ever made him feel or seem helpless or vulnerable, including the doctor who had repaired his leg. Apparently he wasn't much for gratitude. Putting together the information, Peter could see that his unknown correspondent was right. If in fact this sicko was running the operation that was using these kids for military planning, it was almost certain that the Russian officers working with him did not know his criminal record. Whatever agency liberated Achille from the mental hospital would not have shared that information with the military who were expected to work with him. There would be outrage that would be heard at the highest levels of the Russian government. And even if the government did not act to get rid of Achille and release the kids, the Russian army jealously guarded its independence from the rest of the government, especially the intelligence and dirty jobs agencies. There was a good chance that some of these children might escape before the government acted. Indeed, such unauthorized actions might force the government to make it official and pretend that the early releases had been authorized. It was always possible, of course, that Achille would kill one or more of the kids as soon as he was exposed. At least Peter would not have to face those particular children in battle. And now that he knew something about Achille, Peter was in a much better position to face him in a head-to-head struggle. Achille killed with his own hands, since that was a very stupid thing to do, and Achille did not test stupid. It had to be an irresistible compulsion. People with irresistible compulsions could be terrifying enemies, but they could also be beaten. For the first time in weeks, Peter felt a glimmer of hope. This was how his work as Locke and Demosthenes paid off. People with certain kinds of secret information that they wanted to make public found ways to hand it to Peter without his even having to ask for it. Much of his power came from this disorganized network of informants. It never bothered his pride that he was being used by this anonymous correspondent. As far as Peter was concerned, they were using each other, and besides, Peter had earned the right to get such helpful gifts. Still, Peter always looked gift horses in the mouth. As either Locke or Demosthenes, he emailed friends and contacts in various government agencies trying to get confirmation of the various aspects of the story he was preparing to write. Could the break-in at the mental institution have been carried out by Russian agents? Did the satellite surveillance show any kind of activity near the 64th parallel that might correspond with the arrival or departure of the 8 kidnapped kids? Was anything known about the whereabouts of Achille that would contradict the idea of his being in control of the whole kidnap operation? It took a couple of days to get the story right. He tried it first as a column by Demosthenes, but he soon realized that since Demosthenes was constantly putting out warnings about Russian plots, he might not be taken very seriously. It had to be Locke who published this, and that would be dangerous because up to now Locke had been scrupulous about not seeming to take sides against Russia. That would now make it more likely that his exposure of Achille would be taken seriously, but it ran a grave risk, costing Locke some of his best contacts in Russia. No matter how much a Russian might despise what his government was doing, the devotion to Mother Russia ran deep. There was a line you couldn't cross. For more than a few of his contacts there, publishing this piece would cross that line, until he hit upon the obvious solution. Before submitting the piece to international aspects, he would send copies to his Russian contacts to give a heads-up on what was coming. Of course, the expose would fly through the Russian military. It was possible that the repercussions would begin even before his column officially appeared, and his contacts would know he wasn't trying to hurt Russia. He was giving them a chance to clean house, or at least put a spin on the story before it ran. It wasn't a long story, but it named names and opened doors that other reporters could follow up on, and they would follow up. From the first paragraph, it was dynamite. The mastermind behind the kidnapping of Ender's Jish is a serial killer named Achille. He was taken from a mental institution during the League War in order to bring his dark genius to bear on Russian military strategy. He has repeatedly murdered with his own hands, And now 8 brilliant children who once saved the world are completely at his mercy. What were the Russians thinking when they gave power to this psychopath? Or was Ashiel's bloody record concealed even from them? There it was in the first paragraph, right along with the accusation. Locke was generously providing the spin that would allow the Russian government and military to extricate themselves from this mess. It took 20 minutes to send the individual messages to all his Russian contacts. In each message, he warned them that they had only about 6 hours before he had to turn in his column to the editor at International Aspects. IA's fact-checkers would add another hour or two to the delay, but they would find complete confirmation of everything. Peter pushed send, send, send. Then he settled down to pore over the data to figure out how it revealed to him the identity of his correspondent. Another mental patient. Hardly likely. They were all brought back into confinement. An employee of a mental hospital. Impossible for someone like that to find out who was behind Locke and Demosthenes. Someone in law enforcement. More likely, but few names of investigators were offered in the news stories. Besides, how could he know which of the investigators had tipped him off? No, his correspondent had promised in effect a unique solution. Something in the data would tell him exactly who his informant was and exactly how to reach him. Emailing investigators indiscriminately would serve only to risk exposing Peter with no guarantee that any of the people he contacted would be the right one. The one thing that did not happen as he searched for his correspondent's identity was any kind of response from any of his Russian friends. If the story had been wrong, or if the Russian military had already known about Ashiel's history and wanted to cover it up, he would have been getting constant emails urging him not to run the story, then demanding and finally threatening him. So the fact that no one wrote him at all served as all the confirmation he needed from the Russian end. As Demosthenes, he was anti-Russian. As Locke, he was reasonable and fair to all nations. As Peter, though, he was envious of the Russian sense of national identity, the cohesiveness of the Russians when they felt their country was in danger. If Americans had ever had such powerful bonds, they had expired long before Peter was born. To be Russian was the most powerful part of a person's identity. To be American was about as important as being Rotarian, very important if you were elected to high office, but barely noticeable in most citizens' sense of who they were. That was why Peter never planned his future with America in mind. Americans expected to get their way, but they had no passion for anything. Demosthenes could stir up anger and resentment, but it amounted to spitefulness, not purpose. Peter would have to root himself elsewhere. Too bad Russia wasn't available to him. It was a nation that had a vast will to greatness, coupled with the most extraordinary run of stupid leadership in history, with the possible exception of the kings of Spain. And Ashiel had got there first. 6 hours after sending the article to his Russian contact, he pushed send once more, submitting it to his editor. As he expected, 3 minutes later, he got a response. "You sure?" To which Peter replied, "Check it. My sources confirm." Then he went to bed. And woke up almost before he had gone to sleep. He couldn't have closed his book and then his eyes for more than a couple of minutes before he realized that he'd been looking in the wrong direction for his informant. It wasn't one of the investigators who tipped him off. It was someone connected to the IF at the highest level. Someone who knew Peter Wiggin was Locke and Demosthenes, but not Graf or Chamrajnagar. They would not have left hints about who they really were. Someone else. Someone in whom they confided, perhaps. But no one from the IF had turned up in the information about Ashiel's escape, except for the nun who found Ashiel in the first place. He reread the message. Could this have come from a nun? Possibly, but why would she be sending the information so anonymously? And why would the kidnapped children smuggle a message to her? Had she recruited one of them? Peter got out of bed and padded to his desk. where he called up the information on all the kidnapped children. Every one of them came to Battle School through the normal testing process. None of them had been found by the nun, and so none of them would have any reason to smuggle a message to her. What other connection could there be? Ashiel was an orphan on the streets of Rotterdam when Sister Carlotta identified him as having military talent. He couldn't have had any family connections, unless he was like that Greek kid from Ender's Gish, who was killed in the missile attack a few weeks ago, the supposed orphan whose real family was identified while he was in Battle School. Orphan, killed in a missile attack. What was his name? Julian Delficki, called Bean, a name he picked up when he was an orphan. Where? Rotterdam. Just like Ashiel. It was not a stretch to imagine that Sister Carlotta found both Bean and Ashiel. Bean was one of Ender's companions on Eros during the last battle. He was the only one who, instead of being kidnapped, had been killed. Everyone assumed it was because he was so heavily protected by the Greek military that the would-be kidnappers gave up and settled for keeping rival powers from using him. But what if there was never any intention to kidnap him? Because Ashiel already knew him, and more to the point, Bean knew too much about Ashiel. And what if Bean was not dead at all? What if he was living in hiding, protected by the widespread belief that he was dead? It was absolutely believable that the captive kids would choose him to receive their smuggled message, since he was the only one of their group besides Ender himself who wasn't in captivity with them. And who else would have such a powerful motive to work to get them out, along with the proven mental ability to think of a strategy like the one the informant had laid out in his letter? A house of cards, that's what he was building, one leap after another, but each intuitive jump felt absolutely right. That letter was written by Bean, Julian Delficki. And how would Peter contact him? Bean could be anywhere, and there was no hope of contacting him, since anybody who knew he was alive would be all the more certain to pretend that he was dead and refuse to accept a message for him. Again, the solution should be obvious from the data. And it was. Sister Carlotta. Peter had a contact in the Vatican, a sparring partner in the wars of ideas that flared up now and then among those who frequented the discussions of international relations on the nets. It was already morning in Rome, though barely. But if anyone was at his desk early in Italy, it would be a hard-working monk attached to the Vatican Foreign Affairs Office. Sure enough, an answer came back within 15 minutes. Sister Carlotta's location is protected. Messages can be forwarded. I will not read what you send via me. You can't work here if you don't know how to keep your eyes closed. Peter composed this message to Bean and sent it to Sister Carlotta. If anyone knew how to reach Julian Delficki in hiding, it would be the nun who had first found him. It was the only possible solution to the challenge his informant had given him. Finally, he went back to bed, knowing that he wouldn't sleep long. He'd undoubtedly keep waking through the night and checking the nets to see the reaction to his column. What if no one cared? What if nothing happened? What if he had fatally compromised the locked persona, and for no gain? As he lay in bed pretending to himself that he might sleep, he could hear his parents snoring in their room across the hall. It was both strange and comforting to hear them. Strange that he could be worrying about whether something he had written might not cause an international incident, and yet he was still living in his parents' house, their only child left at home. Comforting because it was a sound he had known since infancy, that comforting assurance that they were alive, that they were close by. And the fact that he could hear them meant that when monsters leapt from the dark corners of the room, they would hear him screaming. The monsters had taken on different faces over the years and hid in corners of rooms far from his own, but that noise from his parents' bedroom was proof that the world had not yet ended. Peter wasn't sure why, but he knew that the letter he had just sent to Julian Delficki via Sister Carlotta, via his friend in the Vatican, would put an end to his long idle, playing at world affairs, while having his mother do his laundry. He was finally putting himself into play, not as the cool and distant commentator Locke or the hot-blooded demagogue Demosthenes, both of them electronic constructs, but as Peter Wiggin, a young man of flesh and blood who could be caught, who could be harmed, who could be killed. If anything should have kept him awake, it was that thought. But instead, he felt relieved, relaxed, the long waiting almost over. He fell asleep and did not wake until his mother called him to breakfast. His father was reading a newsprint at breakfast. "What's the headline, Dad?" asked Peter. "They're saying that the Russians kidnapped those kids and put them under the control of a known murderer. Hard to believe, but they seem to know all about this Achilles guy. Got busted out of a mental hospital in Belgium. Crazy world we live in. Could have been Ender." He shook his head. Peter could see how his mother froze for just a moment at the mention of Ender's name. Yes, Mother, I know he's the child of your heart, and you grieve every time you hear his name, and you ache for your beloved daughter, Valentine, who has left Earth and will never return, not in your lifetime. But you still have your firstborn with you, your brilliant, good-looking son, Peter, who's bound to produce brilliant and beautiful grandchildren for you someday, along with a few other things like, oh, who knows, maybe bringing peace to Earth by unifying it under one government. Will that console you just a little bit? Not likely. The killer's name is Achilles? No last name, like some kind of pop singer or something. Peter cringed inside, not because of what his father had said, but because Peter had come this close to correcting his father's pronunciation of Achille. Since Peter couldn't be sure that any of the rags mentioned the French pronunciation of Achille's name, how would he explain knowing the correct pronunciation to his father? "Has Russia denied it, of course?" asked Peter. Father scanned the newsprint again. "Nothing about it in this story," he said. "Cool," said Peter. "Maybe that means it's true." "If it was true," said Father, "they would deny it. That's the way the Russians are." As if Father knew anything at all about the way Russians are. "I gotta move out," thought Peter, "and live on my own. I'm in college. I'm trying to spring 8 prisoners from custody a third of the way around the world. Maybe I should use some of the money I've been earning as a columnist to pay rent. And maybe I should do it right away, so that if Achille finds out who I am and comes to kill me, I won't bring danger down on my family." Only Peter knew, even as he formed this thought, that there was another, darker thought hidden deep inside himself. Maybe if I get out of here, they'll blow up the house when I'm not here, the way they must have done with Julian Delficki. Then they'll think I'm dead, and I'll be safe for a while. No, I don't wish my parents to die. What kind of monster would wish for that? I don't want that. But one thing Peter never did was lie to himself, or at least not for long. He didn't wish for his parents to die, certainly not violently in an attack aimed at him. But he knew that if it did happen, he'd prefer not to be with them at the time. Better, of course, if no one was home, but me first. Ah, yes, that was what Valentine hated about him. Peter had almost forgotten that's why Ender was the son that everyone loved. Sure, Ender wiped out a whole species of aliens, not to mention offing a kid in the bathroom in battle school, but he wasn't selfish like Peter. "You aren't eating, Peter," said Mother. Sorry," said Peter. "I'm getting some test results back today, and I was brooding, I guess." "What subject?" asked Mother. "World history," said Peter. "Isn't it strange to realize that when they write history books in the future, your brother's name will always be mentioned?" said Mother. "Not strange," said Peter. "That's just one of the perks you get when you save the world." Behind his jocularity, though, he made a much grimmer promise to his mother. "Before you die, Mother, you'll see that while Ender's name shows up in a chapter or two, it will be impossible to discuss this century or the next without mentioning my name on almost every page." "Gotta run," said Father. Good luck with the test. Already took the test, Dad. I'm just getting the grade today. Yeah, that's what I meant. Good luck on the grade. Thanks, said Peter. He went back to eating while Mother walked Father to the door so they could kiss goodbye. I'll have that someday, thought Peter. Someone who'll kiss me goodbye at the door. Or maybe just someone to put a blindfold over my head before they shoot me, depending on how things turn out.
Chapter 8, Bread Van. 2. Demosthenes, key Tecumseh at freeamerica.org. From Unready, key Cincinnatus at anon.set. 3. Satrep. Satellite reports from Date Delphiki family killed. 7 vehicles simultaneous departure from northern Russia location 64 latitude. Encrypted destination list attached. Genuine dispersal? Decoy? What's our best strategy, my friend? Eliminate or rescue? Are they children or weapons of mass destruction? Hard to know. Why did that bastard Locke get Ender Wiggin sent away? We could use that boy now, I think. As for why only 9, not 10 vehicles? Maybe one is dead or sick. Maybe one has turned. Maybe 2 have turned and were sent together. All guesswork. I only see raw SATDAT, not Intel Netcom reports. If you have other sources on that, feed some back to me. Custer.
Petra knew that loneliness was the tool they were using against her. Don't let the girl talk to any human at all. Then, when one shows up, she'll be so grateful she'll blurt confessions, she'll believe lies, she'll make friends with her worst enemy. Weird. How you can know exactly what the enemy is doing to you, and it still works. Like a play her parents took her to her second week back home after the war. It had a 4-year-old girl on the stage asking her mother why her father wasn't home yet. The mother is trying to find a way to tell her that the father was killed by an Azerbaijani terrorist bomb, a secondary bomb that went off to kill people trying to rescue survivors of the first, smaller blast. Her father died as a hero, trying to save a child trapped in the wreckage, even after the police shouted at him to stay away. There was probably going to be a second blast. The mother finally tells the child. The little girl stamps her foot angrily and says, "He's my papa, not that little boy's papa." And the mother says, "That little boy's mama and papa weren't there to help him. Your father did what he hoped somebody else would do for you if he couldn't be there for you." And the little girl starts to cry and says, "Now he isn't ever going to be there for me, and I don't want somebody else. I want my papa." Petra sat there watching this play, knowing exactly how cynical it was. Use a child, play on the yearning for family, tie it to nobility and heroism, make the villains the ancestral enemy, and make the child say childishly innocent things while crying. A computer could have written it. But it still worked. Petra cried like a baby, just like the rest of the audience. That's what isolation was doing to her, and she knew it. Whatever they were hoping for, it would probably work. Because human beings are just machines, Petra knew that. Machines that do what you want them to do, if only you know the levers to pull. And no matter how complex people might seem, if you just cut them off from the network of people who give shape to their personality, the communities that form their identity, they'll be reduced to that set of levers. Doesn't matter how hard they resist or how well they know they're being manipulated. Eventually, if you take the time, you can play them like a piano. Every note right where you expect. Even me, thought Petra. All alone, day after day, working on the computer, getting assignments by mail from people who gave no hint of personality, sending messages to the others in Ender's Geesh, but knowing that their letters too were being censored of all personal references. Just data getting transferred back and forth. No net searches now. She had to file her request and wait for an answer filtered through the people who controlled her. All alone. She tried sleeping too much, but apparently they drugged her water. They got her so hopped up she couldn't sleep at all. So she stopped trying to play passive resistance games. Just went along, becoming the machine they wanted her to be. Pretending to herself that by only pretending to be a machine, she wouldn't actually become one, but knowing at the same time that whatever people pretend to be, they become. And then comes the day when the door opens and somebody walks in. Vlad. He was from Dragon Army, younger than Petra, and a good guy, but she didn't know him all that well. The bond between them, though, was a big one. Vlad was the only other kid in Ender's Geesh who broke the way Petra did, had to be pulled out of the battles for a day. Everybody was kind to them, but they both knew, and it made them the weak ones, objects of pity. They all got the same medals and commendations, but Petra knew that their medals meant less than the others. Their commendations were empty, because they were the ones that hadn't cut it, while the others did. Not that Petra had ever talked about it with Vlad. She just knew that he knew the same thing she knew, because he had been down the same long dark tunnel. And here he was. "Oh, Petra," he said. "Oh, Vlad," she answered. She liked hearing her own voice. It still worked. Liked hearing his, too. "I guess I'm the new instrument of torture they're using on you," said Vlad. He said it with a smile. That told Petra that he wanted it to seem like a joke, which told her that it wasn't really a joke at all. "Really?" she said. "Traditionally, you're simply supposed to kiss me and let someone else do the torture." "It's not really torture. It's the way out." "Out of what?" "Out of prison." It's not what you think, Petra. The hegemony is breaking up. There's going to be war. The question is whether it drives the world down into chaos or leads to one nation ruling all others. And if it's one nation, which nation should it be? Let me guess. Paraguay. Close, said Vlad. He grinned. I know. It's easier for me. I'm from Belarus. We make a big deal about being a separate country, but in our hearts, we don't mind the thought of Russia being the country that comes out on top. Nobody outside of Belarus gives a lobster tit about how we're not really Russians, so sure, I wasn't hard to talk into it. And you're Armenian, and they spent a lot of years being oppressed by Russia in the old communist days, but Petra, just how Armenian are you? What's really good for Armenia anyway? That's what I'm supposed to say to you, anyway, to get you to see that Armenia benefits if Russia comes out on top. No more sabotage. Really help us get ready for the real war. You cooperate, And Armenia gets a special place in the new order. You get to bring in your whole country. That's not nothing, Petra. And if you don't help, that doesn't do a thing for anybody. Doesn't help you, doesn't help Armenia. Nobody ever knows what a hero you were. Sounds like a death threat. Sounds like a threat of loneliness and obscurity. Oh, you weren't born to be nobody, Petra. You were born to shine. This is a chance to be a hero again. I know you think you don't care, but come on, admit it. It was great being Ender's Jish. And now we're what's-his-name's Jish. He'll really share the glory with us, said Petra. Why not? He's still the boss. He doesn't mind having heroes serve under him. Vlad, he'll make sure nobody knows any of us existed, and he'll kill us when he's done with us. She hadn't meant to speak so honestly. She knew it would get back to Achilles. She knew it would guarantee that her prophecy would come true, but there it was. The lever worked. She was so grateful to have a friend there, even one who had obviously been co-opted, that she couldn't help but blurt. Well, Petra, what can I say? I told them you're the tough one. I told you what's on offer. Think about it. There's no hurry. You got plenty of time to decide. You're going? That's the rule, said Vlad. You say no, I go. Sorry. He got up. She watched him go out the door. She wanted to say something clever and brave. She wanted some name to call him, to make him feel bad for throwing in his lot with Achilles. But she knew that anything she said would be used against her one way or another. Anything she said would reveal another lever to the lever pullers. What she'd already said was bad enough. So she kept her silence and watched the door close and lay there on her bed until her computer beeped and she went to it, and there was another assignment, and she went to work and solved it and sabotaged it just like usual, and thought, this is going rather well after all. I didn't break or anything. And then she went to bed and cried herself to sleep. For a few minutes, though, just before she slept, she felt that Vlad was her truest, dearest friend, and she would have done anything for him, just to have him back in the room with her. Then that feeling passed, and she had one last fleeting thought. If they were really all that smart, they would have known that I'd felt like that, right that moment, and Vlad would have come in, and I would have leapt from my bed and thrown my arms around him and told him, yes, I'll do it. I'll work with you. Thank you for coming to me like that, Vlad. Thank you. Only they missed their chance. As Ender had once said, most victories came from instantly exploiting your enemy's stupid mistakes, and not from any particular brilliance in your own plan. Achilles was very clever, but not perfect, not all-knowing. He may not win. I may even get out of here without dying. Peaceful at last, she fell asleep. They woke her in darkness. Get up. No greeting. She couldn't see who it was. She could hear footsteps outside her door. Boots. Soldiers? She remembered talking to Vlad, rejecting his offer. He said there was no hurry. She had plenty of time to decide. But here they were, rousting her in the middle of the night. To do what? Nobody was laying a hand on her. She dressed in darkness. They didn't hurry her. If this was supposed to be some sort of torture session or interrogation, they wouldn't wait for her to dress. They'd make sure she was as uncomfortable, as off balance as possible. She didn't want to ask questions because that would seem weak, but then not asking questions was passive. Where are we going now? No answer. That was a bad sign. Or was it? All she knew about these things was from the few fictional war vids she'd seen in battle school and a few spy movies in Armenia. None of it ever seemed believable to her, yet here she was, in a real spy movie situation, and her only source of information about what to expect was those stupid fictional vids and movies. What happened to her superior reasoning ability? The talents that got her into battle school in the first place? Well, apparently those only worked when you thought you were playing games in school. In the real world, fear sets in, and you fall back on lame, made-up stories written by people who had no idea how things like this really worked. Except that the people doing these things to her had also seen the same dumb vids and movies. So how did she know they weren't modeling their actions and attitudes and even their words on what they'd seen in the movies? It's not like anybody had a training course on how to look tough and mean when you were rousting a pubescent girl in the middle of the night. She tried to imagine the instruction manual. If she's going to be transported to another location, tell her to hurry. She's keeping everyone waiting. If she's going to be tortured, make snide comments about how you hope she got plenty of rest. If she's going to be drugged, tell her that it won't hurt a bit, but laugh snidely so she'll think you're lying. If she's going to be executed, say nothing. Oh, this is good, she told herself. Talk yourself into fearing the absolute worst. Make sure you're as close to a state of panic as possible. I've got to pee, she said. No answer. I can do it here. I can do it in my clothes. I can do it naked. I can do it in my clothes or naked wherever we're going. I can dribble it along the way. I can write my name in the snow. It's harder for girls. It requires a lot more athletic activity, but we can do it. Still no answer. Or you can let me go to the bathroom. All right, he said. Which? Bathroom. He walked out the door. She followed him. Sure enough, there were soldiers out there. 10 of them. She stopped in front of one burly soldier and looked up at his face. It's a good thing they brought you. If it had just been those other guys, I would have made my stand and fought to the death, but with you here, I had no choice but to give myself up. Good work, soldier. She turned and walked on toward the bathroom, wondering if she had seen just the faintest hint of a smile on that soldier's face. That wasn't in the movie script, was it? Oh, wait. The hero was supposed to have a smart mouth. She was right in character. Only now she understood that all those clever remarks that heroes made were designed to conceal their raw fear. Insouciant heroes aren't brave or relaxed. They're just trying not to embarrass themselves in the moments before they die. She got to the bathroom, and of course he came right in with her. But she'd been in battle school, and if she'd had a shy bladder, she would have died of urea poisoning long ago. She dropped trowel, sat on the john, and let go. The guy was out the door long before she was ready to flush. There was a window. There were ceiling air ducts. But she was in the middle of nowhere, and it's not like she had anywhere she could run. How did they do this in the vids? Oh, yeah. A friend would have already placed a weapon in some concealed location, and the hero would find it, assemble it, and come out firing. Oh, that's what's wrong with this whole situation. No friends. She flushed, rearranged her clothing, washed her hands, and walked back out to her friendly escorts. They walked her outside to a convoy of sorts. There were 2 black limousines and 4 escort vehicles. She saw 2 girls about her size and hair color get into the back of each of the limos. Petra, by contrast, was kept close to the building under the eaves until she was at the back of a bakery van. She climbed in. None of her guards came with her. There were 2 men in the back of the van, but they were in civilian clothes. "What am I, bread?" she asked. "We understand your need to feel that you're in control of the situation through humor," said one of the men. "What? A psychiatrist? This is worse than torture. What happened to the Geneva Convention?" The psychiatrist smiled. "You're going home, Petra." "To God or Armenia?" "At this moment, neither. The situation is still flexible." "I'd say it's flexible, if I'm going home to a place where I've never been before." "Loyalties have not yet been sorted out. The branch of government that kidnapped you and the other children was acting without the knowledge of the army or the elected government. Or so they say," said Petra. "Now you understand my situation perfectly." "So who are you loyal to?" "Russia. Isn't that what they all say?" "Not the ones who turned our foreign policy and military strategy over to a homicidal, maniac child." "Are those 3 equal accusations?" asked Petra. "Because I'm guilty of being a child. And homicide, too, in some people's opinion. Killing buggers was not homicide. I suppose it was insecticide." The psychiatrist looked baffled. Apparently he didn't know common well enough to understand a wordplay that 9-year-olds thought was endlessly funny in battle school. The van began to move. "Where are we going, since it's not home?" "We're going into hiding to keep you out of the hands of this monster child until the breadth of this conspiracy can be discovered and the conspirators arrested." "Or vice versa," said Petra. The psychiatrist looked baffled again, but then he understood. "I suppose that's possible, but then I'm not an important man. How would they know to look for me?" "You're important enough that you have soldiers who obey you." "They're not obeying me. We're all obeying someone else." "And who is that?" "If, through some misfortune, you were retaken by Achilles and his sponsors, you won't be able to answer that question. Besides, you'd all be dead before they could get to me, so your names wouldn't matter anyway, right?" He looked at her searchingly. "You seem cynical about this. We are risking our lives to save you. You're risking my life, too." He nodded slowly. "Do you want to return to your prison?" "I just want you to be aware that being kidnapped a second time isn't exactly the same thing as being set free. You're so sure that you're smart enough and your people are loyal enough to bring this off. But if you're wrong, I could get killed. So yes, you're taking risks, but so am I, and nobody asked me." "I ask you now." "Let me out of the van right here," said Petra. "I'll take my chances alone." "No," said the psychiatrist. "I see. So I am still a prisoner. You are in protective custody." "But I am a certified strategic and tactical genius," said Petra, "and you're not. So why are you in charge of me?" He had no answer. "I'll tell you why," said Petra. Because this is not about saving the little children who were stolen away by the evil, wicked child. This is about saving Mother Russia a lot of embarrassment. So it isn't enough for me to be safe. You have to return me to Armenia under just the right circumstances, with just the right spin, that the faction of the Russian government that you serve will be exonerated of all guilt. We are not guilty. Well, my point is not that you're lying about that, but that you regard that as a much higher priority than saving me. Because I assure you, riding along in this van, I fully expect to be retaken by Achilles and his, what did you call them, sponsors? And why do you suppose that this will happen? Does it matter why? You're the genius, said the psychiatrist. Apparently you have already seen some flaw in our plan. Well, the flaw is obvious. Far too many people know about it. The decoy limousines and soldiers, the escorts. You're sure that not one of those people is a plant? Because if any of them is reporting to Achilles' sponsors, then they already know which vehicle really has me in it and where it's going. They don't know where it's going. They do if the driver is the one who was planted by the other side. The driver doesn't know where we're going. He's just going around in circles. He knows the first rendezvous point, that's all. Petra shook her head. I knew you were stupid, because you became a talk therapy shrink, which is like being a minister of a religion in which you get to be God. The psychiatrist turned red. Petra liked that. He was stupid, and he didn't like hearing it, but he definitely needed to hear it because he clearly had built his whole life around the idea that he was smart. And now that he was playing with live ammunition, thinking he was smart was going to get him killed. I suppose you're right that the driver does know where we're going first, even if he doesn't know where we plan to go from the first rendezvous. The psychiatrist shrugged elaborately. But that can't be helped. You have to trust someone. And you decided to trust this driver because... The psychiatrist looked away. Petra looked at the other man. You're talkative. I am think, said the other man in halting common. You make battle school teachers crazy with talk. Ah, said Petra. You're the brains of the outfit. The man looked puzzled, but also offended. He wasn't sure how he had been insulted, since he probably didn't know the word outfit, but he knew an insult had been intended. Petra Arkanian, said the psychiatrist. Since you're right that I don't know the driver all that well, tell me what I should have done. You have a better plan than trusting him? Of course, said Petra. You tell him the rendezvous point, plan with him very carefully how he'll drive there. I did that, said the psychiatrist. I know, said Petra. Then, at the last minute, just as you're loading me into the van, you take the wheel and make him ride in one of the limousines. And then you drive to a different place entirely, or better yet, you take me to the nearest town and turn me loose and let me take care of myself. Again, the psychiatrist looked away. Petra was amused at how transparent his body language was. You'd think a shrink would know how to conceal his own tells. These people who kidnapped you, said the psychiatrist, they are a tiny minority, even within the intelligence organizations they work for. They can't be everywhere. Petra shook her head. You're a Russian. You were taught Russian history, and you actually believe that the intelligence service can't be everywhere and hear everything? What? Did you spend your entire childhood watching American vids? The psychiatrist had had enough. Putting on his finest medical airs, he delivered his ultimate put-down. And you're a child who never learned decent respect. You may be brilliant in your native abilities, but that doesn't mean you understand a political situation you know nothing about. Ah, said Petra, the "you're just a child, you don't have as much experience" argument. Naming it doesn't mean it's untrue. I'm sure you understand the nuances of political speeches and maneuvers. But this is a military operation. It is a political operation, the psychiatrist corrected her. No shooting. Again, Petra was stunned at the man's ignorance. Shooting is what happens when military operations fail to achieve their purposes through maneuver. Any operation that's intended to physically deprive the enemy of a valued asset is military. This operation is about freeing an ungrateful little girl and sending her home to her mama and papa, said the psychiatrist. You want me to be grateful? Open the door and let me out. The discussion is over, said the psychiatrist. You can shut up now. Is that how you end your sessions with your patients? I never said I was a psychiatrist, said the psychiatrist. Psychiatry was your education, said Petra. And I know you had a practice for a while, because real people don't talk like shrinks when they're trying to reassure a frightened child. Just because you got involved in politics and changed career doesn't mean you aren't still the kind of bonehead who goes to a witch doctor school and thinks he's a scientist. The man's fury was barely contained. Petra enjoyed the momentary thrill of fear that ran through her. Would he slap her? Not likely. As a psychiatrist, he would probably fall back on his one limitless resource, professional arrogance. Laymen usually sneer at sciences they don't understand, said the psychiatrist. That, said Petra, is precisely my point. When it comes to military operations, you're a complete novice, a layman, a bonehead, and I'm the expert. And you're too stupid to listen to me even now. Everything is going smoothly, said the psychiatrist, and you'll feel very foolish and apologize as you thank me when you get on the plane to return to Armenia. Petra only smiled tightly. You didn't even look in the cab of this delivery van to make sure it was the same driver before we drove off. Someone else would have noticed if the driver changed, said the psychiatrist. But Petra could tell she had finally made him uneasy. Oh yes, I forgot. We trust your fellow conspirators to see all and miss nothing because, after all, they aren't psychiatrists. I'm a psychologist, he said. Ouch, said Petra. That must have hurt, to admit you're only half educated. The psychologist turned away from her. What was the term that shrinks in ground school used for that behavior? Avoidance? Denial? She almost asked him, but decided to leave well enough alone. And people thought she couldn't control her tongue. They rode for a while in bristling silence. But the things she said must have been working on him, nagging at him, because after a while he got up and walked to the front and opened the door between the cargo area and the cab. A deafening gunshot rang through the closed interior, and the psychiatrist fell back. Petra felt hot brains and stinging bits of bone spatter her face and arms. The man across from her started reaching for a weapon under his coat, but he was shot twice and slumped over dead without touching it. The door from the cab opened the rest of the way. It was Achilles standing there, holding the gun in his hand. He said something. I can't hear you, said Petra. I can't even hear my own voice. Achilles shrugged. Speaking louder and mouthing the words carefully, he tried again. She refused to look at him. "I'm not going to try to listen to you," she said, "while I still have his blood all over me." Achilles set down the gun, far out of her reach, and pulled off his shirt. Bare-chested, he handed it to her, and when she refused to take it, he started wiping her face with it until she snatched it out of his hands and did the job herself. The ringing in her ears was fading, too. "I'm surprised you didn't wait to kill them until you'd had a chance to tell them how smart you are," said Petra. "I didn't need to," said Achilles. "You already told them how dumb they were." "Oh, you were listening?" "Of course, the compartment back here was wired for sound," said Achilles. "And video." "You didn't have to kill them," said Petra. "That guy was going for his gun," said Achilles. "Only after his friend was dead." "Come now," said Achilles. "I thought Ender's whole method was the preemptive use of ultimate force. I only do what I learned from your hero." "I'm surprised you did this one yourself," said Petra. "What do you mean, this one?" said Achilles. "I assume you were stopping the other rescues, too." "Oh, you forget," said Achilles. "I've already had months to evaluate you. Why keep the others when I can have the best?" "Are you flirting with me?" She said it with as much disdain as she could muster. Those words usually worked to shut down a boy who was being smug. But he only laughed. "I don't flirt," he said. "I forgot," said Petra. "You shoot first, and then flirting isn't necessary." That got to him a little, made him pause a moment, brought the slightest hint of a quickening of breath. It occurred to Petra that her mouth was indeed going to get her killed. She had never actually seen someone get shot before, except in movies and vids. Just because she thought of herself as the protagonist of this biographical vid she was trapped in didn't mean she was safe. For all she knew, Achilles meant to kill her, too. Or did he? Could he have really meant that she was the only one of the team he was keeping? Vlad would be so disappointed. "How did you happen to choose me?" she asked, changing the subject. "Like I said, you're the best." "That is such Kuzo," said Petra. "The exercises I did for you weren't any better than anyone else's." "Oh, those battle plans, well, those were just to keep you busy while the real tests were going on. Or rather, to make you think you were keeping us busy." "What was this real test, then, since I supposedly succeeded at it better than anyone else?" "Your little dragon drawing," said Achilles. She could feel the blood drain from her face. He saw it and laughed. "Don't worry," said Achilles. "You won't be punished. That was the test, to see which of you would succeed in getting a message outside. And my prize is staying with you." She said it with all the disgust she could put in her voice. "Your prize," said Achilles, "is staying alive." She felt sick at heart. "Even you wouldn't kill all the others for no reason?" "If they're killed, there's a reason. If there's a reason, they'll be killed. No, we suspected that your dragon drawing would have some meaning to someone. But we couldn't find a code in it." "There wasn't a code in it," said Petra. "Oh, yes, there was," said Achilles. "You somehow encoded it in such a way that someone was able to recognize it and decode it. I know this because the news stories that suddenly appeared triggering this whole crisis had some specific information that was more or less correct. One of the messages you guys tried to send must have gotten through. So we went back over every email sent by every one of you, and the only thing that couldn't be accounted for was your dragon clip art. If you can read a message in that, said Petra, then you're smarter than I am. On the contrary, said Achilles. You're smarter than I am, at least about strategy and tactics, like evading the enemy while keeping in close communication with allies. Well, not all that close, since it took them so long to publish the information you sent. You bet on the wrong horse, said Petra. It wasn't a message, and therefore, however they got the news, it must have come from one of the other guys. Achilles only laughed. You're a stubborn liar, aren't you? I'm not lying when I tell you that if I have to keep riding with these corpses in this compartment, I'm going to get sick. He smiled. Vomit away. So your pathology includes a weird need to hang around with the dead, said Petra. You'd better be careful. You know where that leads. First you'll start dating them, and then one day you'll bring a dead person home to meet your mother and father. Oops, I forgot. You're an orphan. So I brought them to show you. Why did you wait so long to shoot them? Asked Petra. I wanted it set up just right, so I could shoot the one while he was standing in the doorway, so his body would block any returning fire from the other guy. And besides, I was also enjoying the way you took them apart. Arguing with them like you did. Sounded like you hate shrinks almost as much as I do. And you were never even committed to a mental institution. I would have applauded several of your best bon mots, only I might have been overheard. Who's driving this van? Asked Petra, ignoring his flattery. Not me, said Achilles. Are you? How long are you planning to keep me imprisoned? Asked Petra. As long as it takes. As long as it takes to do what? Conquer the world together, you and I. Isn't that romantic? Or, well, it will be romantic when it happens. It will never be romantic, said Petra. Nor will I help you conquer your dandruff problem, let alone the world. Oh, you'll cooperate, said Achilles. I'll kill the other members of Ender's Geesh one by one until you give in. You don't have them, said Petra, and you don't know where they are. They're safe from you. Achilles grinned mock sheepishly. There's just no fooling genius, girl, is there? But you see, they're bound to surface somewhere, and when they do, they'll die. I don't forget. That's one way to conquer the world, said Petra. Kill everybody one by one until you're the only one left. Your first job, said Achilles, is to decode that message you sent out. What message? Achilles picked up his gun and pointed it at her. Kill me, and you'll always wonder if I really sent out a message at all, said Petra. But at least I won't have to listen to your smug voice lying to me, said Achilles. That would almost be a consolation. You seem to be forgetting that I wasn't a volunteer on this expedition. If you don't like listening to me, let me go. You're so sure of yourself, said Achilles. But I know you better than you know yourself. And what is it you think you know about me? Asked Petra. I know that you'll eventually give in and help me. Well, I know you better than you know yourself, too, said Petra. Oh, really? I know that eventually you'll kill me, because you always do. So let's just skip all the boring stuff in between. Kill me now. End the suspense. No, said Achilles. Things like that are much better as a surprise, don't you think? At least, that's the way God always did it. Why am I even talking to you? Asked Petra. Because you're so lonely after being in solitary for all these months that you'd do anything for human company, even talk to me. She hated that he was probably right. Human company. Apparently you're under the delusion that you qualify. Oh, you're mean, said Achilles, laughing. Look, I'm bleeding. You've got blood on your hands, all right. And you've got it all over your face, said Achilles. Come on, it'll be fun. And here I thought nothing would ever be more tedious than solitary confinement. You're the best, Petra, said Achilles. Except for one. Bean, said Petra. Ender, said Achilles. Bean is nothing. Bean is dead. Petra said nothing. Achilles looked at her searchingly. No smart remark. Bean is dead and you're alive, said Petra. There's no justice. The van slowed down and stopped. There, said Achilles. Our lively conversation made the time fly by. Fly. She heard an airplane overhead. Landing or taking off? Where are we flying? She asked. Who says we're flying anywhere? I think we're flying out of the country, said Petra, speaking the ideas as they came to her. I think you realized that you were going to lose your cushy job here in Russia, and you're sneaking out of the country. You're really very good. You keep setting a new standard for cleverness, said Achilles. And you keep setting a new standard for failure. He hesitated a moment, then went on as if she hadn't spoken. They're going to pit the other kids against me, he said. You already know them. You know their weaknesses. Whoever I'm up against, you're going to advise me. Never. We're in this together, said Achilles. I'm a nice guy. You'll like me, eventually. Oh, I know, said Petra. What's not to like? Your message, said Achilles. You wrote it to Bean, didn't you? What message? Said Petra. That's why you don't believe he's dead. I believe he's dead, said Petra. But she knew her earlier hesitation had given her away. Or else you wonder, if he got your message before I had him killed, why did it take so long after he died to have it hit the news? And here's the obvious answer, pet. Somebody else figured it out. Somebody else decoded it. And that really pisses me off. So don't tell me what the message said. I'm going to decode it myself. It can't be that hard. Downright easy, said Petra. After all, I'm dumb enough to end up as your prisoner. So dumb, in fact, that I never sent anybody a message. When I do decode it, though, I hope it won't say anything disparaging about me, because then I'd have to beat the shit out of you. You're right, said Petra. You are a charmer. 15 minutes later, they were on a small private jet, flying south by southeast. It was a luxurious vehicle for its size, and Petra wondered if it belonged to one of the intelligence services, or to some faction in the military, or maybe to some crime lord, or maybe all three at once. She wanted to study Achilles, watch his face, his body language, but she didn't want him to see her showing interest in him. So she looked out the window, wondering as she did so whether she wasn't just doing the same thing the dead psychologist had done, looking away to avoid facing bitter truth. When the chime announced that they could unbelt themselves, Petra got up and went to the bathroom. It was small, but compared to commercial airplane toilets, it was downright commodious. And it had cloth towels and real soap. She did her best with a damp towel to wipe blood and body matter from her clothes. She had to keep wearing the dirty clothing, but she could at least get rid of the visible chunks. The towel was so foul by the time she finished the job that she tossed it and got a fresh one to start in on her face and hands. She scrubbed until her face was red and raw, but she got it all off. She even soaped her hair and washed it as best she could in a tiny sink. It was hard to rinse, pouring 1 cup of water at a time over her head. The whole time, she kept thinking of the fact that the psychiatrist's last minutes were spent listening to her tell him how stupid he was and point out the worthlessness of his life's work. And yes, she was right, as his death proved, but that didn't change the fact that, however impure his motives might have been, he was trying to save her from Achilles. He had given his life in that effort, however badly planned it might have been. All the other rescues went off smoothly, and they were probably just as badly planned as hers. So much depended on chance. Everybody was stupid about some things. Petra was stupid about the things she said to people who had power over her, goading them, daring them to punish her. She did it even though she knew it was stupid. Wasn't it even stupider to do something stupid that you know is stupid? What did he call her? An ungrateful little girl. He tagged me, all right. As bad as she felt about his death, as horrified over what she had seen, as frightened as she was to be in Achilles' control, as lonely as she had been for these past weeks, she still couldn't figure out a way to cry about it. Because deeper than all these feelings was something even stronger. Her mind kept thinking of ways to get word to someone about where she was. She had done it once. She could do it again, right? She might feel bad. She might be a miserable specimen of human life. She might be in the midst of a traumatic childhood experience, but she was not going to submit to Achilles for 1 moment longer than she had to. The plane lurched suddenly, throwing her against the toilet. She half fell into it. There wasn't room to fall down all the way, but she couldn't get up because the plane had gone into a steep dive, and for a few moments she found herself gasping as the oxygen-rich air was replaced by cold upper-level air that left her dizzy. The hull was breached. They've shot us down. And for all that, she had an indomitable will to live. She couldn't help but think, good for them. Kill Achilles now. Kill Achilles now. And no matter who else is on the plane, it'll be a great day for humanity. But the plane soon leveled out, and the air was breathable before she blacked out. They must not have been very high when it happened. She opened the bathroom door and stepped back into the main cabin. The side door was partway open, and standing a couple of meters back from it was Achilles, the wind whipping at his hair and clothes. He was posing, as if he knew just how fine a figure he cut, standing there on the brink of death. She approached him, glancing at the door to make sure she stayed well back from it, and to see how high they were. Not very, compared to cruising altitude, but higher than any building or bridge or dam. Anyone who fell from this plane would die. Could she get behind him and push? He smiled broadly when she got near. "What happened?" she shouted over the noise of the wind. "It occurred to me," he yelled back, "that I made a mistake bringing you with me." He opened the door on purpose. He opened it for her. Just as she began to step back, his hand lashed out and seized her by the wrist. The intensity of his eyes was startling. He didn't look crazy. He looked fascinated, almost as if he found her amazingly beautiful. But of course, it wasn't her. It was his power over her that fascinated him. It was himself that he loved so intensely. She didn't try to pull away. Instead, she twisted her wrist so that she also gripped him. "Come on, let's jump together," she shouted. "That would be the most romantic thing we could do." He leaned close. "And miss out on all the history we're going to make together?" he said. Then he laughed. "Oh, I see. You thought I was going to throw you out of the plane." "No, pet. I took hold of you so that I could anchor you while you closed the door. Wouldn't want the wind to suck you out, would we?" "I have a better idea," said Petra. "I'll be the anchor. You close the door." "But the anchor has to be the stronger, heavier one," said Achilles. "And that's me." "Let's just leave it open then," said Petra. "Can't fly all the way to Kabul with the door open." What did it mean, his telling her their destination? Did it mean that he trusted her a little? Or that it didn't matter what she knew, since he had decided she was going to die? Then it occurred to her that if he wanted her dead, she would die. It was that simple. So why worry about it? If he wanted to kill her by pushing her out the door, how was that different from a bullet in the brain? Dead was dead. And if he didn't plan to kill her, the door needed to be closed, and having him serve as anchor was the second best plan. "Isn't there somebody in the crew who can do this?" she asked. "There's just the pilot," said Achilles. "Can you land the plane?" She shook her head. "So he stays in the cockpit, and we close the door." "I don't mean to be a nag," said Petra, "but opening the door was a really stupid thing to do." He grinned at her. Holding tight to his wrist, she slid along the wall toward the door. It was only partially open, the kind of door that worked by sliding up, so she didn't have to reach very far out of the plane. Still, the cold wind snatched at her arm and made it very hard to get a grip on the door handle to pull it down into place. And even when she got it down into position, she simply didn't have the strength to overcome the wind resistance and pull it snug. Achilles saw this, and now that the door wasn't open enough for anyone to fall out, and the wind could no longer suck anybody out, he let go of her and of the bulkhead and joined her in pulling at the handle. "If I push instead of pulling," thought Petra, "the wind will help me, and maybe we'll both get sucked right out." "Do it," she told herself. "Do it. Kill him. Even if you die doing it, it's worth it. This is Hitler, Stalin, Genghis, Attila, all rolled into one." But it might not work. He might not get sucked out. She might die alone, pointlessly. No. She would have to find a way to destroy him later, when she could be sure it would work. At another level, she knew that she simply wasn't ready to die. No matter how convenient it might be for the rest of humanity, no matter how richly Achilles deserved to die, she would not be his executioner. Not now. Not if she had to give her own life to kill him. If that made her a selfish coward, so be it. They pulled, and finally, with a whoosh, the door passed the threshold of wind resistance and locked nicely into place. Achilles pulled the lever that locked it. "Traveling with you is always such an adventure," said Petra. "No need to shout," said Achilles. "I can hear you just fine." Why can't you just run with the bulls at Pamplona like any normal self-destructive person? Asked Petra. He ignored her jibe. I must value you more than I thought. He said it as if it took him rather by surprise. You mean you still have a spark of humility? You might actually need someone else? Again, he ignored her words. You look better without blood all over your face. But I'll never be as pretty as you. Here's my rule about guns, said Achilles. When people are getting shot, always stand behind the shooter. It's a lot less messy there. Unless people are shooting back. Achilles laughed. Pet, I never use a gun when someone might shoot back. And you're so well-mannered, you always open a door for a lady. His smile faded. Sometimes I get these impulses, he said. But they're not irresistible. Too bad. And here you had such a good insanity defense going. His eyes blazed for a moment. Then he went back to his seat. She cursed herself. Goading him like this, how is it different from jumping out of the airplane? Then again, maybe it was the fact that she spoke to him without cringing that made him value her. Fool, she said to herself. You are not equipped to understand this boy. You're not insane enough. Don't try to guess why he does what he does or how he feels about you or anybody or anything. Study him so you can learn how he makes his plans, what he's likely to do, so that someday you can defeat him. But don't ever try to understand. If you can't even understand yourself, what hope do you have of comprehending somebody as deformed as Achilles? They did not land in Kabul. They landed in Tashkent, refueled, and then went over the Himalayas to New Delhi. So, he lied to her about their destination. He hadn't trusted her after all. But, as long as he refrained from killing her, she could endure a little mistrust.
Chapter 9. Communing with the Dead. 2. Carlotta Key Agape at Vatican.net/orders/sisters/IND. From Locke Key Erasmus at polnet.gov. Re. An answer for your dead friend. If you know who I really am and you have contact with a certain person purported to be dead, please inform that person that I have done my best to fulfill expectations. I believe further collaboration is possible, but not through intermediaries. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, then please inform me of that as well, so I can begin my search again.
Bean came home to find that Sister Carlotta had packed their bags. Moving day? He asked. They had agreed that either one of them could decide that it was time to move on without having to defend the decision. It was the only way to be sure of acting on any unconscious cues that someone was closing in on them. They didn't want to spend their last moments of life listening to each other say, I knew we should have left 3 days ago. Well, why didn't you say so? Because I didn't have a reason. We have 2 hours till the flight. Wait a minute, said Bean. You decide we're going, I decide the destination. That was how they decided to keep their movements random. She handed him the printout of an email. It was from Locke. Greensboro, North Carolina, in the U.S., she said. Perhaps I'm not decoding this right, said Bean, but I don't see an invitation to visit him. He doesn't want intermediaries, said Carlotta. We can't trust his email to be untraced. Bean took a match and burned the email in the sink. Then he crumbled the ashes and washed them down the drain. What about Petra? Still no word. 7 of Ender's Jish released. The Russians are simply saying that Petra's place of captivity has not yet been discovered. Kuso, said Bean. I know, said Carlotta, but what can we do if they won't tell us? I'm afraid she's dead, Bean. You've got to realize that's the likeliest reason for them to stonewall. Bean knew it, but didn't believe it. You don't know Petra, he said. You don't know Russia, said Carlotta. Most people are decent in every country, said Bean. A shield is enough to tip the balance wherever he goes. Bean nodded. Rationally, I have to agree with you. Irrationally, I expect to see her again someday. If I didn't know you so well, I might interpret that as a sign of your faith in the resurrection. Bean picked up his suitcase. Am I bigger, or is this smaller? The case is the same size, said Carlotta. I think I'm growing. Of course you're growing. Look at your pants. I'm still wearing them, said Bean. More to the point, look at your ankles. Oh. There was more ankle showing than when he bought them. Bean had never seen a child grow up, but it bothered him that in the weeks they had been in Araraquara, he had grown at least 5 centimeters. If this was puberty, where were the other changes that were supposed to go along with it? We'll buy you new clothes in Greensboro, said Sister Carlotta. Greensboro. The place where Ender grew up. And where he killed for the first time, said Sister Carlotta. You just won't let go of that, will you? Said Bean. When you had a shield in your power, you didn't kill him. Bean didn't like hearing himself compared to Ender that way, not when it showed Ender at a disadvantage. Sister Carlotta, we'd have a whole lot less difficulty right now if I had killed him. You showed mercy. You turned the other cheek. You gave him a chance to make something worthwhile out of his life. I made sure he'd get committed to a mental institution. Are you so determined to believe in your own lack of virtue? Yes, said Bean. I prefer truth to lies. There, said Carlotta. Yet another virtue to add to my list. Bean laughed in spite of himself. I'm glad you like me, he said. Are you afraid to meet him? Who? Ender's brother. Not afraid, said Bean. How do you feel then? Skeptical, said Bean. He showed humility in that email, said Sister Carlotta. He wasn't sure that he'd figured things out exactly right. Oh, there's a thought. The humble Hegemon. He's not Hegemon yet, said Carlotta. He got 7 of Ender's Jish released just by publishing a column. He has influence. He has ambition. And now, to learn he has humility, well, it's just too much for me. Laugh all you want. Let's go out and find a cab. There was no last-minute business to take care of. They had paid cash for everything, owed nothing. They could walk away. They lived on money drawn from accounts Graff had set up for them. There was nothing about the account Bean was using now to tag it as belonging to Julian Delphiki. It held his military salary, including his combat and retirement bonuses. The IF had given all of Ender's Jish very large trust funds that they couldn't touch till they came of age. The saved-up pay and bonuses were just to tide them over during their childhood. Graff had assured him that he would not run out of money while he was in hiding. Sister Carlotta's money came from the Vatican. One person there knew what she was doing. She, too, would have money enough for her needs. Neither of them had the temperament to exploit the situation. They spent little, Sister Carlotta because she wanted nothing more, Bean because he knew that any kind of flamboyance or excess would mark him in people's memories. He always had to seem to be a child running errands for his grandmother, not an undersized war hero cashing in on his back pay. Their passports caused them no problems either. Again, Graff had been able to pull strings for them. Given the way they looked, both of Mediterranean ancestry, they carried passports from Catalonia. Carlotta knew Barcelona well, and Catalan was her childhood language. She barely spoke it now, but no matter. Hardly anyone did. And no one would be surprised that her grandson couldn't speak the language at all. Besides, how many Catalans would they meet in their travels? Who would try to test their story? If someone got too nosy, they'd simply move on to some other city, some other country. They landed in Miami, then Atlanta, then Greensboro. They were exhausted and slept the night at an airport hotel. The next day, they logged in and printed out guides to the county bus system. It was a fairly modern system, enclosed and electric, but the map made no sense to Bean. "Why don't any of the buses go through here?" he asked. "That's where the rich people live," said Sister Carlotta. "They make them all live together in one place?" "They feel safer," said Carlotta, "and by living close together, they have a better chance of their children marrying into other rich families." "But why don't they want buses?" "They ride in individual vehicles. They can afford the fees. It gives them more freedom to choose their own schedule, and it shows everyone just how rich they are." "It's still stupid," said Bean. "Look how far the buses have to go out of their way." The rich people didn't want their streets to be enclosed in order to hold a bus system. "So what?" asked Bean. Sister Carlotta laughed. "Bean, isn't there plenty of stupidity in the military, too? But in the long run, the guy who wins battles gets to make the decisions." "Well, these rich people won the economic battles, or their grandparents did. So now they get their way most of the time. Sometimes I feel like I don't know anything. You've lived half your life in a tube in space, and before that you lived on the streets of Rotterdam. I've lived in Greece with my family and in Araraquara too. I should have figured this out. That was Greece and Brazil. This is America. So money rules in America, but not those other places? No, Bean. Money rules almost everywhere. But different cultures have different ways of displaying it. In Araraquara, for instance, they made sure that the tram lines ran out to the rich neighborhoods. Why? So the servants could come to work. In America, they're more afraid of criminals coming to steal, so the sign of wealth is to make sure that the only way to reach them is by private car or on foot. Sometimes I miss battle school. That's because in battle school, you were one of the very richest in the only coin that mattered there. Bean thought about that. As soon as the other kids realized that, young and small as he was, he could outperform them in every class, it gave him a kind of power. Everyone knew who he was. Even those who mocked him had to give him a grudging respect. But I didn't always get my way. Graf told me some of the outrageous things you did, said Carlotta. Climbing through the air ducts to eavesdrop, breaking into the computer system. But they caught me. Not as soon as they'd like to have caught you. And were you punished? No. Why? Because you were rich. Money and talent aren't the same thing. That's because you can inherit money that was earned by your ancestors, said Sister Carlotta. And everybody recognizes the value of money, while only select groups recognize the value of talent. So where does Peter live? She had the address of all the Wigan families. There weren't many. The more common spelling had an S at the end. But I don't think this will help us, said Carlotta. We don't want to meet him at home. Why not? Because we don't know whether his parents are aware of what he's doing or not. Graf was pretty sure they don't know. If two foreigners come calling, they're going to start to wonder what their son is doing on the net. Where then? He could be in secondary school, but given his intelligence, I'd bet on his being in college. She was accessing more information as she spoke. Colleges. Lots of them in town. The biggest first, the better for him to disappear. Why would he need to disappear? Nobody knows who he is. But he doesn't want anyone to realize that he spends no time on his schoolwork. He has to look like an ordinary kid his age. He should be spending all his free time with friends, or with girls, or with friends looking for girls, or with friends trying to distract themselves from the fact that they can't find any girls. For a nun, you seem to know a lot about this. I wasn't born a nun, but you were born a girl, and no one is a better observer of the folkways of the adolescent male than the adolescent female. What makes you think he doesn't do all those things? Being Locke and Demosthenes is a full-time job. So why do you think he's in college at all? Because his parents would be upset if he stayed home all day reading and writing email. Bean wouldn't know about what might make parents upset. He'd only known his parents since the end of the war, and they'd never found anything serious to criticize about him. Or maybe they never felt like he was really theirs. They didn't criticize Nikolai much either, but more than they did Bean. There simply hadn't been enough time together for them to feel as comfortable, as parental, with their new son, Julian. I wonder how my parents are doing. If anything was wrong, we would have heard, said Carlotta. I know, said Bean. That doesn't mean I can't wonder. She didn't answer, just kept working her desk, bringing new pages into the display. Here he is, she said, a non-resident student. No address, just email in a campus box. What about his class schedule? Asked Bean. They don't post that. Bean laughed. And that's supposed to be a problem? No, Bean, you aren't going to crack their system. I can't think of a better way for you to attract attention than to trip some trap and get a mole to follow you home. I don't get followed by moles. You never see the ones that follow you. It's just a college, not some intelligence service. Sometimes people with the least that is worth stealing are the most concerned with giving the appearance of having great treasures hidden away. Is that from the Bible? No, it's from observation. So what do we do? Your voice is too young, said Sister Carlotta. I'll work the phone. She talked her way to the head registrar of the university. He was a very nice boy to carry all my things after the wheel broke on my cart, and if these keys are his, I want to get them back to him right away before he worries. No, I will not drop them in the mail. How would that be right away? Nor will I leave them with you. They might not be his, and then what would I do? If they are his keys, he will be very glad you told me where his classes are. And if they aren't his keys, then what harm will it cause? All right, I'll wait. Sister Carlotta lay back on the bed. Bean laughed at her. How does a nun get so good at lying? She held down the mute button. It isn't lying to tell a bureaucrat whatever story it takes to get him to do his job properly. But if he does his job properly, he won't give you any information about Peter. If he does his job properly, he'll understand the purpose of the rules and therefore know when it is appropriate to make exceptions. People who understand the purpose of the rules don't become bureaucrats, said Bean. That's something we learned really fast in battle school. Exactly, said Carlotta. So I have to tell him the story that will help him overcome his handicap. Abruptly, she refocused her attention on the phone. Oh, how very nice. Well, that's fine. I'll see him there. She hung up the phone and laughed. Well, after all that, the registrar emailed him. His desk was connected. He admitted that he had lost his keys, and he wants to meet the nice old lady at Yum Yum. What is that? Asked Bean. I haven't the slightest idea, but the way she said it, I figured that if I were an old lady living near campus, I'd already know. She was already deep in the city directory. Oh, it's a restaurant near campus. Well, this is it. Let's go meet the boy who would be king. Wait a minute, said Bean. You can't go straight there. Why not? We have to get some keys. Sister Carlotta looked at him like he was crazy. I made up the bit about the keys, Bean. The registrar knows that you're meeting Peter Wiggin to give him back his keys. What if he happens to be going to Yum Yum right now for lunch, and he sees us meet Peter and nobody gives anybody any keys? We don't have a lot of time. Okay, I have a better idea. Just act flustered and tell him that in your hurry to get there to meet him, you forgot to bring the keys, so he should come back to the house with you. You have a talent for this, Bean. Deception is second nature to me. The bus was on time and moved briskly, this being an off-peak time, and soon they were on campus. Bean was better at translating maps into real terrain, so he led the way to Yum Yum. The place looked like a dive. Or rather, it was trying to look like a dive from an earlier era. Only it really was run down and under-maintained, so it was a dive trying to look like a nice restaurant decorated to look like a dive. Very complicated and ironic, Bean decided, remembering what Father used to say about a neighborhood restaurant near their house on Crete. Abandon lunch, all ye who enter here. The food looked like common people's restaurant food everywhere, more about delivering fat and sweets than about flavor or nutrition. Bean wasn't picky, though. There were foods he liked better than others, and he knew something of the difference between fine cuisine and plain fare. But after the streets of Rotterdam and years of dried and processed food in space, anything that delivered the calories and nutrients was fine with him. But he made the mistake of going for the ice cream. He had just come from Araraquara, where the sorvete was memorable, and the American stuff was too fatty, the flavors too syrupy. Deliciosa, said Bean. Deixa a boquinha, menino, she answered. E não fala português aqui. I didn't want to critique the ice cream in a language they'd understand. Doesn't the memory of starvation make you more patient? Does everything have to be a moral question? I wrote my dissertation on Aquinas and Tillich, said Sister Carlotta. All questions are philosophical. In which case, all answers are unintelligible. And you're not even in grad school yet. A tall young man slid onto the bench beside Bean. Sorry I'm late, he said. You got my keys? I feel so foolish, said Sister Carlotta. I came all the way here and then I realized I left them back home. Let me buy you some ice cream, and then you can walk home with me and get them. Bean looked up at Peter's face in profile. The resemblance to Ender was plain, but not close enough that anyone could ever mistake one for the other. This is the kid who brokered the ceasefire that ended the League War. The kid who wants to be Hegemon. Good-looking, but not movie star handsome. People would like him, but still trust him. Bean had studied the vids of Hitler and Stalin. The difference was palpable. Stalin never had to get elected. Hitler did. Even with that stupid mustache, you could see it in Hitler's eyes. That ability to see into you, that sense that whatever he said, wherever he looked, he was speaking to you, looking at you, that he cared about you. But Stalin, he looked like the liar that he was. Peter was definitely in the charismatic category, like Hitler. Perhaps an unfair comparison, but those who coveted power invited such thoughts. And the worst was seeing the way Sister Carlotta played to him. True, she was acting a part, but when she spoke to him, when that gaze was fixed on her, she preened a little. She warmed to him. Not so much that she'd behave foolishly, but she was aware of him with a heightened intensity that Bean didn't like. Peter had the seducer's gift. Dangerous. I'll walk home with you, said Peter. I'm not hungry. Have you already paid? Of course, said Sister Carlotta. This is my grandson, by the way, Delfino. Peter turned to notice Bean for the first time, though Bean was quite sure Peter had sized him up thoroughly before he sat down. Cute kid, he said. How old is he? Does he go to school yet? I'm little, said Bean cheerfully, but at least I'm not a Yelda. All those vids of battle school life, said Peter. Even little kids are picking up that stupid polyglot slang. Now, children, you must get along. I insist on it. Sister Carlotta led the way to the door. My grandson is visiting this country for the first time, young man, so he doesn't understand American banter. Yes, I do, said Bean, trying to sound like a petulant child and finding it quite easy since he really was annoyed. He speaks English pretty well. But you better hold his hand crossing this street. The campus trams zoom through here like Daytona. Bean rolled his eyes and submitted to having Carlotta hold his hand across the street. Peter was obviously trying to provoke him, but why? Surely he wasn't so shallow as to think humiliating Bean would give him some advantage. Maybe he took pleasure in making other people feel small. Finally, though, they were away from campus and had taken enough twists and turns to make sure they weren't being followed. "You're the great Julian Delphiki," said Peter. "And you're Locke. They're touting you for Hegemon when Cicada's term is over. Too bad you're only virtual." "I'm thinking of going public soon," said Peter. "Ah, that's why you got the plastic surgery, to make you so pretty," said Bean. "This old face?" said Peter. "I only wear it when I don't care how I look." "Boys," said Sister Carlotta, "must you display like baby chimps?" Peter laughed easily. "Come on, Mom, we was just playing. Can't we still go to the movies?" "Off to bed without supper, the lot of you," said Sister Carlotta. Bean had had enough of this. "Where's Petra?" he demanded. Peter looked at him as if he were insane. "I don't have her." "You have sources," said Bean. "You know more than you're telling me." "You know more than you're telling me, too," said Peter. "I thought we were working on trusting each other, and then we open the floodgates of wisdom." "Is she dead?" said Bean, not willing to be deflected. Peter looked at his watch. "At this moment, I don't know." Bean stopped walking. Disgusted, he turned to Sister Carlotta. "We wasted a trip," he said, "and risked our lives for nothing." "Are you sure?" said Sister Carlotta. Bean looked back at Peter, who seemed genuinely bemused. "He wants to be Hegemon," said Bean, "but he's nothing." Bean walked away. He had memorized the route, of course, and knew how to get to the bus station without Sister Carlotta's help. Ender had ridden these buses as a child younger than Bean. It was the only consolation for the bitter disappointment of finding out that Peter was a game-playing fool. No one called after him, and he did not look back. Bean took not the bus to the hotel, but the one that passed nearest the school Ender had attended just before being taken into battle school. The whole story of Ender's life had come out in the inquiry into Graf's conduct. Ender's first killing had taken place here. A boy named Stilson, who had set on Ender with his gang. Bean had been there for Ender's second killing, which was pretty much the same situation as the first. Ender, alone, outnumbered, surrounded, talked his way into single combat and then fought to destroy his enemy, so no will to fight would remain. But he had known it here at the age of 6. I knew things at that age, thought Bean, and younger, too. Not how to kill, that was beyond me, I was too small. How to live, that was hard. For me it was hard, but not for Ender. Bean walked through the neighborhoods of modest old houses and even more modest new ones. But to him, they were all miracles. Not that he hadn't had plenty of chances living with his family in Greece after the war to see how most children grew up. This was different. This was the place that had spawned Ender Wiggin. I had more native talent for war than Ender had, but he was still the better commander. Was this the difference? He grew up where he never worried about finding another meal, where people praised him and protected him. I grew up where if I found a scrap of food, I had to worry that another street kid might kill me for it. Shouldn't that have made me the one who fought desperately and Ender the one who held back? It wasn't the place. Two people in identical situations would never make exactly the same choices. Ender is who he is, and I am who I am. It was in him to destroy the Formics. It was in me to stay alive. So it's in me now. I'm a commander without an army. I have a mission to perform, but no knowledge of how to perform it. Petra, if she's still alive, is in desperate peril, and she counts on me to free her. The others are all free. She alone remains hidden. What has a shield done to her? I will not have Petra end like Poke. There it was, the difference between Ender and Bean. Ender came out of his bitterest battle of childhood undefeated. He had done what was required. But Bean had not even realized the danger his friend Poke was in until too late. If he had seen in time how immediate her peril was, he could have warned her, helped her, saved her. Instead, her body was tossed into the Rhine to be found bobbing like so much garbage among the wharves. And it was happening again. Bean stood in front of the Wigan house. Ender had never spoken of it, nor had pictures of it been shown at the court of inquiry. But it was exactly what Bean had expected. A tree in the front yard with wooden slats nailed into the trunk to form a ladder to the platform in a high crotch of the tree. Tidy, well-tended garden. A place of peace and refuge. What did Ender ever know of fear? Where is Petra's garden? That matter. Where's mine? Bean knew he was being unreasonable. If Ender had come back to Earth, he too would no doubt be in hiding if Ashiel hadn't simply killed him straight off. And even as things stood, he couldn't help but wonder if Ender might not prefer to be living as Bean was, on Earth, in hiding, than where he was now, in space, bound for another world and a life of permanent exile from the world of his birth. A woman came out of the front door of the house. Mrs. Wigan? Are you lost? She asked. Bean realized that in his disappointment, no, call it despair, he had forgotten his vigilance. This house might be watched. Even if it was not, Mrs. Wigan herself might remember him, this young boy who appeared in front of her house during school hours. Is this where Ender Wigan grew up? A cloud passed across her face, just momentarily, but Bean saw how her expression saddened before her smile could be put back. Yes, it is, she said, but we don't give tours. For reasons Bean could not understand, on impulse, he said, I was with him in the last battle. I fought under him. Her smile changed again, away from mere courtesy and kindness toward something like warmth and pain. Ah, she said, a veteran. And then the warmth faded and was replaced by worry. I know all the faces of Ender's companions in that last battle. You're the one who's dead. Julian Delphiki. Just like that, his cover was blown, and he had done it to himself by telling her that he was in Ender's Jish. What was he thinking? There were only 11 of them. Obviously, there's someone who wants to kill me, he said. If you tell anyone I came here, it will help him do it. I won't tell, but it was careless of you to come here. I had to see, said Bean, wondering if that was anything like a true explanation. She didn't wonder. That's absurd, she said. You wouldn't risk your life to come here without a reason. And then it came together in her mind. Peter's not home right now. I know, Bean said. I was just with him at the university. And then he realized there was no reason for her to think he was coming to see Peter, unless she had some idea of what Peter was doing. You know, he said. She closed her eyes, realizing now what she had confessed. Either we are both very great fools, she said, or we must have trusted each other at once to let our guard down so readily. We're only fools if the other can't be trusted, said Bean. We'll find out, won't we? Then she smiled. No use leaving you standing out here on the street for people to wonder why a child your size is not in school. He followed her up the walkway to the front door. When Ender left home, did he walk down this path? Bean tried to imagine the scene. Ender never came home. Like Bonzo, the other casualty of the war. Bonzo, killed. Ender, missing in action. And now, Bean, coming up the walk to Ender's home. Only this was no sentimental visit with a grieving family. It was a different war now, but war it was, and she had another son at risk these days. She was not supposed to know what he was doing. Wasn't that the whole point of Peter's having to camouflage his activities by pretending to be a student? She made him a sandwich without even asking, as if she simply assumed that a child would be hungry. It was, of all things, that plain American cliché, peanut butter on white bread. Had she made such sandwiches for Ender? "I miss him," said Bean, because he knew that would make her like him. "If he had been here," said Mrs. Wiggin, "he probably would have been killed." When I read what Locke wrote about that boy from Rotterdam, I couldn't imagine he would have let Ender live. "You knew him too, didn't you? What's his name?" "Achille," said Bean. "You're in hiding," she said. "But you seem so young." "I travel with a nun named Sister Carlotta," said Bean. "We claim we're grandmother and grandson." "I'm glad you're not alone." "Neither is Ender." Tears came to her eyes. "Suppose you needed Valentine more than we did." On impulse, again an impulsive act instead of a calculated decision, Bean reached out and set his hand in hers. She smiled at him. The moment passed. Bean realized again how dangerous it was to be here. What if this house was under surveillance? The IF knew about Peter. What if they were observing the house? "I should go," said Bean. "I'm glad you came by," she said. "I must have wanted very much to talk to someone who knew Ender without being envious of him." "We were all envious," said Bean. "But we also knew he was the best of us. Why else would you envy him if you didn't think he was better?" Bean laughed. "Well, when you envy somebody, you tell yourself he isn't really better after all. So, did the other children envy his abilities?" asked Mrs. Wiggin. "Or only the recognition he received?" Bean didn't like the question, but then remembered who it was that was asking. "I should turn that question back on you. Did Peter envy his abilities? Or only the recognition?" She stood there considering whether to answer or not. Bean knew that family loyalty worked against her saying anything. "I'm not just idly asking," Bean said. "I don't know how much you know about what Peter's doing." "We read everything he publishes," said Mrs. Wiggin, "and then we're very careful to act as if we hadn't a clue what's going on in the world." "I'm trying to decide whether to throw in with Peter," said Bean, "and I have no way of knowing what to make of him, how much to trust him." "I wish I could help you," said Mrs. Wiggin. "Peter marches to a different drummer. I've never really caught the rhythm." "Don't you like him?" asked Bean, knowing he was too blunt, but knowing also that he wasn't going to get many chances like this, to talk to the mother of a potential ally, or rival. "I love him," said Mrs. Wiggin. "He doesn't show us much of himself." "But that's only fair. We never showed our children much of ourselves either." "Why not?" asked Bean. He was thinking of the openness of his mother and father, the way they knew Nikolai and Nikolai knew them. It had left him almost gasping, the unguardedness of their conversations with each other. Clearly, the Wiggin household did not have that custom. "It's very complicated," said Mrs. Wiggin. "Meaning that you think it's none of my business?" "On the contrary, I know it's very much your business." She sighed and sat back down. "Come on, let's not pretend this is only a doorstep conversation. You came here to find out about Peter. The easy answer is simply to tell you that we don't know a thing. He never tells anyone anything they want to know unless it would be useful to him for them to know it." "But the hard answer?" "We've been hiding from our children almost from the start," said Mrs. Wiggin. We can hardly be surprised or resentful when they learned at a very early age to be secretive. What were you hiding? We don't tell our children, and I should tell you? But she answered her own question at once. If Valentine and Ender were here, I think we would talk to them. I even tried to explain some of this to Valentine before she left to join Ender and Faith. I did a very bad job because I had never put it in words before. Let me start by saying we were going to have a third child anyway, even if the IF hadn't asked us to. Where Bean had grown up, the population laws hadn't meant much. The street children of Rotterdam were all extra people and knew perfectly well that by law, not one of them should have been born. But when you're starving, it's hard to care much about whether you're going to get into the finest schools. Still, when the laws were repealed, he read about them and knew the significance of their decision to have a third child. Why would you do that? Asked Bean. It would hurt all your children. It would end your careers. We were very careful not to have careers, said Mrs. Wiggin. Not careers that we'd hate to give up. What we had was only jobs. You see, we're religious people. There are lots of religious people in the world. Not in America, said Mrs. Wiggin. Not the kind of fanatic that does something so selfish and antisocial as to have more than 2 children just because of some misguided religious ideas. And when Peter tested so high as a toddler and they started monitoring him, well, that was a disaster for us. We had hoped to be unobtrusive, to disappear. We're very bright people, you know. I wondered why the parents of such geniuses didn't have noted careers of their own, said Bean. Or at least some kind of standing in the intellectual community. Intellectual community, said Mrs. Wiggin scornfully. America's intellectual community has never been very bright or honest. They're all sheep, following whatever the intellectual fashion of the decade happens to be, demanding that everyone follow their dicta in lockstep. Everyone has to be open-minded and tolerant of the things they believe, but God forbid they should ever concede, even for a moment, that someone who disagrees with them might have some fingerhold on truth. She sounded bitter. I sound bitter, she said. You've lived your life, said Bean. So you think you're smarter than the smart people. She recoiled a bit. Well, that's the kind of comment that explains why we never discuss our faith with anyone. I didn't mean it as an attack, said Bean. I think I'm smarter than anybody I've ever met because I am. I'd have to be dumber than I am not to know it. You really believe in your religion, and you resent the fact that you had to hide it from others. That's all I was saying. Not religion, religions, she said. My husband and I don't even share the same doctrine. Having a large family in obedience to God, that was about the only thing we agreed on. And even at that, we both had elaborate intellectual justifications for our decision to defy the law. For one thing, we didn't think it would hurt our children at all. We meant to raise them in faith as believers. So why didn't you? Because we're cowards after all, said Mrs. Wiggin. With the IF watching, we would have had constant interference. They would have intervened to make sure we didn't teach our children anything that would prevent them from fulfilling the role that Ender and you ended up fulfilling. That's when we started hiding our faith. Not really from our children, just from the battle school people. We were so relieved when Peter's monitor was taken away, and then Valentine's. We thought we were done. We were going to move to a place where we wouldn't be so badly treated and have a third child and a fourth, as many as we could have before they arrested us. But then they came to us and requisitioned a third child. So we didn't have to move. You see, we were lazy and frightened. If the battle school was going to give us a cover to allow us to have one more child, then why not? But then they took Ender. And by the time they took him, it was too late to raise Peter and Valentine in our faith. If you don't teach children when they're little, it's never really inside them. You have to hope they'll come to it later on their own. It can't come from the parents if you don't begin when they're little. Indoctrinating. That's what parenting is, said Mrs. Wiggin. Indoctrinating your children in the social patterns that you want them to live by. The intellectuals have no qualms about using the schools to indoctrinate our children in their foolishness. I wasn't trying to provoke you, said Bean. And yet you use words that imply criticism. Sorry, said Bean. You're still a child, said Mrs. Wiggin. No matter how bright you are, you still absorb a lot of the attitudes of the ruling class. I don't like it, but there you are. When they took Ender away, and we finally could live without constant scrutiny of every word that we said to our children, we realized that Peter was already completely indoctrinated in the foolishness of the schools. He would never have gone along with our earlier plan. He would have denounced us. We would have lost him. So do you cast off your firstborn child in order to give birth to a fourth or fifth or sixth? Peter seemed sometimes not to have any conscience at all. If ever anyone needed to believe in God, it was Peter. And he didn't. He probably wouldn't have anyway, said Bean. You don't know him, said Mrs. Wiggin. He lives by pride. If we had made him proud of being a secret believer, he would have been valiant in that struggle. Instead, he's not. So you never even tried to convert him to your beliefs? Asked Bean. Which ones? Asked Mrs. Wiggin. We had always thought that the big struggle in our family would be over which religion to teach them, his or mine. Instead, we had to watch over Peter and find ways to help him find decency. No, something much more important than that. Integrity. Honor. We monitored him the way that the battle school had monitored all three of them. It took all our patience to keep our hands off when he forced Valentine to become Demosthenes. It was so contrary to her spirit. But we soon saw that it was not changing her, that her nobility of heart was, if anything, stronger through resistance to Peter's control. You didn't try to simply block him from what he was doing? She laughed harshly. Oh, now you're supposed to be the smart one. Could someone have blocked you? And Peter failed to get into battle school because he was too ambitious, too rebellious, too unlikely to fulfill assignments and follow orders. We were supposed to influence him by forbidding him or blocking him? No, I can see you couldn't, said Bean. But you did nothing at all? We taught him as best we could, said Mrs. Wiggin. Comments at meals. We could see how he tuned us out, how he despised our opinions. It didn't help that we were trying so hard to conceal that we knew everything he'd written as Locke. Our conversations really were abstract. Boring, I suppose. And we didn't have those intellectual credentials. Why should he respect us? But he heard our ideas of what nobility is, goodness and honor. And whether he believed us at some level or simply found such things within himself, we've seen him grow. So, you ask me if you can trust him, and I can't answer because... Trust him to do what? To act as you want him to? Never. To act according to some predictable pattern? I should laugh. But we've seen signs of honor. We've seen him do things that were very hard, but that seemed to be not just for show, but because he really believed in what he was doing. Of course, he might have simply been doing things that would make Locke seem virtuous and admirable. How can we know when we can't ask him? So you can't talk to him about what matters to you because you know he'll despise you. And he can't talk to you about what matters to him because you've never shown him that you actually have the understanding to grasp what he's thinking. Tears sprang to her eyes and glistened there. Sometimes I miss Valentine so much. She was so breathtakingly honest and good. So she told you she was Demosthenes? No, said Mrs. Wiggin. She was wise enough to know that if she didn't keep Peter's secret, it would split the family apart forever. No, she kept that hidden from us. But she made sure we knew just what kind of person Peter was, and about everything else in her life, everything Peter left for her to decide for herself. She told us that, and she listened to us too. She cared what we thought. So you told her what you believe. We didn't tell her about our faith, said Mrs. Wiggin, but we taught her the results of that faith. Did the best we could. I'm sure you did, said Bean. I'm not stupid, said Mrs. Wiggin. I know you despise us just as we know Peter despises us. I don't, said Bean. I've been lied to enough to recognize it when you do it. I don't despise you at all, said Bean. But you have to see that the way you all hide from each other, Peter growing up in a family where nobody tells anybody anything that matters, that doesn't make me really optimistic about ever being able to trust him. I'm about to put my life in his hands, and now I find out that in his whole life he's never had an honest relationship with anybody. Her eyes grew cold and distant then. I see that I've provided you with useful information. Perhaps you should go now. I'm not judging you, said Bean. Don't be absurd, of course you are, said Mrs. Wiggin. I'm not condemning you, then. Don't make me laugh. You condemn us, and you know what? I agree with you. I condemn us, too. We set out to do God's will, and we've ended up damaging the one child we have left to us. He's grimly determined to make his mark in the world. But what sort of mark will it be? An indelible one, said Bean, if a shield doesn't destroy him first. We did some things right, said Mrs. Wiggin. We gave him the freedom to test his own abilities. We could have stopped him from publishing, you know. He thinks he outsmarted us, but only because we played incredibly dumb. How many parents would have let their teenage son meddle in world affairs? And he wrote against letting Ender come home. You don't know how hard it was for me not to claw his arrogant little eyes out. For the first time, he saw something of the rage and frustration she must have been going through. He thought, this is how Peter's mother feels about him? Maybe orphanhood wasn't such a drawback. But I didn't, did I? Said Mrs. Wiggin. Didn't what? Didn't stop him. And he turned out to be right. Because if Ender were here on Earth, he'd either be dead, or he would have been one of the kidnapped children, or he'd be in hiding like you. But Ender is his brother, and he exiled him from Earth forever. And I couldn't help but remember the terrible threats he made when Ender was still little and lived with us. He told Ender and Valentine then that someday he would kill Ender and pretend that it was an accident. Ender's not dead. My husband and I have wondered in the dark nights when we try to make sense of what has happened to our family, to all our dreams. We've wondered if Peter got Ender exiled because he loved him and knew the dangers he'd face if he returned to Earth, or if he exiled him because he feared that if Ender came home, Peter would kill him, just as he threatened to. So then, exiling Ender could be viewed as a sort of, I don't know, an elementary kind of self-control. Still, a very selfish thing, but still showing a sort of vague respect for decency. That would be progress. Or maybe none of the above. Or maybe we're all guided by God in this, and God has brought you here. So Sister Carlotta says. She might be right. I don't much care either way, said Bean. If there is a God, I think he's pretty lousy at his job. Or you don't understand what his job is. Believe me, Sister Carlotta is the nunnish equivalent of a Jesuit. Let's not even get into trading sophistries. I've been trained by an expert, and as you say, you're not in practice. Julian Delphiki, said Mrs. Wiggin. I knew when I saw you out on the front sidewalk that I not only could, I must tell you things that I have spoken of to no one but my husband, and I've even said things that I've never said to him. I've told you things that Peter never imagined that I knew or thought or saw or felt. If you have a low opinion of my mothering, please keep in mind that whatever you know because I told you. And I told you because I think that someday Peter's future may depend on your knowing what he's going to do or how to help him. Or Peter's future as a decent human being might depend on his helping you. So I bared my heart to you for Peter's sake. And I face your scorn, Julian Delphiki, for Peter's sake as well. So don't fault my love for my son. Whether he thinks he cares or not, he grew up with parents who love him and have done everything we could for him, including lie to him about what we believe, what we know, so that he can move through his world like Alexander, boldly reaching for the ends of the earth, with the complete freedom that comes from having parents who are too stupid to stop you. Until you've had a child of your own and sacrificed for that child and twisted your life into a pretzel, into a knot for him, don't you dare to judge me and what I've done. I'm not judging you, said Bean. Truly, I'm not. As you said, I'm just trying to understand Peter. Well, do you know what I think? Said Mrs. Wiggin. I think you've been asking all the wrong questions. Can I trust him? She mimicked him scornfully. Whether you trust somebody or distrust him has a lot more to do with the kind of person you are than the kind of person he is. The real question you ought to be asking is, do you really want Peter Wiggin to rule the world? Because if you help him, and he somehow lives through all this, that's where it will lead. He won't stop until he achieves that, and he'll burn up your future along with anybody else's if it will help him reach that goal. So ask yourself, will the world be a better place with Peter Wiggin as Hegemon? And not some benign ceremonial figurehead like the ineffectual toad who holds that office now. I mean Peter Wiggin as the Hegemon who reshapes this world into whatever form he wants it to have. But you're assuming that I care whether the world is a better place, said Bean. What if all I care about is my own survival or advancement? Then the only question that would matter is, can I use Peter to advance my own plans? She laughed and shook her head. Do you believe that about yourself? Well, you are a child. Pardon me, but did I ever pretend to be anything else? You pretend, said Mrs. Wiggin, to be a person of such enormous value that you can speak of allying with Peter Wiggin as if you brought armies with you. I don't bring armies, said Bean, but I bring victory for whatever army he gives me. Would Ender have been like you if he had come home? Arrogant? Aloof? Not at all, said Bean, but I never killed anybody. Except buggers, said Mrs. Wiggin. Why are we at war with each other? Said Bean. I've told you everything about my son, about my family, and you've given me nothing back, except your sneer. I'm not sneering, said Bean. I like you. Oh, thank you very much. I can see in you the mother of Ender Wiggin, said Bean. You understand, Peter, the way Ender understood his soldiers, the way Ender understood his enemies. And you're bold enough to act instantly when the opportunity presents itself. I show up on your doorstep and you give me all this. No, ma'am, I don't despise you at all. And you know what I think? I think that perhaps without even realizing it yourself, you believe in Peter completely. You want him to succeed. You think he should rule the world. And you've told me all this not because I'm such a nice little boy, but because you think that by telling me, you'll help Peter move that much closer toward ultimate victory. She shook her head. Not everybody thinks like a soldier. Hardly anyone does, said Bean. Precious few soldiers, for that matter. Let me tell you something, Julian Delphiki. You didn't have a mother and father, so you need to be told. You know what I dread most? That Peter will pursue these ambitions of his so relentlessly that he'll never have a life. Conquering the world isn't a life? Asked Bean. Alexander the Great, said Mrs. Wiggin. He haunts my nightmares for Peter. All his conquests, his victories, his grand achievements, they were the acts of an adolescent boy. By the time he got around to marrying, to having a child, it was too late. He died in the midst of it. And he probably wouldn't have done a very good job of it either. He was already too powerful before he even tried to find love. That's what I fear for Peter. Love? That's what this all comes down to? No, not just love. I'm talking about the cycle of life. I'm talking about finding some alien creature and deciding to marry her and stay with her forever, no matter whether you even like each other or not a few years down the road. And why will you do this? So you can make babies together and try to keep them alive and teach them what they need to know so that someday they'll have babies and keep the whole thing going. And you'll never draw a secure breath until you have grandchildren, a double handful of them, because then you know that your line won't die out. Your influence will continue. Selfishism. Only it's not selfish. It's what life is for. It's the only thing that brings happiness ever to anyone. All the other things, victories, achievements, honors, causes, they bring only momentary flashes of pleasure. But binding yourself to another person and to the children you make together, that's life. And you can't do it if your life is centered on your ambitions. You'll never be happy. It will never be enough, even if you rule the world. Are you telling me or telling Peter? Asked Bean. I'm telling you what I truly want for Peter, said Mrs. Wiggin. But if you're a tenth as smart as you think you are, you'll get that for yourself, or you'll never have real joy in this life. Excuse me if I'm missing something here, said Bean. But as far as I can tell, marrying and having children has brought you nothing but grief. You've lost Ender, you've lost Valentine, and you've spent your life pissed off at Peter or fretting about him. Yes, she said. Now you're getting it. Where's the joy? That's what I'm not getting. The grief is the joy, said Mrs. Wiggin. I have someone to grieve for. Whom do you have? Such was the intensity of their conversation that Bean had no barrier in place to block what she said. It stirred something inside him, all the memories of people that he'd loved, despite the fact that he refused to love anyone. Poke, Nikolai, Sister Carlotta, Ender, his parents when he finally met them. I have someone to grieve for, said Bean. You think you do, said Mrs. Wiggin. Everyone thinks they do until they take a child into their heart. Only then do you know what it is to be a hostage to love, to have someone else's life matter more than your own. Maybe I know more than you think, said Bean. Maybe you know nothing at all, said Mrs. Wiggin. They faced each other across the table, a loud silence between them. Bean wasn't even sure they'd been quarreling. Despite the heat of their exchange, he couldn't help but feel that he'd just been given a strong dose of the faith that she and her husband shared with each other. Or maybe it really was objective truth and he simply couldn't grasp it because he wasn't married. And never would be. If there was ever anyone whose life virtually guaranteed that he'd be a terrible father, it was Bean. Without ever exactly saying it aloud, he'd always known that he would never marry, never have children. But her words had this much effect. For the first time in his life, he found himself almost wishing that it were not so. In that silence, Bean heard the front door open and Peter's and Sister Carlotta's voices. At once, Bean and Mrs. Wiggin rose to their feet, feeling and looking guilty as if they had been caught in some kind of clandestine rendezvous, which in a way they had. Mother, I've met a traveler, said Peter when he came into the room. Bean heard the beginning of Peter's lie like a blow to the face. For Bean knew that the person Peter was lying to knew his story was false, and yet would lie in return by pretending to believe. This time, though, the lie could be nipped in the bud. Sister Carlotta, said Mrs. Wiggin, I've heard so much about you from young Julian here. He says you are the world's only Jesuit nun. Peter and Sister Carlotta looked at Bean in bafflement. What was he doing there? He almost laughed at their consternation, in part because he couldn't have answered that question himself. He came here like a pilgrim to a shrine, said Mrs. Wiggin, and he very bravely told me who he really is. Peter, you must be very careful not to tell anyone that this is one of Ender's companions, Julian Delphiki. He wasn't killed in that explosion after all. Isn't that wonderful? We must make him welcome here for Ender's sake, but he's still in danger, so it has to be our secret who he is. Of course, Mother, said Peter. He looked at Bean, but his eyes betrayed nothing of what he was feeling. Like the cold eyes of a rhinoceros, unreadable, yet with enormous danger behind them all the same. Sister Carlotta, though, was obviously appalled. After all our security precautions, she said, and you just blurt it out? And this house is bound to be watched? We had a good conversation, said Bean. That's not possible in the midst of lies. It's my life you are risking here, too, you know, said Carlotta. Mrs. Wiggin touched her arm. Do stay here with us, won't you? We have room in our house for visitors. We can't, said Bean. She's right. Coming here at all has compromised us both. We'll probably want to fly out of Greensboro first thing in the morning. He glanced at Sister Carlotta, knowing that she would understand that he was really saying they should leave by train that night, or by bus the day after tomorrow, or rent an apartment under assumed names and stay here for a week. The lying had begun again, for safety's sake. At least stay for dinner? Asked Mrs. Wiggin. And meet my husband. I think he'll be just as intrigued as I was. Meet a boy who was so famously dead. Bean saw Peter's eyes glaze over. He understood why. To Peter, a dinner with his parents would be an excruciating social exercise during which nothing important could be said. Wouldn't all your lives be simpler if you could all just tell each other the truth? But Mrs. Wiggin had said that Peter needed to feel that he was on his own. If he knew that his parents knew of his secret activities, that would infantilize him, apparently. Though if he were really the sort of man that could rule the world, surely he could deal with knowing that his parents were in on his secrets. Not my decision. I gave my word. We'd be glad to, said Bean. Though there's a danger of having your house blown up because we're in it. Then we'll eat out, said Mrs. Wiggin. See how simple things can be? If something's going to be blown up, let it be a restaurant. They carry insurance for that sort of thing. Bean laughed. But Peter didn't. Because, Bean realized, Peter doesn't know how much she knows, and therefore he thinks her comment was idiocy instead of irony. Not Italian food, said Sister Carlotta. Oh, of course not, said Mrs. Wiggin. There's never been a decent Italian restaurant in Greensboro. With that, the conversation turned to safe and meaningless topics. Bean took a certain relish in watching how Peter squirmed at the utter waste of time that such chit-chat represented. I know more about your mother than you do, thought Bean. I have more respect for her. You're the one she loves. Bean was annoyed to notice the envy in his own heart. Nobody's immune from those petty human emotions, he knew that. But somehow he had to learn how to distinguish between true observations and what his envy told him. Peter had to learn the same. The trust that Bean had given so easily to Mrs. Wiggin would have to be earned step by step between him and Peter. Why? Because he and Peter were so alike. Because he and Peter were natural rivals. Because he and Peter could so easily be deadly enemies. As I am a second Ender in his eyes, is he a second Achille in mine? If there were no Achille in the world, would I think of Peter as the evil I must destroy? And if we do defeat Achille together, will we then have to turn and fight each other, undoing all our triumphs, destroying everything we've built?
Chapter 10, Brothers in Arms. 2. Russ friend Ki Baba Yaga at mospub.net. From Vlad Dragon at slavnet.com. Re. Allegiance. Let's make one thing clear. I never joined with Achilles. From all I could see, Achilles was speaking for Mother Russia. It was Mother Russia that I agreed to serve, and that is a decision I did not and do not regret. I believe the artificial divisions among the peoples of Greater Slavia serve only to keep any of us from achieving our potential in the world. In the chaos that has resulted from the exposure of Achilles' true nature, I would be glad of any opportunity to serve. The things I learned in battle school could well make a difference to the future of our people. If my link with Achilles makes it impossible for me to be of service, so be it. But it would be a shame if we all suffered from that last act of sabotage by a psychopath. It is precisely now that I am most needed. Mother Russia will find no more loyal son than this one.
For Peter, the dinner at Leblon with his parents and Bean and Carlotta consisted of long periods of excruciating boredom, interrupted by short passages of sheer panic. Nothing that anyone was saying mattered in the slightest, because Bean was passing himself off as little more than a tourist visiting Ender's shrine. All anyone could talk about was Ender, Ender, Ender. But inevitably the conversation would skirt topics that were highly sensitive, things that might give away what Peter was really doing and the role that Bean might end up playing. The worst was when Sister Carlotta, who, none or not, clearly knew how to be a malicious bitch when she wanted to, began probing Peter about his studies at UNCG, even though she knew perfectly well that his schoolwork there was merely a cover for far more important matters. I'm just surprised, I suppose, that you spend your time on a regular course of study when clearly you have abilities that should be used on the broader stage, she said. I need a degree just like anyone else, said Peter, writhing inside. But why not study things that will prepare you to play a role on the great stage of world affairs? Ironically, it was Bean who rescued him. Come now, Grandmother, he said. A man of Peter Wiggins' ability is ready to do anything he wants, whenever he wants. Formal study is just busy work to him anyway. He's only doing it to prove to other people that he's able to live by the rules when he needs to. Right, Peter? Close enough, Peter said. I'm even less interested in my studies than you all are, and you shouldn't be interested in them at all. Well, if you hate it so much, why are we paying for tuition? Asked Father. We're not, Mother reminded them. Peter has such a nice scholarship that they're paying him to attend there. Not getting their money's worth, though, are they? Said Father. They're getting what they want, said Bean. For the rest of his life, whatever Peter here accomplishes, it will be mentioned that he studied at UNCG. He'll be a walking advertisement for them. I'd call it a pretty good return on investment, wouldn't you? The kid had mastered the kind of language Father understood. Peter had to credit Bean with knowing his audience when he spoke. Still, it annoyed Peter that Bean had so easily sussed what kind of idiots his parents were and how easily they could be pandered to. It was as if, by pulling Peter's conversational irons out of the fire, Bean was rubbing it in about Peter still being a child living at home, while Bean was out dealing with life more directly. It made Peter chafe all the more. Only at the end of the dinner, as they left the Brazilian restaurant and headed for the market, Holden Station, did Bean drop his bombshell. You know that since we've compromised ourselves here, we have to go back into hiding at once. Peter's parents made little noises of sympathy, and then Bean said, What I was wondering was, why doesn't Peter go with us? Get out of Greensboro for a while. Would you like to, Peter? Do you have a passport? No, he doesn't, said Mother, at exactly the same moment that Peter said, Of course I do. You do? Asked Mother. Just in case, said Peter. He didn't add, I have 6 passports from 4 countries, as a matter of fact, and 10 different bank identities with funds from my writing gig socked away. But you're in the middle of a semester, said Father. I can take leave whenever I want, said Peter. It sounds interesting. Where are you going? We don't know, said Bean. We don't decide until the last minute, but we can email you and tell you where we are. Campus email addresses aren't secure, said Father helpfully. No email is really secure, is it? Asked Mother. It will be a coded message, said Bean. Of course. It doesn't sound very sensible to me, said Father. Peter may think his studies are just busy work, but in fact you have to have that degree just to get started in life. You need to stick to something long-term and finish it, Peter. If your transcript shows that you did your education in fits and starts, that won't look good to the best companies. What career do you think I'm going to pursue? Peter asked, annoyed. Some kind of corporate dull bob? I really hate it when you use that adult school slang, said Father. You didn't go there. It makes you sound like some kind of teenage wannabe. I don't know about that, said Bean before Peter could blow up. I was there, and I think that stuff is just part of the language. I mean, the word wannabe was once slang, wasn't it? It can grow into the language just by people using it. It makes him sound like a kid, said Father, but it was just a parting shot, Father's pathetic need to have the last word. Peter said nothing, but he wasn't grateful to Bean for taking his side. On the contrary, the kid really pissed him off. It's like Bean thought he could come into Peter's life and intervene between him and his parents like some kind of savior. It diminished Peter in his own eyes. None of the people who wrote to him or read his work as Locke or Demosthenes ever condescended to him because they didn't know he was a kid. But the way Bean was acting was a warning of things to come. If Peter did come out under his real name, he would immediately have to start dealing with condescension. People who had once trembled at the idea of coming under Demosthenes' scrutiny, people who had once eagerly sought Locke's imprimatur, would now pooh-pooh anything Peter wrote, saying, of course a child would think that way, or more kindly but no less devastatingly. When he has more experience, he'll come to see that adults were always saying things like that, as if experience actually had some correlation with increased wisdom, as if most of the stupidity in the world were not propounded by adults. Besides, Peter couldn't help but feel that Bean was enjoying it, that he loved having Peter at such a disadvantage. Why had the little weasel gone to his house? Oh, pardon, to Ender's house, naturally. But he knew it was Peter's house, and to come home and find Bean sitting there talking to his mother, that was like catching a burglar in the act. He hadn't liked Bean from the beginning, especially not after the petulant way he walked off just because Peter didn't immediately answer the question he was asking. Admittedly, Peter had been teasing him a little, and there was an element of condescension about it, toying with the little kid before telling him what he wanted to know. But Bean's retaliation had gone way overboard, especially this miserable dinner. And yet, Bean was the real thing, the best that the battle school had produced. Peter could use him. Peter might actually even need him precisely because he could not yet afford to come out publicly as himself. Bean had the credibility despite his size and age because he'd fought the fight. He could actually do things instead of having to pull strings in the background or try to manipulate government decisions by influencing public opinion. If Peter could secure some kind of working alliance with him, it might go a long way toward compensating for his impotence. If only Bean weren't so insufferably smug. Can't let my personal feelings interfere with the work at hand. Tell you what, Peter said. Mom and Dad, you've got stuff to do tomorrow, but my first class is until noon. Why don't I go with these two wherever they're spending the night and talk through the possibility of maybe taking a field trip with them? I don't want you just taking off and leaving your mother to worry about what's happening to you, said Father. I think it's very clear to all of us that young Mr. Delphicki here is a trouble magnet, and I think your mother has lost enough children without having to worry about something even worse happening to you. It made Peter cringe the way Father always talked, as if it were only Mother who would be worried, only Mother who cared what happened to him. And if it was true, who could tell but Father? That was even worse. Either Father didn't care what happened to Peter, or he did care, but he was such a git that he couldn't admit it. I won't leave town without checking in with Mommy, said Peter. You don't need to be sarcastic, said his father. Dear, said Mother, Peter isn't 5 to be rebuked in front of company, which of course made him seem to be maybe 6 years old. Thanks so much for helping, Mom. Aren't families complicated, said Sister Carlotta. Oh, thanks, you holy bitch, said Peter silently. You and Bean are the ones who complicated the situation, and now you make smug little comments about how much better it is for unconnected people like you. Well, these parents are my cover. I didn't pick them, but I have to use them. And for you to mock my situation only shows your ignorance and probably your envy, seeing how you're never going to have children or even get laid in your whole life, Mrs. Jesus. Poor Peter has the worst of both worlds, said Mother. He's the oldest, so he was always held to a higher standard, and yet he's the last of our children left at home, which means he also gets babied more than he can bear. It's so awful, the fact that parents are mere human beings and constantly make mistakes. I think sometimes Peter wishes he'd been raised by robots, which made Peter want to slide right down into the sidewalk and spend the rest of his life as an invisible patch of concrete. I converse with spies and military officers, with political leaders and power brokers, and my mother still has the power to humiliate me at will. Do what you want, said Father. Not like you're a minor. We can't stop you. We could never stop him from doing what he wanted, even when he was a minor, said Mother. Damn right, thought Peter. The curse of having children who are smarter than you, said Father, is that they think their superior rational process is enough to compensate for their lack of experience. If I were a little brat like Bean, that comment would have been the last straw. I would have walked away and not come home for a week, if ever. But I'm not a child, and I can control my personal resentments and do what's expedient. I'm not going to throw off my camouflage out of pique. At the same time, I can't be faulted, can I, for wondering if there's any chance my father might have a stroke and go permanently mute? They were at the station. With a round of goodbyes, Father and Mother took the bus north toward home, and Peter got on an eastbound bus with Bean and Carlotta. And, as Peter expected, they got off at the first stop and crossed over to catch the westbound bus. They really made a religion out of paranoia. Even when they got back to the airport hotel, they did not enter the building. Instead, they walked to the shopping mall that had once been a parking garage back when people drove cars to the airport. Even if they bug the mall, said Bean, I doubt they can afford the manpower to listen to everything people say. If they're bugging your room, said Peter, that means they're already onto you. Hotels routinely bug their rooms, said Bean, to catch vandals and criminals in the act. It's a computer scan, but nothing stops the employees from listening in. This is America, said Peter. You spend way too much time thinking about global affairs, said Bean. If you ever do have to go underground, you won't have a clue how to survive. You're the one who invited me to join you in hiding, said Peter. What was that nonsense about? I'm not going anywhere. I have too much work to do. Ah, yes, said Bean, pulling the world's strings from behind a curtain. The trouble is, the world is about to move from politics to war, and your strings are going to be snipped. It's still politics, but the decisions are made on the battlefield, not in the conference rooms. I know, said Peter. That's why we should work together. I can't think why, said Bean. The one thing I asked you for, information about where Petra is, you tried to sell me instead of just giving it to me. Doesn't sound like you want an ally. Sounds like you want a customer. Boys, said Sister Carlotta, bickering isn't how this is going to work. If it's going to work, said Peter, it's going to work however Bean and I make it work, between us. Sister Carlotta stopped cold, grabbed Peter's shoulder, and drew him close. Get this straight right now, you arrogant twit. You're not the only brilliant person in the world, and you're far from being the only one who thinks he pulls all the strings. Until you have the courage to come out from behind the veil of these ersatz personalities, you don't have much to offer those of us who are working in the real world. Don't ever touch me like that again, said Peter. Oh, the personage is sacred, said Sister Carlotta. You really do live on planet Peter, don't you? Bean interrupted before Peter could answer the bitch. Look, we gave you everything we had on Ender's Geesh. No strings attached. And I used it. I got most of them out, and pretty damn fast, too. But not the one who sent the message, said Bean. I want Petra. And I want world peace, said Peter. You think too small. I may think too small for you, said Bean, but you think too small for me, playing your little computer games, juggling stories back and forth. Well, my friend trusted me and asked me for help. She was trapped with a psychopathic killer, and she doesn't have anyone but me who cares a rat's ass what happens to her. She has her family, murmured Sister Carlotta. Peter was pleased to learn that she corrected Bean, too. An all-purpose bitch. You want to save the world, but you're going to have to do it one battle at a time, one country at a time, and you need people like me who get our hands dirty, said Bean. Oh, spare me your delusion, said Peter. You're a little boy in hiding. I'm a general who's between armies, said Bean. If I weren't, you wouldn't be talking to me. And you want an army so you can go rescue Petra, said Peter. So she's alive? How would I know? I don't know how you'd know, but you know more than you're telling me, and if you don't give me what you have right now, you arrogant ume, I'm done with you, and I'll leave you here playing your little net games and go find somebody who's not afraid to come out of Mama's house and take some risks. Peter was almost blind with rage. For a moment. And then he calmed himself, forced himself to stand outside the situation. What was Bean showing him? That he cared more for personal loyalty than for long-term strategy? That was dangerous, but not fatal. And it gave Peter leverage, knowing what Bean cared about more than personal advancement. What I know about Petra, said Peter, is that when Achille disappeared, so did she. My sources inside Russia tell me that the only liberation team that was interfered with was the one rescuing her. The driver, a bodyguard, and the team leader were shot dead. There was no evidence that Petra was injured, though they know she was present for one of the killings. How do they know? Asked Bean. The spatter pattern from a headshot had been blocked in a silhouette about her size on the inside wall of the van. She was covered with the man's blood, but there was no blood from her body. They know more than that. A small private jet, which once belonged to a crime lord but was confiscated and used by the intelligence service that sponsored Achille, took off from a nearby airfield and flew, after a refueling stop, to India. One of the airport maintenance personnel said it looked to him like a honeymoon trip, just the pilot and the young couple, but no luggage. So he has her with him, said Bean. In India, said Sister Carlotta. And my sources in India have gone silent, said Peter. Dead? Asked Bean. No, just careful, said Peter. The most populous country on earth, ancient enmities, a chip on the national shoulder from being treated like a second-class country by everyone. The Polemarch is an Indian, said Bean. And there's reason to believe he's been passing IF data to the Indian military, said Peter. Nothing that can be proved, but Shamrajnagar is not as disinterested as he pretends to be. So you think Achille may be just what India wants to help them launch a war? No, said Peter. I think India may be just what Achille wants to help him launch an empire. Petra is what they want to help them launch a war. So Petra is the passport Achille used to get into a position of power in India. That would be my guess, said Peter. That's all I know, and all I guess. But I can also tell you that your chance of getting in and rescuing her is nil. Pardon me, said Bean, but you don't know what I'm capable of doing. When it comes to intelligence gathering, said Peter, the Indians aren't in the same league as the Russians. I don't think your paranoia is needed anymore. Achille isn't in a position to do anything to you right now. Just because Achille is in India, said Bean, doesn't mean he's limited to knowing only what the Indian intelligence service can find out for him. The agency that's been helping him in Russia is being taken over and probably will be shut down, said Peter. I know Ashil, said Bean, and I can promise you, if he really is in India working for them, then it is absolutely certain that he has already betrayed them and has connections and fallback positions in at least 3 other places. And at least one of them will have an intelligence service with excellent worldwide reach. If you make the mistake of thinking Ashil is limited by borders and loyalties, he'll destroy you. Peter looked down at Bean. He wanted to say, I already knew all that, but it would be a lie if he said that. He hadn't known that about Ashil, except in the abstract sense that he tried never to underestimate an opponent. Bean's knowledge of Ashil was better than his. Thank you, said Peter. I wasn't taking that into account. I know, said Bean ungraciously. It's one of the reasons I think you're headed for failure. You think you know more than you actually know. But I listen, said Peter, and I learn. Do you? Sister Carlotta laughed. I do believe that the 2 most arrogant boys in the world have finally met, and they don't much like what they see. Peter did not even glance at her, and neither did Bean. Actually, said Peter, I do like what I see. I wish I could say the same, said Bean. Let's keep walking, said Peter. We've been standing in one place too long. At least he's picking up on our paranoia, said Sister Carlotta. Where will India make its move? Asked Peter. The obvious thing would be war with Pakistan. Again, said Bean, Pakistan would be an indigestible lump. It would block India from further expansion, just trying to get the Muslims under control. A terrorist war that would make the old struggle with the Sikhs look like a child's birthday party. But they can't move anywhere else as long as they have Pakistan poised to plunge a dagger in their back, said Peter. Bean grinned. Burma? But is it worth taking? It's on the way to more valuable prizes if China doesn't object, said Peter. But are you just ignoring the Pakistan problem? Molotov and Ribbentrop, said Bean. The men who negotiated the non-aggression pact between Russia and Germany in the 1930s that divided Poland between them and freed Germany to launch World War II. I think it will have to be deeper than that, said Peter. I think at some level an alliance. What if India offers Pakistan a free hand against Iran? It can go for the oil. India is free to move east, to scoop up the countries that have long been under her cultural influence. Burma, Thailand, not Muslim countries, so Pakistan's conscience is clear. Is China going to sit and watch? Asked Peter. They might if India tosses them Vietnam, said Bean. The world is ripe to be divided up among the great powers. India wants to be one. With the Shield directing their strategy, with Shamrajnagar feeding them information, with Petra to command their armies, they can play on the big stage. And then, when Pakistan has exhausted itself fighting Iran, the inevitable betrayal if Pakistan didn't strike first. That's too far down the line to predict now, said Peter. But it's the way a Shield thinks, said Bean. 2 betrayals ahead. He was using Russia, but maybe he already had this deal with India in place. Why not? In the long run, the whole world is the tail, and India is the dog. More important than Bean's particular conclusions was the fact that Bean had a good eye. He lacked detailed intelligence, of course. How would he get that? But he saw the big picture. He thought the way a global strategist had to think. He was worth talking to. Well, Bean, said Peter, here's my problem. I think I can get you in position to help block a shield, but I can't trust you not to do something stupid. I won't mount a rescue operation for Petra until I know it will succeed. That's a foolish thing to say. You never know a military operation will succeed, and that's not what worries me. I'm sure if you mounted a rescue, it would be a well-planned and well-executed one. So what worries you about me? Asked Bean. That you're making the assumption that Petra wants to be rescued. She does, said Bean. A shield seduces people, said Peter. I've read his files, his history. This kid has a golden voice, apparently. He makes people trust him, even people who know he's a snake. They think he won't betray me because we have such a special closeness. and then he kills them. I know that, said Bean. But does Petra? She hasn't read his file. She didn't know him on the streets of Rotterdam. She didn't even know him in the brief time he was in battle school. She knows him now, said Bean. You're sure of that? Asked Peter. But I promise you I won't try to rescue her until I've been in communication with her. Peter mulled this over for a moment. She might betray you. No, said Bean. Trusting people will get you killed, said Peter. I don't want you to bring me down with you. You have it backward, said Bean. I don't trust anybody except to do what they think is necessary, what they think they have to do. But I know Petra, and I know the kind of thing she thinks she has to do. It's me I'm trusting, not her. And he can't bring you down, said Sister Carlotta, because you're not up. Peter looked at her, making a little effort to conceal his contempt. I am where I am, he said, and it's not down. Locke is where Locke is, said Carlotta, and Demosthenes. But Peter Wiggin is nowhere. Peter Wiggin is nothing. What's your problem? Peter demanded. Is it bothering you that your little puppet here might actually be cutting a few of the strings you pull? There are no strings, said Carlotta, and you're too stupid, apparently, to realize that I'm the one who believes in what you're doing, not Bean. He couldn't care less who rules the world, but I do. Arrogant and condescending as you are, I've already made up my mind that if anybody's going to stop a shield, it's you. But you're fatally weakened by the fact that you are right to be blackmailed by the threat of exposure. Shamrajnagar knows who you are. He's feeding the information to India. Do you really think for one moment that a shield won't find out, and soon, if not already, exactly who is behind Locke, the one who got him booted out of Russia? Do you really think he isn't already working on plans to kill you? Peter blushed with shame. To have this nun tell him what he should have realized by himself was humiliating, but she was right. He wasn't used to thinking of physical danger. That's why we wanted you to come with us, said Bean. Your cover is already blown, said Sister Carlotta. The moment I go public as a kid, said Peter Wiggin, most of my sources will dry up. No, said Sister Carlotta, it all depends on how you come out. Do you think I haven't thought this through 1,000 times, said Peter. Until I'm old enough, no, said Sister Carlotta. Think for a minute, Peter. National governments have just gone through a nasty little scuffle over 10 children that they want to have command their armies. You're the older brother of the greatest of them all. Your youth is an asset. And if you control the way information comes out, instead of having somebody else expose you, it will be a momentary scandal, said Peter. No matter how my identity comes out, there'll be a flurry of commentary on it, and then I'll be old news. Only I'll have been fired from most of my writing gigs. People won't return my calls or answer my mail. I really will be a college student then. That sounds like something you decided years ago, said Sister Carlotta, and haven't looked at with fresh eyes since then. Since this seems to be Tell Peter He's Stupid Day, let's hear your plan. Sister Carlotta grinned at Bean. Well, I was wrong. He actually can listen to other people. I told you, said Bean. Peter suspected that this little exchange was designed merely to make him think Bean was on his side. Just tell me your plan and skip the sucking up phase. The term of the current Hegemon will end in about 8 months, said Sister Carlotta. Let's get several influential people to start floating the name of Locke as the replacement. That's your plan? The office of Hegemon is worthless. Wrong, said Sister Carlotta, and wrong. The office is not worthless. Eventually, you'll have to have it in order to make you the legitimate leader of the world against the threat posed by a shield. But that's later. Right now, we float the name of Locke, not so you'll get the office, but so that you can have an excuse to publicly announce as Locke that you can't be considered for such an office, because you are, after all, merely a teenager. You tell people that you're Ender Wiggins' older brother, that you and Valentine worked for years to try to hold the League together and to prepare for the League War. so that your little brother's victory didn't lead to the self-destruction of humanity. But you're still too young to take an actual office of public trust. See how it works? Now your announcement won't be a confession or a scandal. It will be one more example of how nobly you place the interest of world peace and good order ahead of your own personal ambition. I'll still lose some of my contacts, said Peter, but not many. The news will be positive. It will have the right spin. All these years, Locke has been the brother of the genius Ender Wiggin, a prodigy. And there's no time to waste, said Bean. You have to do it before a shield can strike, because you will be exposed within a few months, weeks, said Sister Carlotta. Peter was furious with himself. Why didn't I see this? It's obvious. You've been doing this for years, said Bean. You had a pattern that worked, but a shield has changed everything. You've never had anybody gunning for you before. What matters to me is not that you failed to see it on your own. What matters is that when we pointed it out to you, you were willing to hear it. So I passed your little test, said Peter nastily. Just as I hope I'll pass yours, said Bean. If we're going to work together, we have to be able to tell each other the truth. Now I know you'll listen to me. You just have to take my word for it that I'll listen to you. But I listen to her, don't I? Peter was churning with dread. They were right. The time had come. The old pattern was over. And it was frightening, because now he had to put everything on the line, and he might fail. But if he didn't act now, if he didn't risk everything, he would certainly fail. A shield's presence in the equation made it inevitable. So how, said Peter, will we get this groundswell started so I can decline the honor of being a candidate for the hegemony? Oh, that's easy, said Carlotta. If you give the okay, then by tomorrow there can be news stories about how a highly placed source at the Vatican confirms that Locke's name is being floated as a possible successor when the current Hegemon's term expires. And then, said Bean, a highly placed officer in the hegemony, the Minister of Colonization to be exact, though no one will say that, will be quoted as saying that Locke is not just a good candidate, he's the best candidate and maybe the only candidate. And with the support of the Vatican, he thinks Locke is the front runner. You've planned all this out, said Peter. No, said Sister Carlotta. It's just that the only two people we know are my highly placed friend in the Vatican and our good friend, ex-Colonel Graf. We're committing all our assets, said Bean, but they'll be enough. The moment those stories run, tomorrow, you'll be ready to reply for the next morning's nets. At the same time that everybody's giving their first reactions to your brand new front-runner status, the world will be reading your announcements that you refuse to be considered for such an office because your youth would make it too difficult for you to wield the authority that the office of Hegemon requires. And that, said Sister Carlotta, is the very thing that gives you the moral authority to be accepted as Hegemon when the time comes. By declining the office, said Peter, I make it more likely that I'll get it. Not in peacetime, said Carlotta. Declining an office in peacetime takes you out of the running, but there's going to be a war. And then the fellow who sacrificed his own ambition for the good of the world will look better and better, especially when his last name is Wiggin. Do they have to keep bringing up the fact that my relationship to Ender is more important than my years of work? You aren't against using that family connection, are you? Asked Bean. I'll do what it takes, said Peter, and I'll use whatever works. But tomorrow, the shield got to India yesterday, right? Said Bean. Every day we delay, this is a day that he has a chance to expose you. Do you think he'll wait? You exposed him. He'll crave the turnabout. And Shamrajnagar won't be shy about telling him, will he? No, said Peter. Shamrajnagar has already shown me how he feels about me. He'll do nothing to protect me. So, here we are once again, said Bean. We're giving you something, and you're going to use it. Are you going to help me? How can I get into a position where I have troops to train and command? Besides, going back to Greece, I mean. No, not Greece, said Peter. They're useless to you, and they'll end up doing only what Russia permits, no freedom of action. Where then, said Sister Carlotta, where do you have influence? In all modesty, said Peter, at this moment I have influence everywhere. Day after tomorrow I may have influence nowhere. So let's act now, said Bean. Where? Thailand, said Peter. Burma has no hope of resisting an Indian attack or of putting together an alliance that might have a chance. But Thailand is historically the leader of Southeast Asia, the one nation that was never colonized, the natural leader of the Thai-speaking peoples in the surrounding nations, and they have a strong military. But I don't speak the language, said Bean. Not a problem, said Peter. The Thai have been multilingual for centuries, and they have a long history of allowing foreigners to take positions of power and influence in their government, as long as they're loyal to Thailand's interests. You have to throw in your lot with them. They have to trust you. But it seems plain enough that you know how to be loyal. Not at all, said Bean. I'm completely selfish. I survive. That's all I do. But you survive, said Peter, by being absolutely loyal to the few people you depend on. I read just as much about you as I did about a shield. What was written about me reflects the fantasies of the news people, said Bean. I'm not talking about the news, said Peter. I read Carlotta's memos to the IF about your childhood in Rotterdam. They both stopped walking. Ah, have I surprised you? Peter couldn't help but take pleasure in knowing that he had shown that he, too, knew some things about them. Those memos were eyes only, said Carlotta. There should have been no copies. Ah, but whose eyes, said Peter. There are no secrets to people with the right friends. I haven't read those memos, said Bean. Carlotta looked searchingly at Peter. Some information is worthless except to destroy, she said. And now Peter wondered what secret she had about Bean. Because when he spoke of memos, he in fact was thinking of a report that had been in a Shield's file, which had drawn on a couple of those memos as a source about life on the streets of Rotterdam. The comments about Bean had been merely ancillary matters. He really hadn't read the actual memos, but now he wanted to because there was clearly something that she didn't want Bean to know. And Bean knew it too. What's in those memos that you don't want Peter to tell me? Bean demanded. I had to convince the battle school people that I was being impartial about you, said Sister Carlotta, so I had to make negative statements about you in order to get them to believe the positive ones. Do you think that would hurt my feelings? Said Bean. Yes, I do, said Carlotta. Because even if you understand the reason why I said some of those things, you'll never forget that I said them. They can't be worse than what I imagine, said Bean. It's not a matter of being bad or worse. They can't be too bad, or you wouldn't have gone into battle school, would you? You were too young, and they didn't believe your test scores, and they knew there wouldn't be time to train you unless you really were what I said. I just don't want you to have my words in your memory, and if you have any sense, Bean, you'll never read them. Toguro, said Bean. I've been gossiped about by the person I trust most, and it's so bad she begs me not to try to find out. Enough of this nonsense, said Peter. We've all faced some nasty blows today, but we've got an alliance started here, haven't we? You're acting in my interest tonight, getting that groundswell started so I can reveal myself on the world stage, and I've got to get you into Thailand in a position of trust and influence before I expose myself as a teenager. Which of us gets to sleep first, do you think? Me, said Sister Carlotta, because I don't have any sins on my conscience. Kuso, said Bean, you have all the sins of the world in your mind. You're confusing me with somebody else, said Sister Carlotta. To Peter, their banter sounded like family chatter, old jokes repeated, because they're comfortable. Why didn't his own family have any of that? Peter had bantered with Valentine, but she'd never really opened up to him and played that way. She always resented him, even feared him. And their parents were hopeless. There was no clever banter there. There were no shared jokes and memories. Maybe I really was raised by robots, Peter thought. Tell your parents we really appreciated the dinner, said Bean. Home to bed, said Sister Carlotta. You won't be sleeping in your hotel tonight, will you? Said Peter. You'll be leaving. We'll email you how to contact us, said Bean. You'll have to leave Greensboro yourself, you know, said Sister Carlotta. Once you reveal your identity, Ashiel will know where you are. And even though India has no reason to kill you, Ashiel does. He kills anyone who has even seen him in a position of helplessness. You actually put him in that position. You're a dead man as soon as he can reach you. Peter thought of the attempt that had been made on Bean's life. He was perfectly happy to kill your parents right along with you, wasn't he? Peter asked. Maybe, said Bean, you should tell your mom and dad who you are before they read about it on the nets, and then help them get out of town. At some point, we have to stop hiding from Ashiel and face him openly. Not until you have a government committed to keeping you alive, said Bean, and until then, you stay in hiding, and your parents, too. I don't think they'll even believe me, said Peter. My parents, when I tell them that I'm really Locke, what parents would? They'll probably try to commit me as delusional. Trust them, said Bean. I think you think they're stupid, but I can assure you they're not. Or at least your mother isn't. You've got your brains from somebody. They'll deal with this. So it was that when Peter got home at 10 o'clock, he went to his parents' room and he knocked on their door. What is it? Asked Father. Are you awake? Peter asked. Come in, said Mother. They chatted mindlessly for a few minutes about dinner and Sister Carlotta and that delightful little Julian Delficki. So hard to believe that a child that young could possibly have done all that he had done in his short life, and on, until Peter interrupted them. I have something to tell you, said Peter. Tomorrow, some friends of Bean's and Carlotta's will be starting a phony movement to get Locke nominated as Hegemon. You know who Locke is, the political commentator? They nodded. And the next morning, Peter went on, Locke is going to have to come out with a statement that he has to decline such an honor because he's just a teenage boy living in Greensboro, North Carolina. Yes, said Father. Did they really not get it? It's me, Dad, said Peter. I'm Locke. They looked at each other. Peter waited for them to say something stupid. Are you going to tell them that Valentine was Demosthenes too? Asked Mother. For a moment he thought she was saying that as a joke, that she thought that the only thing more absurd than Peter being Locke would be Valentine being Demosthenes. Then he realized that there was no irony in her question at all. It was an important point and one he needed to address. The contradiction between Locke and Demosthenes had to be resolved, or there would still be something for Chamrajnagar and Ashiel to expose. And blaming Valentine for Demosthenes right from the start was an important thing to do. But not as important to him as the fact that Mother knew it. How long have you known? He asked. We've been very proud of what you've accomplished, said Father. As proud as we've ever been of Ender, Mother added. Peter almost staggered under the emotional blow. They had just told him the thing that he had wanted most to hear his entire life, without ever quite admitting it to himself. Tears sprang to his eyes. Thanks, he murmured. Then he closed the door and fled to his room. Somehow, 15 minutes later, he got enough control of his emotions that he could write the letters he had to write to Thailand and begin writing his self-exposure essay. They knew, and far from thinking him a second-rate or a disappointment, They were as proud of him as they had ever been of Ender. His whole world was about to change. His life would be transformed. He might lose everything. He might win everything. But all he could feel that night as he finally went to bed and drifted off to sleep was utter, foolish happiness.
Part 3. Maneuvers. Chapter 11. Bangkok. Posted on Military History Forum by Hector Victorius at firewall.net. Topic: Who remembers Briseis? When I read the Iliad, I see the same things everyone else does. The poetry, of course, and the information about heroic Bronze Age warfare. But I see something else, too. It might have been Helen whose face launched 1,000 ships, but it was Briseis who almost wrecked them. She was a powerless captive, a slave, and yet Achilles almost tore the Greek alliance apart because he wanted her. The mystery that intrigues me is, was she extraordinarily beautiful, or was it her mind that Achilles coveted? No, seriously. Would she have been happy for long as Achilles' captive? Would she perhaps have gone to him willingly, or remained a surly, resistant slave? Not that it would have mattered to Achilles. He would have used his captive the same way regardless of her feelings. But one imagines Briseis taking note of the tale about Achilles' heel and slipping that information to someone within the walls of Troy. Briseis, if only I could have heard from you. Hector Victorius.
Bean amused himself by leaving messages for Petra scattered all over the forums that she might visit. If she was alive, if Achille allowed her to browse the nets, if she realized that a topic heading like "Who Remembers Briseis" was a reference to her, and if she was free to reply as his message covertly begged her to do. He wooed her under other names of women loved by military leaders: Guinevere, Josephine, Roxanne, even Barsine, the Persian wife of Alexander that Roxanne murdered soon after his death. And he signed himself with the name of a nemesis or chief rival or successor: Mordred, Hector, Wellington, Cassander. He took the dangerous step of allowing these identities to continue to exist, each consisting only of a forwarding order to another anonymous net identity that held all mail it received as encrypted postings on an open board with no tracks protocols. He could visit and read the postings without leaving a trace. But firewalls could be pierced, protocols broken. He could afford to be a little more careless now about his online identities, if only because his real-world location was now known to people whose trustworthiness he could not assess. Do you worry about the fifth lock on the back door when the front door is open? They had welcomed him generously in Bangkok. General Naraswan promised him that no one would know his real identity, that he would be given soldiers to train and intelligence to analyze, and his advice would be sought constantly as the Thai military prepared for all kinds of future contingencies. We are taking seriously Locke's assessment that India will soon pose a threat to Thai security, and we will, of course, want your help in preparing contingency plans. All so warm and courteous. Bean and Carlotta were installed in a general officer-level apartment on a military base, given unlimited privileges concerning meals and purchases, and then ignored. No one called. No one consulted. The promised intelligence did not flow. The promised soldiers were never assigned. Bean knew better than to even inquire. The promises were not forgotten. If he asked about them, Naraswan would be embarrassed, would feel challenged. That would never do. Something had happened. Bean could only imagine what. At first, of course, he feared that somehow Ashiel had gotten to the Thai government somehow, that his agents now knew exactly where Bean was, that his death was imminent. That was when he sent Carlotta away. It was not a pleasant scene. "You should come with me," she said. "They won't stop you. Walk away." "I'm not leaving," said Bean. "Whatever has gone wrong is probably local politics. Somebody here doesn't like having me around. Maybe Naraswan himself, maybe someone else." "If you feel safe enough to stay," said Sister Carlotta, "then there's no reason for me to go." "You can't pass yourself off as my grandmother here," said Bean. "The fact that I have a guardian weakens me." "Spare me the scene you're trying to play," said Carlotta. "I know there are reasons why you'd be better off without me, and I know there are ways that I could help you greatly. If Ashiel knows where I am already, then his penetration of Bangkok is deep enough that I'll never get away," said Bean. "You might. The information that an older woman is with me might not have reached him yet. But it will soon, and he wants you dead as much as he wants to kill me. I don't want to have to worry about you here." "I'll go," said Carlotta. "But how do I write to you, since you never keep the same address?" He gave her the name of his folder on the no-tracks board he was using and the encryption key. She memorized it. "One more thing," said Bean. "In Greensboro, Peter said something about reading your memos." "I think he was lying," said Carlotta. "I think the way you reacted proved that whether he read them or not, that there were memos, and you don't want me to read them." "There were, and I don't," said Carlotta. "And that's the other reason I want you to leave," said Bean. The expression on her face turned fierce. "You can't trust me when I tell you that there is nothing in those memos that you need to know right now? I need to know everything about myself, my strengths, my weaknesses. You know things about me that you told Graff and you didn't tell me. You're still not telling me. You think of yourself as my master, able to decide things for me. That means we're not partners after all." "Very well," said Carlotta. "I am acting in your best interest, but I understand that you don't see it that way." Her manner was cold, but Bean knew her well enough to recognize that it was not anger she was controlling, but grief and frustration. It was a cold thing to do, but for her own sake he had to send her away and keep her from being in close contact with him until he understood what was going on here in Bangkok. The contretemps about the memos made her willing to go, and he really was annoyed. She was out the door in 15 minutes and on her way to the airport. 9 hours later, he found a posting from her on his encrypted board. She was in Manila, where she could disappear within the Catholic establishment there. Not a word about their quarrel, if that's what it had been. Only a brief reference to Locke's confession, as the news people were calling it. "Poor Peter," wrote Carlotta. "He's been hiding for so long it's going to be hard for him to get used to having to face the consequences of his words." To her secure address at the Vatican, Bean replied, "I just hope Peter has the brains to get out of Greensboro. What he needs right now is a small country to run so he can get some administrative and political experience. Or at least a city water department. And what I need," thought Bean, "is soldiers to command. That's why I came here." For weeks after Carlotta left, the silence continued. It became obvious soon enough that whatever was going on had nothing to do with Ashiel, or Bean would be dead by now. Nor could it have had anything to do with Locke being revealed as Peter Wiggin. The freeze-out had already begun before Peter published his declaration. Bean busied himself with whatever tasks seemed meaningful. Though he had no access to military-level maps, he could still access the publicly available satellite maps of the terrain between India and the heart of Thailand, the rough mountain country of northern and eastern Burma, the Indian Ocean coastal approaches. India had a substantial fleet by Indian Ocean standards. Might they attempt to run the Strait of Malacca and strike at the heart of Thailand from the Gulf? All possibilities had to be prepared for. Some basic intelligence about the makeup of the Indian and Thai military was available on the nets, Thailand had a powerful air force. There was a chance of achieving air dominance if they could protect their bases. Therefore, it would be essential to have the capability of laying down emergency airstrips in 1,000 different places, an engineering feat well within the reach of the Thai military, if they trained for it now and dispersed crews and fuel and spare parts throughout the country. That, along with mines, would be the best protection against the coastal landing. The other Indian vulnerability would be supply lines and lanes of advance. Since India's military strategy would inevitably depend on throwing vast, irresistible armies against the enemy, the defense was to keep those vast armies hungry and harry them constantly from the air and from raiding parties. And if, as was likely, the Indian army reached the fertile plain of the Chao Phraya or the Aore Plateau, they had to find the land utterly stripped, the food supplies dispersed and hidden, those that weren't destroyed. It was a brutal strategy because the Thai people would suffer along with the Indian army. Indeed, they would suffer more. So the destruction had to be set up so it would only take place at the last minute. And as much as possible, they had to be able to evacuate women and children to remote areas or even to camps in Laos and Cambodia. Not that borders would stop the Indian army, but terrain might. Having many isolated targets for the Indians would force them to divide their forces. Then and only then would it make sense for the Thai military to take on smaller portions of the Indian army in hit-and-run engagements, or where possible, in pitched battles where the Thai side would have temporary numerical parity and superior air support. Of course, for all Bean knew, this was already the long-standing Thai military doctrine, and if he made these suggestions, he would only annoy them, or make them feel that he had contempt for them. So he worded his memo very carefully. Lots of phrases like, "No doubt you already have this in place," and "as I'm sure you have long expected." Of course, even those phrases could backfire. If they hadn't thought of these things, it would sound patronizing. But he had to do something to break the stalemate of silence. He read the memo over and over, revising each time. He waited days to send it so he could see it in new perspectives. Finally, certain that it was as rhetorically inoffensive as he could make it, he put it into an email and sent it to the office of the Chakri, the supreme military commander. It was the most public and potentially embarrassing way he could deliver the memo, since mail to that address was inevitably sorted and read by aides. Even printing it out and carrying it by hand would have been more subtle. But the idea was to stir things up. If Naraswan wanted him to be subtle, he would have given him a private email address to write to. 15 minutes after he sent the memo, his door unceremoniously opened, and 4 military police came in. "Come with us, sir," said the sergeant in charge. Bean knew better than to delay or to ask questions. These men knew nothing but the instructions they had been given, and Bean would find out what those were by waiting to see what they did. They did not take him to the office of the Chakri. Instead, he was taken to one of the temporary buildings that had been set up on the old parade grounds. The Thai military had only recently given up marching as part of the training of soldiers and the display of military might. Only 300 years after the American Civil War had proven that the days of marching in formation into battle were over. For military organizations, that was about the normal time lag. Sometimes Bean half expected to find some army somewhere that was still training its soldiers to fight with sabers from horseback. There was no label, not even a number on the door they led him to. And when he came inside, none of the soldier clerks even looked up at him. His arrival was both expected and unimportant, their attitude said. Which meant, of course, that it was very important, or they would not be so studiously perfect about not noticing him. He was led to an office door, which the sergeant opened for him. He went in. The military police did not. The door closed behind him. Seated at the desk was a major. This was an awfully high rank to have manning a reception desk, but today, at least, that seemed to be the man's duty. He depressed the button on an intercom. "The package is here," he said. "Send it in." The voice that came back sounded young. so young that Bean understood the situation at once. Of course, Thailand had contributed its share of military geniuses to battle school, and even though none of Ender's Jish had been of Thai parentage, Thailand, like many East and South Asian countries, was overrepresented in the population of battle school as a whole. There had even been 3 Thai soldiers who served with Bean in Dragon Army. Bean remembered every kid in that army very well, along with his complete dossier, since he was the one who had drawn up the list of soldiers who should make up Ender's army. Since most countries seemed to value their returning battle school graduates in proportion to their closeness to Ender Wiggin, it was most likely one of those 3 who had been given a position of such influence here that he would be able to intercept a memo to the Chakras so quickly. And of the 3, the one Bean would expect to see in the most prominent position, taking the most aggressive role, was Suryawong. Surly, as they called him behind his back, since he always seemed to be pissed off about something. And there he was, standing behind a table covered with maps. Bean saw, to his surprise, that he was actually almost as tall as Suryawong. Suri had not been very big, but everyone towered over Bean in battle school. Bean was catching up. He might not spend his whole life hopelessly undersized. It was a promising thought. There was nothing promising about Suri's attitude, though. So the colonial powers have decided to use India and Thailand to fight their surrogate wars, he said. Bean knew at once what had gotten under Suryawong's skin. Achille was a Belgian Walloon by birth, and Bean, of course, was Greek. Yes, of course, said Bean. Belgium and Greece are bound to fight out their ancient differences on bloody battlefields in Burma. Just because you are in Ender's Jish, said Suryawong, does not mean that you have any understanding of the military situation of Thailand. My memo is designed to show how limited my knowledge was, because Chakri Naraswan has not provided me with the access to intelligence that he indicated I would receive when I arrived. If we ever need your advice, we'll provide you with intelligence. If you only provide me with the intelligence you think I need, said Bean, then my advice will only consist of telling you what you already know, and I might as well go home now. Yes, that would be best. Suryawong, said Bean, you don't really know me. I know you were always an Amosan little show-off who always had to be smarter than everybody else. I was smarter than everybody else, said Bean. I've got the test scores to prove it. So what? It didn't mean they made me commander of Dragon Army. It didn't mean Ender made me a toon leader. I know just how worthless being smart is compared with being good at command. I also know just how ignorant I am here in Thailand. I didn't come here because I thought Thailand would be prostrate without my brilliant mind to lead you into battle. I came here because the most dangerous human on this planet is running the show in India, and by my best calculations, Thailand is going to be his primary target. I came here because if Achilles is going to be stopped from setting up his tyranny over the world, this is where it has to be done. And I thought, like George Washington in the American Revolution, you might actually welcome a Lafayette or a Steuben to help in the cause. If your foolish memo was an example of your help, you can leave now. So you already have the capability of making temporary airstrips within the amount of time that a fighter is in the air, so they can land at an airstrip that didn't exist when they took off? That is an interesting idea, and we're having the engineers look at it and evaluate the feasibility. Bean nodded. Good. That tells me all I needed to know. I'll stay. No, you will not. I'll stay because despite the fact that you're pissed off that I'm here, you still recognized a good idea when you heard it and put it into play. You're not an idiot, and therefore you're worth working with. Suryawong slapped the table and leaned over it, furious. You condescending little Ume, I'm not your moose. Bean answered him calmly. Suryawong, I don't want your job. I don't want to run things here. I just want to be useful. Why not use me the way Ender did? Give me a few soldiers to train. Let me think of weird things to do and figure out how to do them. Let me be ready so that when the war comes and there's some impossible thing you need done, you can call me in and say, Bean, I need you to do something to slow down this army for a day, and I've got no troops anywhere near there. And I'll say, are they drawing water from a river? Good. Then let's give their whole army dysentery for a week. That should slow them down. And I'll get in there, get a bioagent into the water, bypass their water purification system, and get out. Or do you already have a water-drugging diarrhea team? Surya held his expression of cold anger for a few moments, and then it broke. He laughed. Come on, Bean, did you make that up on the spot, or have you really planned an operation like that? Made it up just now, said Bean. But it's kind of a fun idea, don't you think? Dysentery has changed the course of history more than once. Everybody immunizes their soldiers against the known bioagents, and there's no way of stopping downstream collateral damage. But Thailand is bound to have some pretty hot and heavy bioresearch, right? Purely defensive, said Surya Wong. Then he smiled and sat down. Sit. You really are content to take a background position? Not only content, but eager, said Bean. If Achilles knew I was here, he'd find a way to kill me. The last thing I need is to be prominent. Until we actually get into combat, at which time it might be a nice psychological blow to give Achilles the idea that I'm running things. It won't be true, but it might make him even crazier to think it's me he's facing. I've outmaneuvered him before. He's afraid of me. It's not my own position I was trying to protect, said Surya Wong. Bean understood this to mean that of course it was his position he was protecting. But Thailand kept its independence when every other country in this area was ruled by Europeans. They're very proud of keeping foreigners out. And yet, said Bean, Thailand also has a history of letting foreigners in and using them effectively. As long as they know their place. Give me a place and I'll remember to stay in it, said Bean. What kind of contingent do you want to work with? What Bean asked for wasn't a large number of men, but he wanted to draw them from every branch of service. Only 2 fighter bombers, 2 patrol boats, a handful of engineers, a couple of light armored vehicles to go along with a couple of 100 soldiers, and enough choppers to carry everything but the boats and planes. And the power to requisition odd things that we think of. Rowboats, for instance. High explosives so we can train in making cliffs fall and bridges collapse. Whatever I think of. But you don't actually commit to combat without permission. Permission, said Bean. From whom? Me. But you are not Chakri, said Bean. The Chakri exists to provide me with everything I ask for. The planning is entirely in my hands. Glad to know who's a boon here. Bean stood up. For what it's worth, I was most helped to Ender when I had access to everything he knew. In your dreams. Bean grinned. I'm dreaming of good maps. And an accurate assessment of the current situation of the Thai military. Surya Wong thought about that for a long moment. How many of your soldiers are you sending into battle blindfolded? Asked Bean. I hope I'm the only one. Until I'm sure you really are my soldier, said Surya Wong, the blindfold stays on. But you can have the maps. Thank you, said Bean. He knew what Surya Wong feared, that Bean would use any information he got to come up with alternate strategies and persuade the Chakri that he would do a better job as chief strategist than Surya Wong. For it was patently untrue that Surya Wong was the Aboon here. Chakri Naraswan might trust him and had obviously delegated great responsibility to him. But the authority remained in Naraswan's hands, and Surya Wong served at his pleasure. That's why Surya Wong feared Bean. He could be replaced. He'd find out soon enough that Bean was not interested in palace politics. If he remembered correctly, Surya Wong was of the royal family, though the last few polygynist kings of Siam had had so many children that it was hard to imagine that there were many Thais who were not royal to one degree or another. Chulalongkorn had established the principle centuries ago that princes had a duty to serve, but not a right to high office. Surya Wong's life belonged to Thailand as a matter of honor, but he would hold his position in the military only as long as his superiors considered him the best for the job. Now that Bean knew who it was who had been keeping him down, it would be easy enough to destroy Suri and take his place. After all, Surya Wong had been given the responsibility to carry out Naraswan's promises to Bean. He had deliberately disobeyed the Chakri's orders. All Bean really needed to do was use a back door. Some connection of Peter's, probably, to get word to Naraswan that Surya Wong had blocked Bean from getting what he needed, and there would be an inquiry and the first seeds of doubt about Surya Wong would be planted. But Bean did not want Surya Wong's job. He wanted a fighting force that he could train to work together so smoothly, so resourcefully, so brilliantly that when he made contact with Petra and found out where she was, he could go in and get her out alive, with or without Surly's permission. He'd helped the Thai military as best he could, but Bean had his own objectives, and they had nothing to do with building a career in Bangkok. "One last thing," said Bean. "I have to have a name here, something that won't alert anyone outside Thailand that I'm a child and a foreigner. That might be enough to tip off Achilles about who I am. What name do you have in mind?" "How about Sua? It means tiger." "I have a better name," said Bean. "Boromakot." Surya Wong looked puzzled for a moment till he remembered the name from the history of Ayodhya, the ancient Thai city-state of which Siam was the successor. That was the nickname of the Oparat who stole the throne from Afai, the rightful successor. "I was just thinking of what the name means," said Bean. "In the urn, awaiting cremation." He grinned. "As far as Achilles is concerned, I'm just a walking dead man." Surya Wong relaxed. "Whatever. I thought as a foreigner you might appreciate having a shorter name." "Why? I don't have to say it. You have to sign it. I'm not issuing written orders, and the only person I'll be reporting to is you. Besides, Boromakot is fun to say." "You know your Thai history," said Surya Wong. "Back in battle school," said Bean, "I got fascinated with Thailand. A nation of survivors. The ancient Thai people managed to take over vast reaches of the Cambodian Empire and spread throughout Southeast Asia, all without anybody noticing. They were conquered by Burma and emerged stronger than ever. When other countries were falling under European domination, Thailand managed to expand its borders for a surprisingly long time, and even when it lost Cambodia and Laos, it held its core. I think Achilles is going to find what everyone else has found. The Thai are not easily conquered, and once conquered, not easily ruled." "Then you have some idea of the soul of the Thai